might be going through. Nothing yet, John. Just waiting for frames, John. Nothing's there. There we go. We're coming through now. Okay, that's great. They're just about to do the minutes applause, 2 minutes start, 2 minutes silence, whatever. Okay, cheers, John. And you have commentator, yeah?
No commentators. There's actually only 3 people on this side. They're all over on John's side. Maybe they're all doing the 2-minute silence thing. They're all gathering in a massive circle. So it looks like they might go late anyway.
That box has just started doing the blue lights thing again. Yeah, I think that's probably Steve doing some stuff already. Okay, well, we've all been told that we've got to go into they're doing the circle of a minute's silence or 2 minute silence, and they told us that we've all got to go. Oh, okay, well, go for it. And do you want to come down as well? So, I mean, it's up to you, you know.
Well, no one's told me, so I'll just plead ignorance.
I'm going to cut this call because I don't want it to be disruptive or anything.
Okay.
So I'm just going to leave this call for a bit. I'll be back after 2 minutes silence or whatever.
We've got black and purple.
And then the other logo is so I'm going to use a box lick. It's a little bit shady, however. Okay, Alex, you got green light on this shoot.
Commentators have arrived. Hello.
Howdy doodly.
Hi, I'm Anthony.
James.
Hi James, nice to meet you.
And Kirk's on his way up.
Two microphones are right there.
Fantastic.
So everything should be working.
Fingers crossed. How are you doing, Kirk? Yeah, good man. How are you? Anthony.
Hi Kurt. I'm Anthony.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Here's your microphone.
Great.
You should all be ready to roll.
Lovely. Good fun. Good fun. Ah, Beta Dynamics, lovely. He's an audio man himself.
So let's start getting a bit blurry. I have got some shields. If it does. It should be okay.
I've left my iPad in the car.
I have printouts. So we haven't been given rosters.
Nope.
So who we got? Oilcats. First, I've got Oilers and Crows. Oilcats and Crows.
Well, good morning and welcome to the BAFA NFFL finals. You're here with me, I'm Kirk Hastings, and with me is...
James Robertson, and it is a wonderful day for flag football. Overcast, not too warm, 3G pitch, and the pitch is looking mighty fine.
Mighty fine. No sun around either.
No, so we're not going to have any blinding missed touchdowns or sky balls that we're not going to see where it's landing, so it's going to be a good day. We've just had the siren go off for the 10-minute warning, so we're expecting the coin toss momentarily for our first game, which is the Manchester Crows and the Aberdeen Oilcats. How are you feeling today, Kirk?
I'm feeling good, feeling excited to be here. Long day we got ahead of us.
Yes, it is a very long day. I think we'll be wrapped up about 7 o'clock tonight.
I think so.
Leaving the house 6 a.m. is a long one, but it'll be good fun. We're going to see plenty of teams here today. When we're talking about the Crows, we're talking about a team finished third overall in their division.
Mm-hmm. Against the Oilcats, who also finished third.
So it's going to be a number 3 shootout here.
As expected in the wildcard round.
Yeah.
Well, the first round.
Yeah, wildcard round is looking exciting. Very exciting. So we're hoping that you'll stick with us as we guide you through this possibly very intense game.
Yep, the Crows are playing in their standard maroony purple.
And the Oilcats are in a nice black ensemble.
Sporting.
Yes.
So if you have not heard us before, then me and James, we host the Midlands Division 1 podcast called Poppers and Pylons. If you're used to these voices, then sit back, relax. It's going to be pretty much all that all day.
We also host an independent comedy podcast called Would a Panther Kill a Raccoon in the Wild, which... If you love the sound of our voices and you'd like to hear us some more, please feel free to check out on any podcast network.
Absolutely. 3 episodes out already.
New episodes every Friday.
So let's get into this, James. So if we look at Aberdeen Oilcats, this season, a couple of things they've had really good go for them. They beat the Leeds Samurai 28-6.
Impressive, impressive. We know the Samurai can be tough at times, so for them to come out and get a score that high shows that they could be on form today.
Absolutely, absolutely. They also beat the Bandits 50-25, double the points there.
Well, it's quite interesting as well because the Crows have come up against the Oilcats before, at which point they lost 28-27. So we're going to see a repeat of that today.
Yeah, the Crows lost 28-27, yeah, to 1 point. This could be the rematch of the century right now.
This is the wild card reckoning.
I'm sure they've both got something to prove.
Well, no one wants to be the first one out of the tournament, do they?
Not at all. And considering it was 1 point before, you got one team that are desperately holding on to that run.
Yeah.
Whereas the other team want to steal that from them, and know they can.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, the Crows' record for the season has been 9-7, so they've had a fairly mixed season, it seems, but they've been competitive nonetheless and earned themselves a spot today, which is good to see.
Oilcats exactly the same with 9-7.
Could there be a more evenly matched wildcard round for us?
I don't think so.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting.
I mean, I've not had much experience with these teams, James. I'm really excited to see their kind of system working and how the defence works especially.
Yep, I agree. As we are from the Midlands, from Coventry, we very rarely venture this far up north. So we're about to see 2 new teams to us, but I'm sure they're going to really, really show us how it's done today.
See, their Crows are warming up with a couple of tough catches, getting the hands ready.
Everyone has their own favourite warm-up drill, don't they?
What's yours, James?
I absolutely love our little Z receiver drill that we do.
Oh, yeah.
The 3 cuts and the ball out. It's good fun. What about you, Kirk, as a defenceman?
Good tackling drill is always fun. Bit of like a sort of British bulldog style.
Make
you
sure
get knackered, but it's good.
Make sure your hands are taped properly as well beforehand.
Exactly. A lot of that. People don't tape your hands. Start taping those hands.
It looks like we'll be getting off underway shortly.
I can see pitch 3 is pretty much they're already huddling.
Yep, we're just waiting for the officials to join us over here on pitch 5. They appear to be all huddled up in the corner by pitch 4. So, fingers crossed, we will be kicking off shortly.
So here at the finals, we have 6 pitches laid out across one football pitch, one rugby pitch, 3G and 4G. So nice sort of surfaces to play on.
The perfect surfaces.
The perfect
for flag.
surfaces.
But we've also got 2 competitions on here today, Kirk. Not only do we have the most prestigious competition in flag football in the UK with the NFFL Premiership finals, but we also have the Youth Premiership finals for under 14s and under 17s. So there's some younger players here that are looking to make a name for themselves in the game.
Absolutely, and if they're from any of the local areas, I'm sure the teams here would be interested to know those scores too and those outstanding players.
Well, we know that a firm favourite within the flag community, Marcus Gambrell, will be commentating on some of those games for us later on.
Yes, he will.
Fingers crossed we'll get some good coverage. And the officials have just stepped onto the pitch, ready for the start of the game.
Number 84, James Durham, stepping into that captain circle.
We don't know for the Oilcats, as they're not wearing uniforms.
We have Phil Calchan now joining us in the commentary box, giving us some information. Thank you very much.
We do our homework. Okay. We've also just seen Gary Elliott from the Oilcats join us in the captain's circle as the coin toss takes place.
Crows are pointing upwards. Find out soon who is starting on offense first.
Also in the captain circles for the Oilcats is Scott MacDonald. Forgot to handshake there.
Bad blood already, James. I'm sure an honest mistake.
The intensity is real. We'll also see a lot of players sporting black armbands today in memory of Her Majesty the Queen, who tragically passed away earlier on this week.
Yeah, we had a 2-minute silence just before the game day started.
Nice to see that we are managing to carry on, as we know that some other sports have unfortunately had to be cancelled for the weekend. And we have the Crows starting on offence. We're seeing Tala Javed going out as quarterback. Let's see what we can do here.
Straight to a first off nice and easy 5-yard hitch.
To Ryan Stockel. I'm expecting a fast-paced game here, Kirk.
Absolutely. Straight out again, 9 a.m. They want to catch people off guard.
Could we potentially be looking at one of the teams to go all the way?
I mean, any team really could. Any team.
Short dump off to Phil Shanahan.
Running off sort of around the 15-yard line.
It's 3rd down and about 10. Maybe 8.
Looking for that first down here, James. And
that's first down. First down achieved by number 84, James Durham.
taking a shot at these Crows, staying nice and safe for now. Probably a good tactic.
Yeah, I think they're very much trying to keep the game under their control to start with. It's short incompletion to Phil Shanahan.
Completion, you mean?
I said completion.
You said incompletion.
I didn't mean to say incompletion. I said, sorry.
Out again wide. Found himself wide open there.
The question is, are they outside the no-run zone?
I think they are, James.
Looks like they've just been spotted outside the no-run zone.
Refs lining up pretty much on the 7. It's always hard to tell in a vertical angle, isn't it, James?
Yep.
Looking back right pylon.
And that's touchdown Crows.
Completion by Liam Harper there. His first touchdown of the finals.
It must be a special feeling, not only being the first touchdown of the finals for you, but for your team, and possibly for the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't heard many screams or shouts from any of the pitches yet, so that may well be the first touchdown of this tournament. Going for one. And it's been picked off.
That was an interception.
I believe it's Aaron Drummond. 98.
Yep, looks to me, yep, that's correct. Aaron Drummond.
No surprises there. He's had 7 interceptions this season.
Wow, that's that's certainly a good going. And unfortunately, it looks like that Taylor Javid is no stranger to throwing one with 21 interceptions thrown this season.
A good few of those may have been in their matchup.
Tackle made around the 12 yards.
That one caught by number 88, Rob Hayes, made a turn.
Completed catch by Aaron Drummond.
Playing both sides of the ball here, making plays, getting those hands warm.
It's very interesting to see him playing both sides of the ball, considering that they seem to have plenty of numbers on the sideline for Aberdeen today.
Making a statement, perhaps, James?
Quite possibly. And that's an incompletion.
Defense playing sort of a cover 1 there, sort of a diamonds cover 1.
That was Scott MacDonald intended to Andy Keith. Unfortunately, he was just a couple of steps too shy. It's 4th down.
Got it stacked on the left-hand side here.
And that's a 1st down.
Caught by Gary Elliott.
Bit of a pre-snap motion there. Did that throw off Manchester? There seemed to be a bit of confusion on the defence before the snap.
Yeah. Motions can be used so creatively, James. I'm hoping today that we see some really creative motions.
We're seeing a motion again. Completion to Aaron Drummond again. Appears to be a key playmaker on this offense
Already?
as well as on the defense.
It's only been a few minutes.
2nd down, but it's still a long way to go. Completion to Besbury.
Tried some moves there, but quickly swarmed.
Ah, He's caught a ball, now he's being subbed off. Punishment for being too good. We're just inside the nine yards, did you say?
Yeah, I'd say so. A nice swarming effort there from number 14, Matt Wilkinson, and 15, Sergio De Paco. Closing down that play.
Didn't leave him much room for a running lane, did they?
No. Looking for back pylon.
And that's out of bounds.
A little bit too high.
Seems to be some discussion from the referees, possibly Scott McDonald looking for maybe a contact penalty on the blitzer. Number 19, Liam Harper for the Crows. It's now 4th down.
Looks like they are on the 9 yard to go. 4th and 9.
You'd punt it in the NFL.
Of course, we don't have that option here in flag.
Definitely not. But should we? Touchdown.
Drummond again.
No, incomplete. The referee has marked it incomplete.
Drummond is arguing. Aaron Drummond arguing that he was in. The Crows sort of in unison sort of shouted, "You're bobbling it around."
There seems to be some confusion over what down it was, and along with the referee's sideline call.
Head ref called 4th down. Clear as day to us. Long discussions happening.
Brave referees standing down a horde of angry Scotsmen. It looks like the call stands.
Crows now on offense.
With a 1-score advantage as well.
Yes.
Could that be all they need to keep this game going in their favour? Shot dump off.
If it is a 6-point game, it's going to be really looked upon on these playbacks, James.
Yep.
That's the thing, obviously, with these finals, is we have official camera duties happening today. So definite chance to look back.
We're joined here by the wonderful Onside Productions, who also did the Buffer Contact final, I believe.
Last weekend. Busy people, busy people. That one was caught by number 11, Ryan Stockel. You have twins left this time. Ball into that hole in the middle. Number 19.
Liam Harper. He's got them over the 1st down marker. Marching up the field this time compared to the last drive.
They are. These Crows have tasted blood.
Just like the colour of their jerseys.
Yeah. Perhaps that's why it's their colour. Who knows?
Liam Harper again.
Well aimed ball over the top there.
And that's a touchdown. Caught by number 87? Was it 87? Or 84? No, it was 84, James Durham. Couldn't quite see the number
Yeah.
from over here.
Taking their time about this 1-point conversion.
Interesting to see that that's the tactic, 1-point conversions. We know a lot of teams at this level like to go for 2 and
Yep.
for the increased risk/reward.
The busy end zone completed once again by Ryan Stockel. Good drive for him.
Fantastic drive. They marched up the field that time. Javed really taking them by the reins and showing Aberdeen what he can do.
See Andy Keith in the center position there at number 3. 13 touchdowns this season. 3 2-point conversions. Not targeted this time.
Fantastic ball.
Caught over the top. Great ball.
Caught by number 88, Sam Barrow.
What a lovely ball to that right side.
He was tackled at around the 9-yard line, similar positioning to where they were last time when their drive was stopped. Maybe they're coming for vengeance.
Great chase by John Hanscom there, number 22.
Fantastic way to answer that previous touchdown, though. You want to come out and really show what you can do.
Oh, blocked by number 14, Matt Wilkinson. Thrown away.
Classic defending there.
Wilkinson almost got a hand to it again that time. Oh, did he get a hand to it?
Incomplete.
Incomplete. There's a nice big lamppost in front of me, James. Couldn't quite see. Wilkinson having a great 2 plays there. Really getting in their face.
It's a tight game for sure.
Very fast ball. Crows are looking for a charging penalty. Some kind of contact there.
Oh, flag has been thrown.
From here, that hip was put out. But whether it was just to get some more motion on the ball, I'm not sure.
It's all about interpretation, isn't it? We know that contact penalties can be difficult to judge.
If you tune into episode 6 of Poppers and Pylons, James, we have a lengthy discussion about this matter.
Very true. Waving the flag off.
No penalty. So we're going for 2 here, James.
It appears so.
Scott McDonald looking for someone in that pylon. In that back pylon, no one was there.
Leaving the Oilcats at 6.
Scott McDonald, while we talk about him, James, 72 passing touchdowns this season. Only 2 rushing, so maybe he might try and change that today.
Tom Brady-esque, maybe.
Yeah.
A pocket passer. Short dump off to Shanahan. With what looks to be a 8 or 9 yard run following. Score currently is 13-6. Shanahan really making his mark.
Harper out wide with a jump step. Great pass block.
Could this be the stop the Oilcats need to get back into the game? Great catch by number 11, Ryan Stockhall. And the Crows continue to move up the field. They're looking fairly unstoppable already today, Kirk. What do you think?
Absolutely. Nice and fast-paced. Really liking the energy here. Staying calm and collected, but very deadly.
Interesting to see that both sidelines seem fairly quiet as well, other than an occasional shout on fourth down.
Shanahan running off about the 6 or 7 yard line. Shanahan with a good drive so far. 23 touchdowns this season. 4 one-point conversions.
My question is, will he have the curse of the centre? Will he get them the whole way there and then not be seen in the end zone? Oh,
Not this time, James. Didn't quite make it.
tackled just short.
Drummond again having a great game for the Oilcats.
Come on, Phil. I'm rooting for you, centre to centre. I don't care what the score is. I just want centres to score.
Crows are looking for that middle placement there. Instead gone back left.
Oh, fantastic one-handed catch. Once again, Ryan Stockhall. He's certainly having a day today, isn't he, Kirk?
I think so. I think it was intended for Shanahan, though.
Yep. I know that feeling too.
Absolutely.
As we discussed in episode 6 of Poppers and Pylons, I know what it's like to be a centre and to be robbed in the end zone.
By your own players.
Yep.
Just like we did here. No, great grab by Stockhall. Nice one-handed grab.
I mean, if you're going to steal an intended pass, do it with style.
Do it with style. Oh, just dropped.
It's dropped.
Liam Harper there. Unusual, he's got 27 touchdowns this season, 17 one-point conversions, 1 two-point conversion.
Yeah, well. It doesn't seem to be the day for the Crows in one-point conversions. That puts us to 19-6. 19-6, the current score.
Oilcats want some momentum here before the half-time.
Yep, definitely. Pass caught by number 88, Rob Hayes.
Andy Keith spotting nice and quickly there. Into the middle.
86.
Great run.
Gary Elliott with a fantastic run there.
Although Wilkinson was unsuccessful that time, he's still putting himself in the way there. Really great for the pass blocks.
It is very interesting to see that the blitzers don't appear to be getting the time to get to the QBs today. They're both getting the ball out so quickly. Perhaps these teams both go for a disruptive blitz rather than a tackling blitz.
Liam Harper's had 3 sacks this season in that blitz position.
And that was touchdown. Touchdown called for number 86.
Elliott, isn't it?
Gary Elliott. Wow, fantastic. Got them the first down and the touchdown. Looks like they're going for 2 here. Just trying to climb back up.
Saw Liam Harper there. Once they got down to that blitzer, raised his hands up. What's your opinion on that, James? Would you rather them go for the flags or try and break that ball up?
Different styles for different teams. Sometimes it's based on the build of the blitzer as well. Taller blitzers do better as disruptive ones, save getting low for the flags.
Yeah.
Particularly against shorter quarterbacks.
So Elliott now playing a second QB. Oh. Great effort there. Dive by number 30, Cameron Reid.
Not suggesting in any way, by the way, that Scott McDonald is short. Just saying. Liam Harper is taller. From this perspective.
Harper almost took a ball to the face there, passing back to the referee. We are stacked. Trips left here for the Crows.
Interesting formation.
Into that middle gap. Almost a pass blocked.
Ryan Stockel
Great
with the
grab.
catch. Oh,
Ref's not liking something.
ref's not liking the ball to the face there. Timeout called.
30 seconds in.
Currently sitting at 19-12. Still all to play for come the second half by the looks of it, Kirk. What do you think?
Yeah, one more score for the Oilcats. They're right back in this.
And with the Crows starting on offense this half, they'll get the ball back at halftime, so maybe they're playing damage control.
They could well be. They could well be. I'm sure that huddle at halftime is going to really have some aggressive words put towards their offense, saying, let's get some points out there. Long ball down the middle.
Caught.
What a catch.
Number 19.
Liam Harper.
Liam Harper certainly making an impact on both sides of the ball today.
That was a great... I always struggle with that, James. Ball straight in the middle, looking what side shoulder is it going to land on. No problem for Harper here.
Sometimes as the nerves get to you, the camera lights start flashing. It all goes slow motion.
Yep.
Fantastic ball, though, from Tyler Javid to get it up down the middle.
Oilcats do seem to have that problem in the middle at the moment. It's that middle hole they always seem to be attacking, and quite rightly so. This time back pylon.
Caught.
Caught, called in. James Durham for the Crows.
26-12.
Well, we said it a minute ago, they got a chance to catch up. Well, pulling away even further.
Well, if they can bring themselves slightly closer before half-time with the ball back at half-time, it may make a difference. But I'd certainly be looking to make some immediate changes to the coverage to help reduce the Crows' lead. What about you, Kirk, as a defenseman?
To take away the Crows' offense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I say, covering that middle hole, understanding where those holes are, and changing that strategy to make sure you cover it. Obviously, you've got to send a blitz at this level,
Yep.
so someone has to cover that middle hole once they've gone.
It's the problem with limited numbers, as is flag football defence. Five on the field makes it difficult. There's always going to be a hole. And with a talented QB like Tyler Javid, it's be quite easy for him to find that hole. Here's to be some discussion. Unfortunately, we can't hear what the referees are saying from up here.
Spot on the 5. People are carrying on as normal. Caught by Andy Keith. running straight out there.
Time management, definitely the name of the game at this point.
Houghton making a massive screen that time. I think out wide left was the only option he really had.
Be interested to see if the Oilcats take a similar deep shot as the Crows just did.
Yep.
The question is, are the Crows expecting it? I would think so at this point.
After their last drive, James.
With limited time before the half, it's very easy to start looking downfield.
There it is.
Like
You called
that.
it, James.
Oh!
Great touch. Number 15, Sergio DePaco.
Intended for 86, Gary Elliott. That's half time.
What a jump back by DePaco there.
Fantastic. He'll be certainly feeling happy with himself after that.
Just got a finger to it. It was just enough.
Definitely. Sometimes that's all you can ask for. But that could be the difference.
So Gary Elliott was waiting there. Absolutely waiting there. That ball was going straight to him. 15 of the Crows did just enough.
I wonder if from here we'll be able to get the vibe from both teams' huddles at the minute. Maybe the Oilcats went into this expecting a win after the last time they matched up. Maybe the Crows are looking to make things right.
I think so. I mean, definitely would have held a bit of a grudge there for a 1-point loss, thinking, well, how close was that?
Definitely.
Pull them first in the final as you're going to make a statement.
Especially when you are alive on the internet for the whole world to see.
I mean, it's no shock, James, that the Crows are doing well. They've beaten some great scores this season: 61-6 over the Killer Bees, 38-13 over the Lead Samurai. So plenty of offense power here.
Definitely, definitely. But we know at this point in the season, it's not about the offense. Offense wins games, defense wins championships.
Looking down the score sheet, James, there are a lot of close games here, so perhaps you could be right. This defense could be a real test here.
Fingers crossed.
26-19 against the Revolution, 46-38 to the Crows against the Vipers. Really close games here. 34-28 also against the Revolution. Always close games.
And I think we're looking at a great start to today's tournament as well. Certainly been full of action.
Absolutely.
Do we see a potential filming device with the Oilcats sideline there?
Yes, I think so.
I wonder if they're filming their huddle. Game film or promo footage?
Coming to you soon, All or Nothing. Aberdeen Oilcats.
Aberdeen hard knocks. Soft knocks.
No, but with cameras being the price they are today, the quality they are today, it's no wonder teams are investing in good quality GoPros and other cameras that can record their games. There's nothing like the footage.
No, definitely. I mean, we know as the Coventry Panthers, we like to bring a GoPro and have one up at the end zone or on the sideline. It definitely helps with team coaching when you can watch how your players performed in competitive scenarios. And while the players walk out onto the pitch, maybe we talk about our sponsors for the day quickly. We have Nuola Custom Sportswear, who I'm sure most people in the community are well aware of, supplying the majority of kits
Absolutely.
for the league, as well as EP Sports. Fantastic sportswear shop with lots of American football merchandise.
They've also got 2 stands here today.
I myself have already partook,
We literally were here for 10 seconds before James went, I'm having that hat and those gloves.
and now I have that hat and those gloves. I'm wearing the hat. Aberdeen out on offence first, hoping to close the gap, maybe take over.
Got McDonald, Drummond, Nicholas, Elliott and Keith. All players that have made some pretty good plays so far. Definitely a capable team.
Harper looking to blitz on the strong side.
Great backwards catch there.
Aaron Drummond once again. Nice to see that both teams have brought decent numbers as well. Obviously, Manchester, it's a fairly local game for them, so I'd expect the full team to be here.
Yes.
Aberdeen's a bit of a trek, so to get what appears to be 12 or 13 players maybe, can't argue with that. Hoping
95, I believe it's Nicholas there showing some feet.
both teams are definitely hoping to bring some silverware home, whether it's down the road or up to the Highlands.
Means just as much in both, James.
Definitely.
Number 95 again. Double tackle by DePaco. Hope I'm saying that right, James. DePaco.
Believe so. Unfortunately, the roster we have available doesn't tell us who number 95 for the Oilcats is, so we will refer to him as 95.
I believe it's Nicholas. I believe. I caught a glimpse of his shirt earlier. Not 100%, so apologies there if it's not quite your name, but we're going to call you that for this match.
And if you'd like to correct it, feel free to come up to the booth.
I mean, whatever his name is, he's been targeting all drive, though, James.
Yep, he's taken a step out now.
Scott Duggan saying that's your lot.
Pass
Drummond
to
again.
Aaron Drummond again. He's definitely seems to be a playmaker on this team.
He's got the height and the jump.
The Oilcats do, as a general rule, seem to be quite a tall team. Particularly on offence, all of their receivers appear to be on the stretchier side.
Yeah, 5'11" at least. Looking for that back pylon, not that time. Elliot wasn't quite quick enough to get it.
Ball returned by a friendly spectator. Interested to see that the Oilcats play with a white ball as well. I've not seen one of those before, Kirk. Have you?
No. Do you reckon it's some kind of tactical thing there? Obviously on an overcast day, it's quite hard to see in the air. So
Yeah.
for a potential picker.
I suppose it stops other people from accidentally picking your ball up at the end of the day.
Absolutely. I think we've all suffered that, James.
Definitely. You may have to buy a new ball, possibly from EP Sports.
Can be digging these sponsors all day, guys. Motion here. Fake handoff. Looking for back pylon.
Oh,
it's gone through everybody.
incomplete. That's a turnover on downs.
Drummond not happy with himself there.
No. The game's starting to get away from Aberdeen, it feels. Current score 26-12. Aberdeen unable to answer that on their first drive. Short dump off to Shanahan.
Not surprising tackle by Stephen Smith here, who's had 58 tackles this season. Only falling behind his teammate Aaron Drummond with 68.
Drummond seems to be on fire today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more tackles off him and a lot more catches. Interesting to see the short dump off again from the Crows. They seem to like that in early downs.
They do. Get the ball moving.
Liam Harper. Tackled by number 6, Stephen Smith of the Oilcats.
They also like a lot of these hitch routes, James.
Yes, definitely. The bread and butter of most flag teams, I think.
I think so.
While we're here, is it a balm? Is it the balm and butter?
We've got an Oilcat coming onto the field here, talking about something. Looks fairly happy, doesn't seem to be anything malicious.
We have another official joining us on the field. Really interesting to see a lot of these Badger shirts out today. It's a rare sight in flag, but it looks great to have some really strong officiating.
Yes. This is Oilcats Mike Scott on here chatting with some officials.
We're going to return shortly to a third down.
I believe so, James.
Unless there's some sort of penalty called. As we said, seems to be a different affair to previous outings between these two teams, where it was a 1-point win to the Oilcats. Current score 26-13, we believe.
We can talk a bit more about Stephen Smith, number 6 here, who's also had 6 pass breakups as well.
Fantastic.
We haven't seen too many from him this game, though.
Sometimes the hardest part about being a defender is you know you're doing your job when the ball doesn't come your way.
Very true, James.
Seems to have his area on lockdown.
Okay, Crows now lining up again.
Whatever that dispute was, it seems to have been resolved.
Got Ryan Stockwell lined up nice and wide here on their left-hand side.
Pat down by number 83.
Stephen Elliott.
Fantastic to see all the activity going on around here today, Kirk, isn't it? It really is a culmination of the flag football community.
It really is good. It really is good.
But it's not over for the year either, is it? We've got this day, and then in a few short weeks, the WFFL kicks off. Once again, bringing more flag football to the world.
Crows once again attacking that gap in the middle. Oilcats really need to look at that.
That was called by number 84, James Durham. We see Marcus Gambrell approaching us, saluting and walking on by. Getting ready, no doubt, to commentate on the next game for you today. Called by number 11.
Ryan Stockwell again.
Once again, a name that we keep saying.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe you can remember the numbers, James.
I know. I think it's fair to say that every single one of these players is definitely making an impact. We also appear to have 2 Elliots on the field for the Oilcats.
Surely related, right? 86 and 83. Guns akimbo mode.
Stephen and Gary.
Dump off to Stockwell again. Sneaks through, beats one, but is tackled by the second. Number 6, just talking about Stephen Smith.
We appear to have a new referee on the sideline. Doing the blitz mark.
Nicely multiple points covered, James.
Yes.
Crows have liked this back pylon so far, but this time also going back pylon. Catch and in by number 84, James Durham.
Caught in bounds. Fantastic
Great stretch
job.
there. He wasn't quite sure where that line was, neither were we.
It was one hell of a toe drag. Unfortunately, as flag football pitches are very rarely specific for flag football, we have to deal with some slightly confusing markings at times, don't we, Kirk?
We do. Never look for the lines, James.
Always look for the cones.
Go for that one more conversion in that middle hole again. Harper once more.
That puts the score at 33-12.
It's a common number we hear in flag 33. McDonald looking for something here.
Oh!
Andy Keith not this time securing it.
Unfortunate, seemed just slightly too high for him. Sailed over his head.
Great
Lost
coverage
grip.
by the Crows, though.
Yes.
There wasn't much of anything, really, until Keith made himself available.
Fantastic work by Keith to get that coverage dropped.
Oh, middle hole. Oh. Almost recovered by Rob Hayes there. Not quite. Great dive by number 88.
Liam Harper tipping that.
That answers my question from earlier, James, is should Liam Harper go in for the tags or go for the ball? This time definitely for the ball, and it worked.
Certainly a plus in the column of disruptive blitzers for sure.
There's
believe-
someone going for a run here, James.
Oh,
no, it's been fouled.
poor snap. Unfortunate. It's
Fourth down.
you hate to see it. It breaks your heart. I too have been there. Although it did seem interesting, the Crows seem to be sticking to a similar game plan each drive, seem to be executing very much in control of the game.
Why change anything if it works, James?
The Oilcats are definitely being far more creative and experimental.
Trying to find a hole, but time is dwindling. Got one option here.
Oh, unfortunate. Aaron Drummond unable to secure it.
Getting that pressure from Harper.
It's certainly a challenge, isn't it, to play both sides of the ball, and you know, to be able to drop a catch and then go straight back onto defence. Personally, I'm the kind of man I'd like a minute to diffuse.
There are teams that absolutely thrive in that circumstance.
100%. Sideline grab by number 13,
Great spin.
Luke
Oh,
Fadrike.
definitely a flag there.
Flag has been thrown.
Number 13, Luca Fadrique. Or Fadrique. Fadrique started a spin move there, carried on running, but did make contact with the player.
Once again, we get into the discussions of right of way, right of place, shielding. Okay, that didn't go the way I expected it to.
Not at all.
It appears to have.
And then a first down for the Crows.
Yep, it appears that the contact penalty has in fact been called on the defence.
From where I stood, James, I probably wouldn't have called it that way.
It's not our place to disagree with the
No.
refs, but interesting.
Great read there.
Hand off to number 84, James Durham.
Aaron Drummond seems to have these eyes for the ball and knowing exactly where it is all the time.
He may be an Oilcat, but he seems more of a ball hawk.
Yes, James. There's Berry and Blitz going for him. Great tackle by number 95.
Third down. (33-12) the current score. Are the Crows going to increase it?
Only Only 10 yards away.
Oh.
Avoids the sack twice.
Pick. Aaron Drummond, second pick of the day.
Really adding to those 7 interceptions of the season.
Could this be the turning point for the Oilcats?
They need to use this energy. They need to use this pick. Get out there quick. Do what the Crows have done to them. Make quick decisions, quick plays.
We know this is a game of momentum.
Oh. Number 88, Rob Hayes. I think he's trying to call for a shirt pull or something. Unsuccessfully.
The Oilcats seem to really relish the unlimited substitutions in this sport. Sidearm throw to Andy Keith, who is...
Avoided 2, avoided 3,
Oh.
he's still running.
Oh,
Tackled on
tackled.
the 8-yard line.
Yes.
We haven't seen too much of running away with this. It's only really been balls over the top and sort of the short towards the end zones, James. Probably the first real run we've seen in this game.
I think you've just seen why that man is their starting centre.
Looking for that back pylon and
Secured by number
Called in by the
30,
officials.
Cameron Reid.
The Oilcats making a comeback here. Are they opting to take 2? I think I would, James.
I believe they did in their previous 2 touchdowns as well. They appear to be one of the teams that favour the risk-reward strategy of the 2-point conversion.
Makes all the difference going toe-to-toe, doesn't it? Unfortunately, not quite this time. Great screening.
Caught.
Andy Keith.
That brings the score to 33-20.
I did like Sanchez's effort there to really block and screen that play. McDonald managed to spin out of that, make a ball into the almost the middle there.
Aaron Drummond back out on defence, hopefully looking for another one of those picks. Referees come out to have a discussion. Certainly looking forward to a fun day of flag football. If anyone has any recommendations for where we can go to dinner after it's done, we'll be staying the night in Manchester, ready to play ourselves tomorrow.
Certainly gives us ideas, James, watching the top level, going into the Division 1 the next day.
Yep. I mean, at this point in time, it'd be very risky to change some strategies at this
Absolutely.
point, but certainly for next season.
Again, that dump off by Javed, he's liking that this game.
Especially in these early downs. Gets you away from the end zone, gives you a bit more room to manoeuvre without the risk of safety.
Makes that corner worried about that front zone as well.
100%.
Should they track inwards and let their receiver go? Perhaps that's what they're trying to do.
Catch by Ryan Stockall. Tackle by Gary Elliott. Down is 3.
obviously, if Crows were to win this game, it looks that way, James, at the moment, they may go on to play their local rivals, the Titans, who they lost 36-0 to this season, James. I'm sure they're going to right that wrong as well. Great pass with Aaron Drummond.
Aaron Drummond certainly making a case for himself to be the defensive MVP in this game.
One game in, and I was going to say that earlier, James, but even more so now. Oilcats wasting no time here. Ball out left to Keith.
Gary Elliott possibly looking for a penalty that didn't come there.
What a catch. Dual effort there. 95 was going for it, but 88. Rob Hayes made that catch on that right sideline. Great to see a very hungry team.
Certainly not giving up.
Great avoid by McDonald. 95's avoided 2 tackles there.
He had plenty of room for that. Fantastic job there, number 95.
Just tackled by DePaco on the 5-yard. I'm not sure if it's inside no run or not, James. Referee on the far side is stood on the cone, so perhaps.
Oilcats number 95 is Greg Sim, we've been told in the comments.
Greg Sim. Difficult font to read at a long range here, James. So apologies to Sim.
Yeah.
Got a chance here now, Oilcats. And it is a touchdown by the man himself who just contacted about. That was a great fast throw. Sort of middle of the end zone on the left side. Oilcats opting for 1 this time.
We hope you're enjoying the commentary we're providing. Following this game, we'll be having a short break while Marcus takes over with youth. And then, if all goes to plan, we should be back with you for the quarterfinals starring the Glasgow Hornets and whoever they may be facing.
Gary Elliott there, making a great play. Same place.
Score currently is 28-33. Looks like the Oilcats are back in it.
Catch by James Durham that time.
Once again, a name that we keep saying. Seems to be really making plays for this team.
Big play here, unusual from the Crows.
Oh,
Completed.
fantastic, fantastic ball to Liam Harper, who appear to be flagged for excessive celebration. Quite possibly. Let's find out.
This could be called back, James.
The flag appears to have been thrown once he spiked the ball. So, let's see.
And I think I could see Harper pointing at Elliot there, saying, if you can do it, I can do it too. Something along those lines.
Elliot having a discussion with the refs.
Perhaps that's what that discussion was about earlier, James.
Quite possibly. Phil Shanahan attempted to defuse the situation. Crows have gone for 2, and there is a penalty. It's unfortunate. It's you don't like to see it. You don't like to see it. It's easy to get carried away, especially in these high-stakes games, but it's very unfortunate. Especially to put your team in a slightly more damaged position.
Those 6 points can make all the difference, James. We never know.
$39 currently. Are they going to make it 41? So just to clarify to everybody, the Crows are going for 2.
From a long way out. Trips on the right-hand side, throwing it into space.
Incomplete. Unfortunate.
Didn't leave his hand the best, that one, James.
No, unfortunate. Maybe got put off by the fact that he was so far out.
Yeah.
It's not a normal position to be practicing end zone shots from.
No. If we've got these scores right, James, there still is a chance here. They've done it before. They've done some great long plays.
Oh, just slightly too wide for Sam Barrow.
Cameron Reed's come out on the right-hand side, a wide receiver. Who's gone running.
Ball patted by Liam Harper, unfortunate.
I believe Donald was targeting Reed that time, but Harper got to that first.
Great job by Liam Harper, once again, really showing what a disruptive blitzer can do, even to a top-tier team like the Oilcats.
A lot of noise on the Crow sideline here. Great avoid. Over to Sims, who looks like he's picked up maybe he's okay. Holding his ankle a little bit, I think. He's up walking again, that's a good sign. McDonough looking a far right shot. Swarmed by Crows there. Swarmed by Wilkinson and White. No chance there.
Certainly hope everyone watching is settled on their couches and ready for a full day of flag football. This is our Super Bowl.
If you go on the First and 15 Facebook page, you can find a Excel link or a document link where you can actually fill out your predictions. Let them know.
Although if you do it now, the first round won't count.
It won't count, no.
No spoilers.
But fun to play at home.
We also have the youth team starting. We will move our coverage to them shortly, once this very close game has finished.
In fact, it may well be.
There we go.
We thought it was all over, and it is now, as the famous quote says. A few exciting moments, James. Not the most exciting game we've ever seen.
I still think it was well worth the watch. Two great teams going at it. The Crows may feel that they've got some vengeance now. It's good to see that, although no love lost between these teams on the pitch, everyone's embracing and having a good catch-up now.
Absolutely. It certainly was a test for both teams. Crows really liking those short plays, working and grinding away at the field. Oilcats looking for that deep throw and a bit of hope. Sort of a hit and hope kind of thing going on. Didn't quite work for them this time.
Well, the score 39-28 in the end. Fantastic job by both teams. Well played. Unfortunately, we've had some technical difficulties, so we are unable to stream to pitch 3 today, but that coverage will return tomorrow with the Division 1 finals. That's all for us for now. We'll catch you in the Glasgow Hornets quarter-final.
Looking forward to that one, James.
Speak to you soon.
Yeah, sure thing. I don't even know the score or anything in this game. Oh, it's not started yet. So we've got the Sheffield Giants and the Leicester Huntsmen. They've just started out. Sorry, we're a bit late up there. Things running a bit behind schedule. So Leicester Huntsmen starting. Short completion for the first down. Sheffield appear to be in a standard 2-2 with the blitzer. Corners in. Quick completion at number 17 in the middle of the field. Lovely completion actually, finding the gap in the 2-2 defence. This will bring up third down and about 5 or 6 for the Leicester Huntsmen. Good field position, sticking with the chains. We're straight on, Marcus.
I apologise for my delay then. Trying to schmooze with the locals as well.
So bunch formation for Leicester Huntsmen here again. Sheffield staying with their 2-2. Good zone control, just short of the first down. That's going to bring up fourth and about 2.5, 3 yards. Not a terrible situation for the Huntsmen, but risky if you don't complete it.
So I'm interested in having a quick look at the season so far. Huntsmen played 12, won 10 of them. The
Sheffield Giants.
Giants, I look at the wrong one then. Won 9, drawn 1, lost 2.
So it looks like the Giants have got the tackle short of the halfway, but I believe a hold was ensued, so it's going to be an illegal contact penalty on the Giants here. Referees will discuss it. They'll take a while, but they'll eventually just march it 10 yards towards the Giants' end zone.
Where are our playing suits?
In the front pouch of my bag. There's a wee zip in the front of my bag. They're in there. Sorry, coach's job's never done. Oh, they have, apparently, without signalling it, they appear to have waved off the penalty. Interesting decision from the officiating crew. Not surprising, but interesting.
I mean, it's always an interesting choice from any refereeing crew. I mean, it's always good to have the BAFTA referees on here, helped out by, I think the junior games are only going to be refereed by BAFTA crew, so no coaches involved from the teams.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's more challenging for the kids, obviously, because the coaches are having to watch the children when they're not playing, so it's not like the adults where you can be left on your own. Well, most adults can be left on their own, not all of them, but yeah, it's definitely going to see the BAFTA crew. I believe BAFTA have refereed some of the kids' games throughout the year as well, so it's not like the adult flag where they're coming in completely cold. Good completion for the Giants to start this drive though, and both teams enjoying the bunch formation. Little handoff, a lot of shadow blocking, not called, missed tackle, brings up third down and about 5 to the halfway.
I mean, that was definitely the coach and the referee coming out, and you there straight away going for the calls that were missed.
I mean, I'm known to be moderately critical of officiating, but no, for me, it's just one of these things I've noticed a lot this season. There's a lot of kind of shadow blocking and movement upfield that's just not been watched. So, oh, and an excellent sack by number 33 for the Leicester Huntsmen there.
So we've got the stats from the season. The Huntsmen have scored 309 points across those 12 games and only conceded 162.
Wow. That is quite the differential.
So their offense is averaging about 26 points per game.
Okay.
The Giants conceding about 24 points a game. So this could be a very, very decent, close matchup on this side of the ball.
It could be, and you know, interestingly though, 26 points a game isn't a score every drive, so it does mean that they are stoppable. Oh, about a yard too high there from the quarterback, but a lovely read, nice route from the receiver. That could have been a huge completion, but turnover it ends up.
So that's 2 drives that have finished short of the halfway, one for each team so far.
Yeah, it's one of those things that the chains, keeping the chains moving and trying to be there in like a second or third and short is your ideal situation. When you get down to fourth and short, I think both teams have been a little conservative with their play calling. Although I'd say that's not true because Sheffield just slung it down the field. But he was the only option deeper than 2 or 3 yards, which made it pretty easy to cover for the Huntsmen and forced the Giants to throw the riskiest pass. Trips here. Oh, little sidearm pass from the quarterback, but straight into the shin.
So when they lined up in trips on that side just then, the the receiver on the far right-hand side seemed to have a bit of an open gap in front of him.
Did look that way. It felt like the quarterback maybe had a kind of given read there because they went to it very quickly. Although the wide receiver, as you pointed out, is completely unmarked at the moment. A quick hit would be where I'd be going.
They've gone deep down to that side to that
risky
receiver.
Throw.
He's picked it up and he's gone.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding catch. The placement of that pass was superb. Absolutely superb. Don't know the quarterback's surname, but
that was the player that we've just been talking about that was wide open on the short route.
Yeah.
Sent him deep as well, and he managed to get just over the top of that safety.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of those where I look at the fool. Like, I'd be screaming at my QB, go for the quick hit there, but no, fly all the way up the field. Great catch. And that, in all honesty, without being too critical, is terrible defence. It's just too much space to give a receiver at the end zone. You can't drift back into the end zone like that. But fell short, so incomplete. 6-0 Huntsmen.
So we're looking at the Giants' offense, averaging. So that's 24 points a game they've been averaging against the Huntsmen.
And that's
13.
going to be a safety. Oh,
just short.
Oh, interesting. Difficult to tell from this angle, but it didn't look like the ball was being reached out in any way, so I'm a little surprised to see that not be a safety. But on the same note, though, you'd rather be a little conservative in that call than give an entire possession and 2 points away.
And I think that's also when you see the commentators' bias of having two people who are normally on the field as a QB, you don't like to see the safety given.
No. To be fair, I don't hold on to the ball long enough to get a safety. Very conservative play call there, just trying to get the quarterback some space, but now you're in a horrible situation. It's 3rd and 22. It's not a great place to be. The defence can soften, and actually, defence seems to be in a single high safety, maybe playing a kind of channels defence here with the two outside DBs just taking the sidelines. One central defender who's probably going to take away just the centre and the quick shot to the strong side, I imagine. Yep, she is lined up the strong side.
It's coming through. He's gone deep. That safety's got that one.
I don't entirely know who that ball's been thrown to, but it's a deep win. Tackle made, and the Huntsmen starting to pull ahead here. 6-0 and possession.
So picking off around about the halfway line, bringing it up. So we're trying to work out whereabouts he is on that one now. He's probably about the 15.
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe 15, 17, something like that, in that kind of that realm. But 4 downs to score from there, and an offense that's been moving the ball well. Hand off, flag guard, shove off, hold by the defender. No flags in the field. We're just letting them play. I literally can't stop myself noticing all the penalties that weren't called. It was even when the runner looked there and he had a wee grab of his belt, and the runner looked quite frustrated as well.
So that brings us what, within about 2-3 yards of that end zone now.
Yeah.
Twins on the QB's left.
And the centre's unmarked.
Wide open receiver on that side. We go for the short one then.
Lovely completion. A bit of frustration shown from the Sheffield Giants, number 12 there. Get that though, it's very frustrating. Your offense has just put you in a terrible situation and you've not been able to get the stop. Very good execution by the Leicester Huntsmen though, but to be honest, they had 2 or 3 different places they could have went with that football. I'm enjoying this setup though. I've seen a lot of bunch and a lot of trips formation. This is what I'd call kind of isolated formation, where you've isolated that one receiver over in the wide right.
And it's worked once again for the extra point.
Yeah, it's lovely. Lovely execution. Neil Weimer's done an excellent job with the Leicester Huntsmen. Admirable. He just keeps churning out squad after squad of potential champions, and this season looks to be no different.
It was only a couple of years ago that he picked up the under-14s and under-17s championship.
Oh yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
Last season they just came away short on the under-14s, I think. with the South Coast Spitfires taking under 14s and under 17s.
And the Spitfires, again, another excellent coach. Neil Henderson's heavily involved at the Spitfires. He does a great job there. It's good to see a lot of these experienced adult players give back to the youth leagues. And again, another trips formation. Bit of a false start from number 16 there. Good pressure, good throw under pressure. And he makes something missed. Oh, he should just have committed and kept going, number 10. When he sees that back, he'll be frustrated with himself. Good hands though, good catch, good play. Quarterback showing some moves.
I mean, I thought that he was pinned in a little bit there when he first got that blitz in front of him. Managed to make one quick move and get out to that right-hand side and get the ball away.
One quick move's not something I've ever had, and that is well defended by number 19 there. Lovely job, containment, waiting for that route to come across, and that is her job there. Nicely done. I will say, like, I commentated in my first kids game about 5 years ago, and the calibre of the play now to what it was 5 years ago is incredibly higher. That doesn't make grammatical sense, but it's just a lot higher than it was back then.
I mean, especially when you look at teams such as like Waveney, who a lot of their senior team have stepped in. Sorry, a lot of their junior team have stepped into the senior team.
Yeah.
And they haven't had the results, but the ability to actually run with those games is what I think a lot of the junior teams are now working with when they hit the under-17s. If they're working with an adult team, it gives them that experience to step into the senior league pretty quickly. Absolutely.
I remember joining the adult league myself when I was a kid, and initially it was quite a step up. When you turn 18, you're suddenly in with these adults. It's a huge step up, but having that under-17s bracket where you can slowly work up towards it is excellent, and the team players should be coming in a lot more prepared, and that's a bad drop from number 54 there, not one he's going to enjoy watching back. I don't know about you, I'd be watching this game back regardless of the result, just immediately. Any game that's filmed, I like to watch it back, but I'd be skipping by that play if I was number 54.
You'd be skipping by about it, but the coach will be bringing it back.
Yeah,
that's one for the game for the
coach
game for the next day.
Agitated. What did we tell you? Get your hands together. And again, Sheffield just leaving this receiver unmarked along that side. That looked like a flag card, but I'm not down in the sideline, so I probably give it to that one. Good tackle, first down though.
Not too sure if they've been just out of bounds, maybe a yard or two before. A couple of yards over that halfway.
But I think the thing to remember, the Sheffield Giants are, like, compared to the length of time some of these other organisations have been going, they're relatively new from a youth capacity for flag. Rebecca Dex has done a wonderful job kind of running things there and getting things more pushed on. And I believe a year ago they only won one game. So to be at a finals day already is a fantastic progression in one season. Although I do feel like the gap between the two teams is starting to show in quality a little bit. Leicester are just a bit stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's always when you have the experience in the coaching as well. So you mentioned Becca Dex there, she's a very well experienced player, and then she stepped into the coaching role. Neil Weimer played for a long time and is now focusing more on the coaching.
Yeah.
And then you look at the Spitfires, and they've got Neil Henderson, another experienced coach, going down that sideline, pushed out of bounds.
Former GB. Now, I know that Dean Winslow is no longer involved with the Sheffield Giants, but he'd have been proud of the way that defender put himself in the way there. That was a lovely, you're going through me or you're going out moment from the defender. Fantastic play.
It's something you don't see too often in the junior games that I've been watching throughout the years. It's a lot of them will kind of do almost the matador swiping for the flag.
Let me stand to the side and try and grab it on the way past. Yeah. No, I enjoyed that bit of defending. That'll translate well in an adult game. Oh, number 12, we went for it all. Lovely touch pass again, though, just exactly where the defender couldn't get to. I feel for number 12. He's trying to make a big play, get a big momentum swinger, but actually it would have served him better to just get the tackle there.
He was. It's not like, you say like a half a yard away. I don't think he was that far away.
Oh no, not even.
That was millimetres from the ball.
More, he would have tackled him about half yard short of the end zone. But yeah, it was. Defender's just caught a little flat-footed there for the Giants. She's in the right position. She's just got a bit flat on her feet, and that's meant she's not able to move straight away. Lovely drive though from the Leicester Huntsmen again. But no, number 12 for the Giants defence. I'm enjoying his passion and I'm enjoying that aggressive play. But that's something maybe you can just adapt and learn a little bit. Something it's okay to have a completion on your side and just get the tackle.
It's the ball hawk mentality sometimes. He saw that one, he went for it.
Oh yeah, and his head, he's envisioning the one-handed pick where he sprints down the sideline. Lovely completion again though. Very unorthodox throwing method, I must say, from number 18. I'm not going to assume the names in the back of their shirts are correct just because I've played in teams for years where we've had to borrow shirts and lend shirts. So I don't want to assume that their names are indeed theirs on the back. I'm checking my list now actually. Oh yeah, no, Wincott, the QB. Very unorthodox sidearm throw there, but he did a nice job getting it out under pressure.
Just going to slow proper feed for this one. So it's rolling out to the right now.
Lovely movement again.
Flag's been thrown.
Oh
That's
my
the first one I've
goodness.
seen.
I'm going to watch myself as a comment on that flag. If they call pass interference here, I think we may as well just play without a defence in the field.
I think that's the first flag they've thrown this game.
There's been a lot of flags today thrown for shielding, which is not something I've actually seen. Oh my goodness, they're giving it as illegal contact as opposed to pass interference. That is a baffling call. I mean, maybe when I watch it back I'll feel that they've absolutely nailed it, but even if it's true I'll probably deny it. Oh, but he just signalled the... Oh yeah, he's giving them the 10 yards. Shut up, Alan. Oh. Again, bunch formation. It's... Oh, there it is this time though.
Top this time.
Oh, he's overthrown it. Oh no. The coach shows some cojones and comes back to the exact same play, and the quarterback overcooks it. Oh, that's a gutter. From a defensive point of view, you've got to be embarrassed to having the same route run against you twice and not recognising it the second time.
I mean, he was close to catching him on both times. He's just out of reach on the first one. That's the one they called the penalty on.
Yeah.
And
but it's good to see them stretch the field a bit, and that's what can happen when you start throwing them a bit deeper. More penalties can come out.
Rolling back out to that right, same receiver.
Lovely. You know, I'm really enjoying Wincott. He's so calm under pressure. That blitz is not really phasing him. Yeah, he's having to move, but he's taller than the blitz, so he can throw over it, and he's getting nice lateral movement. He's doing a good job. I actually wonder, it reminds me like that way where you could do with having a handoff to him so that he could run as well as he goes out there. That double threat would open more up for him. I don't know how much that there is in the youth game, but I know it's something that I've seen Joe Cottrell, Charlie Williams, Nicky Farrell in the adult game have a lot of success. That ball has hit the ground, I'm afraid, folks.
I think they've actually given him the catch on this one.
No, I think our black cap in the left there seems to have called it correctly. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, that's definitely movement forward.
That is forward movement, wow. I want these refs for my games, tell you. Actually, that's not true. But I'm very impressed with both of these teams, actually. They're showing some real composure.
So just to put you on the spot there with the referees.
Oh God, yeah, go for it.
Are we preferring BAFA referees to come in and have the completely unbiased swing that you may have from some teams, or?
So it's very interesting. This season, we've seen a few instances in the adult league where the players refereeing other players from other teams has really been an issue, because you play, particularly in Prem, you're playing each other twice a season. The games are high level, they're high paced, they're fast, and feelings can get hurt. I think people need to do a better job of just checking out of, right, okay, like as much as I'm an absolute moany person in the field, I'm quite good at once the game is done, 5 minutes, let me go breathe, and I'll come back and I'll shake your hand and joke with you. Referees need to do the same during the season. I would rather have experienced flag players refereeing these games than the current BAFTA officials, because with all due respect to BAFTA officials, about 90% at least of their calendar is going to be adult contact football. And these guys, this season, I've had to referee 2 different contact football games this year. There's not enough officials out there in the country, and I'm really treading carefully before I get my backside slapped by BAFTA, but the refs have been overstretched as it is this season. So to expect them to have kept up with the changes in flag and the developments and the nuances of the game, and come out here and referee the most important fixtures of the season is a big ask. I'm a big fan of what they're doing in the adult pitches just now, where it's a head ref from Bafra. Nice completion up the sideline there. A head ref from Bafra, but then sidelines are coming from experienced teams.
I think that's probably the better option at the moment.
Because then you've got that flag nuance, as you'll understand, and you've also got the impartiality of a Bafra, or what should be impartiality of a Bafra ref.
So I think you're keeping your Bafra registration, keeping going this season too.
It's really, to be fair though, having referees in contact games this season, I do feel for them. You cannot do right for doing wrong, and there will always be half of the people annoyed at whatever decision you make. Like, I do not envy them their position. Nobody wants to do the role, but you are doing it, so you need to do it better. I think it's kind of where we're at. If we want to be taken seriously as a sport, we need to start getting refereeing done. But I don't know. Hopefully at some point we'll have a flag-only refereeing course, because I know many players that would volunteer to be Bafra refs if it was for flag-only. Like, I'm quite comfortable. I coached contact for a long time and played it for a long time, so I'm fine getting a contact game to referee. Other flag players might not be. So we need to get two different divisions of referees.
Straight out that middle there for the
I'm just
so opening player for that opening player for that drive.
I'm so impressed with the Leicester Huntsmen QB. She is doing just a lovely job of just putting it in the biggest space, making it uncatchable for the defender. She's really doing a nice job.
So about the rustling papers, I was trying to unfold it.
Find the name.
The mountain of paper that I've got. I think 3 of these pages that I've got are actually Sheffield Giants players.
Wow, big squad. I wonder if I've managed to tiptoe around that question enough to not get in trouble with Bafra later today. Realising that they'll be refereeing my quarterfinals and my semi-finals if we make it later on.
But no, I fully agree that you need one half of the impartiality to come from Bafra, from Bafra, sorry, and then the other part of the intricacies of all the different rules that may be slightly different.
And there's little things like as you play through the season, there's new plays and concepts and a lot of new stuff. Like Smoke do this thing where they hand it off when they're running sideways and they hand it back. And if Bafra refs don't know that that's going to happen, they're going to miss it and maybe call something egregiously wrong. Whereas if you've got that player there that's seen it and go, right, one of the things we need to watch for with this team is, and then just talk it through, I think it's very valuable. And like, it's not, I'm not putting all the blame in Bafra. The system doesn't currently work, but there's just not enough players willing to transfer into being an official. And I think the great thing, that's unlucky. The great thing with flag is you can play till a long age. Like Jimmy Thompson's 61 for the Broncos, still playing at a level that he deserves to play. So it's tricky, because where normal football you just naturally get processed out because you're not fast enough anymore. Flag's not the same. So it's difficult. Don't have the answer for you.
I mean, covering some of the juniors, gone straight down the middle over the top of that one.
Oh my goodness.
So close to bringing that one in.
You know, I'm gutted for number 30 there for the Giants, because I really thought they were going to pull that pick in. They deserved the pick, but I got to give it to number 17. When he realised that wasn't being picked, he immediately became an absolute ball hawk there, trying to pull it in. So that's player is Pugh, number 30 for the Giants. So he really should have pulled that in for the pick. I mean, it's irrelevant. It's been a turnover and downs either way, but God, that'd been a good one to add to the stat sheet in a quarter-final.
I mean, it was one of those ones where, as you see it coming down, it's only that receivers made like 4 or 5 attempts on that one.
Yeah.
And it's just that one little bit again that just needs bringing in. Going to that right-hand side.
Oh no. Oh, you never like to see a fumbling flag. Completion first though. But yeah, very impressed with the Sheffield Giants, the progress they've made here. Leicester Huntsmen are definitely showing themselves to be a slightly higher quality, but the Giants are still in it. I don't believe the score's that far apart.
Big bat down there, that blitzer.
It would be great to see us getting a youth GB set up on the go, so that these young people have got something higher up to aim for. as well. Like, I think sometimes you're a great player, but you're stuck in maybe a squad that isn't at this level. I'm quite sure there are teams here today who have that star player in their ranks, and those guys usually get a chance to go to a GB programme and take that knowledge back. But at the moment we don't have our youth GB, I don't believe anyway. It'd be great to see it coming through at some point, because we've got some great talent.
I mean, they do have, I think there was the recent European Championships that were held in Italy for the junior and youth flag systems, and it would have been great to see the GB AGB team going to that one.
Yeah.
Just to see how, I mean, we haven't had a GB team in the under 14, 17s for quite a long time. I'm not too sure on the exact date. But
No, it has been a while. Like, when I used to be in charge of the leagues and try to organise things, I was pushing at the time Clive Dobbin. Clive Dobbin was in charge at some point back then, and he was just blocking me at the time. But I think there's even more and more evidence that we've got the numbers, we've got the talent. It's time to start pushing our youth system. And maybe that's a selfish thing, because at GB, at the adult level, I'd love to have kids that had actually some GB experience coming in, so that they weren't going to every international tournament with their first game being their very first taste of it. It'd be a great experience for them. It just helps with that composure side of things as well. Probably help parents identify, like, because the thing is, kids have got access to so many sports. Probably the kids that are good at flag are probably good at other sports as well. But if they could make a GB team for one of them, then maybe the parent would be like, oh, well, let's keep nudging them this way. Let's maybe put a bit more focus in it. Whereas at the moment, we don't have that option. So if other sports do, they might end up getting pushed that way.
So just having a quick look at the score, pull up the YouTube stream on this one. Currently 20-0 to the Huntsmen. And we have one comment. Well, there's been a few comments on this one. Somebody going by the username Sensei Robbie, just with a comment, wouldn't expect any less from Mr. Young on the penalties.
Yeah, I don't know who Sensei Robbie is, but I am quite critical of referees. I find it's the inconsistency that gets me. It's the, we're not going to flag it here, we're going to wait till later on, and then, we'll flag this one. I just like consistency. And to be fair, we are getting consistency from these officials. Just maybe a few missed calls. Don't think they're game changing either in any way. Is that the only comment? Sensei Robbie criticising me, criticising referees.
It could be one of those ones when the name comes through later on, you're sitting there going, yeah, I definitely
just look at their face later on and go, you're poking some fun.
So the Giants will be looking to make some slight adjustments on their defence so far. It's been, I mean, the offence, they've had a little bit of chance working their way downfield, but then some last minute calls that they've made haven't really worked in their favour.
I think the Giants' main issue they've had is that when they're throwing short, they're completing passes, they're kind of 0 to 5 yard passes are all being completed, but the receivers are immediately taking a step back to try and get round the defender, so your 5 becomes 4, and you can't keep the chains moving at that stage. You know, you need 20 yards. You start first and 20. You need those 20 yards to get there, and 4 yards of play is not going to do it. And then the problem they've got when they're going deep, there are players open, but the quarterback's maybe just half a yard off, or the coverage has just been good enough. So it's interesting that everything seems to be short or quite deep for the Giants. There's nothing in the middle of the field, and I would expect it a bit more, because the Leicester Huntsmen have come out in a 3-1 defence with a blitzer, so there's definitely going to be gaps up the sidelines that could be hit quite quickly.
But for some reason, you know, when you said like they've got that 3-1 defence, it's working very well because the Giants aren't going long, and they've just managed to cover them up completely.
Yeah, no, that I'm not criticising. The defence is the exact defence they seem to need for this situation.
But that's what I'm saying. There's no adjustments that have really been made. Hopefully, they've had a few chats in the half-time break, and sort of let's see if we can work 2 down the sideline and make that safety pick.
And the receiver there's done what a lot of receivers do. They've caught it and immediately taken that half step back to see if they can go round, where it'd be better just taking what they've got, going through the gap, and just hoping that somebody misses a tackle.
We all know that one missed tackle can lead to a big, massive gain.
Particularly in a 3-1 defence, you've only got one safety that can probably catch you at that point, so one missed tackle could be huge, as you say. Oh, it's a nice completion shot, but number 16 for the Giants has his hand up in the air because he is unmarked there. And the boy, we know the Giants quarterback Wincott has the arm for it. Number 16 is Pickering. So Pickering was unmarked up the sideline. It'll be interesting to see if the Leicester Huntsmen make an adjustment to that.
And then as looking at it from the QB's point of view, it's sometimes a confidence thing. I mean, one of the times we did see him go deep, he was picked off halfway and ran back. And now as a QB, you're looking at it going, part of your mind's going, throw it, he's wide open. The other part of your mind's going, remember what happened last time.
No, it's an excellent point. Your confidence does get rocked. Oh, another nice. Oh, I know. I feel like I've niced him there. Said nice completion. He drops it. But another good job of the quarterback, finding time and just dumping it off. But no, I get that. Sometimes your confidence goes and it's just better to take the easy throw. Sometimes you've just been told the order of your reads and you've got to that one first. Other times, as you say, just a lack of confidence. And I would understand why you got a lack of confidence. There are 6 Sheffield Giants in the field at the moment. Now there is only 5.
So just looking at the Huntsman QB, who's had a great day as he drills that one out to the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's a lovely pass by him there. Oh, there's nothing in that. There's absolutely nothing in it. It's just 2 people bumping into each other at the end of the play.
It's Noble for the Huntsman QB.
Noble. And that's why I'm not going with the names in the back of the shirt.
Yeah, I was just looking through the roster sheet. The name on the back of the shirt doesn't even match the roster sheet. So yeah, there may be some borrowed jerseys. And
yeah, but no, they are having a good game. Number 46 QB for the Leicester Huntsmen. Some nice placement. And actually, from this half, we'll have a slightly better view of the technique. Not bad.
It's that right hand side.
And that foot's out of bounds. Is he spotting out of bounds? No, he's going all the way down. We're ignoring the fact that he stepped out of bounds just inside the 10. And we're spotting it to the 1. Fair enough.
I'm not too sure on the sidestep that the receiver tried to make as he tries to juke, but there was no one actually in front of him.
Yeah.
And I think that may have been the one that was unnoticed out of bounds.
Yeah, he definitely, and I know exactly what you mean, he didn't need to do it. Like, there was no need for a hip flick or a step there, but he did put his foot just on the other side of the cone. But again, sometimes these cones get moved throughout games. Oh, that is a fantastic completion. It looks so simple, but it's excellent. Perfect timing. Even Neil Weimer's in for the slightly failed high five, but we'll give it to Neil, he deserves it.
So I think that takes it to 26-0.
Is that not what you said their average points were for the season per game?
Yeah, I think it was round about there.
So let's find out if this is an above average performance for the Leicester Huntsmen. Again, this isolation bunch formation, it's been very effective for them.
So I am getting some sneaky stats from the coaching side.
You got a stats guy over there.
I do. He's one of the. If I can actually get the message up, he's actually one of the Huntsman coaches.
Oh, nice! Right from the source.
Apparently, that was. I think that was the receiver just got that one. Then that was his 100th touchdown.
100th touchdown. Oh, it's dangerous. That is a great job by number 16 again there. Pickering, I believe his surname is. He became defender there and stopped that being an interception. You should be buying him a milkshake on the way home, I think, for that one.
Yeah, so 100 touchdowns and...
Very impressive for a season. That's very impressive.
As a Huntsman.
Oh, as a Huntsman, so it might not just be the season.
So yeah, I'm guessing it's spread out over a couple of seasons.
Still impressive though, even if it's over 3 seasons. Oh! Still over 3 seasons. 33 touchdowns or more a season is very impressive. That's the worst case scenario.
And you got to think he's only under 14s now.
Yeah.
He's got another couple of years with the under 17s as well, that maybe even to extend it even further. And then if we do see a return of the Huntsman senior team as well, just to continue that one.
That's one of the things, like I'd love to know where all the Huntsmen go, because they've such success at the under 14s, now they've picked up the under 17s. It'd be good to see them become adult Huntsmen. Oh, little empty-handed pump fake there after the handoff. Nicely done. Anybody that does a pump fake, I'm a huge fan of. There's something just wonderfully satisfying about watching a defender fall for it and just think you've actually still got the ball.
I mean, I think that was the Scottish League's Senior League, one of the top 10 things from the HNC show, with one of the greatest pump fakes I've ever actually seen. Wide open Giants receiver in the middle, cuts it back, tries to reach out for that first down. He's been marked about 2 yards short.
Yeah, good attempt there, but another turnover for the Giants. They're just not. I believe the only first down they've had in the game so far has come off of a penalty. It's not been their day. And defensively, they've went from having too many people in the field to having 1-2 left, too few. Oh, no, there's our fifth.
I mean, you go with the average, it'll work out. So the receiver with 100 touchdowns is number 17. We'll try and dig out his name now, but so that's 100 touchdowns across his time as the Huntsman.
Don't know if that's their name or if they are just.
As we both do the same thing, try and dig through the paperwork.
I've only got the Giants roster in my hand, so I'm of no use here.
Taylor.
I assume from this back that's either a first name in the back of his shirt or he's just a huge Frozen fan. Who knows?
Maybe a bit of both.
Maybe. So I think the Giants are now taking this opportunity to maybe rotate some of their backups in. New blitzer. I wonder how long it'll be until the Huntsmen do the same.
So sticking with that bunch.
Oh, that's one of the first really wildly inaccurate passes we've seen today from the Leicester Huntsmen. I'm a big fan of like fakes and things like that. It's very satisfying when you can catch a defence off, and it takes reps and timing and work to get those to be slick enough that the defence won't see it.
So bunch in the middle, one on the right hand side. They've actually started to cover these wide receivers now.
Yeah,
so
the problem is now number 17 is pretty much unmarked in the slot. And actually, and this is where maybe that a little bit of maturity from a receiver there, and maybe the coach needs to give a better, because 17 is unmarked from tight end. He comes out to do what is clearly a 5 and out to the sideline. But you've got to recognise when you're sitting about halfway to the sideline and you're unmarked, why am I running into the defender who's standing out there? Why am I not just sitting in the space for my quarterback, making their life easier? And it's something that we see with kids who come up to the adult level who have got tons of speed, but they don't have that understanding of what they're actually doing. They've just been told to run it. So right there, just sit in the space, but he's continued out to the receiver, number 17 again. And that is an outstanding grab. Well, you can't teach height.
No. But I mean, as the ball was thrown up there, you look around going, it's 3 Giants defenders, 1 Huntsman receiver.
Yeah.
But he still managed to bring that one down.
We probably should be standing criticising the decision making from the quarterback, but instead we're complimenting the reception. Lovely job. He didn't even need to jump. Stood and let it come down to him.
It's one that I've seen many times as a coach and as a QB. When as you've released the ball, you're sitting there going, "This is the worst decision I've made this game." The receiver brings it down, and you just walk over to the side and go, "Did you see that? That's what I meant."
That's what we planned. To be fair, Julian Holborn-White of the Glasgow Hornets has been making me look like I know what I'm doing for about the last 5 years, so appreciate it. He's always open, even if he's got 2 people underneath him. He'll like me saying that because he always tells us that he's open.
Every receiver's always open.
Yeah.
So one of the Giants players, I think, in that extra point, may have just taken a slight knock to the head.
Well, if other people are following the 2 live streams today, there have been some fantastic matches already. I don't actually think it will matter what field you get, you're going to have some good matches today. Whether it be the kids' leagues with the U14 and the U17 or the adult tournament that's going on as well. Some of the games in that wild card round of the adult, I'll be up front, I was quite critical of it. I felt like there was a devaluation of the league placement by having 12 teams come to finals. But there is that exciting element of that knockout football for an extra 4 teams, and 2 of them have caused upsets by the statistics of things. So I've been silenced in my criticism in that front. I do still think it has devalued the league placings, because you could just mosey on through like Rebels have done, not having the greatest season, and then just turn up with your full squad on finals day. But fair play to them, they knocked off the Titans today, avenging a loss from during the regular season.
I mean, so I was walking around near that pitch while I was waiting for these ones and looking at the score, and every time I walked past, the Titans seemed to be doing well.
No, they were doing great.
And I was like, okay, and then as you can see, the handshakes at the end, you're sitting there going, the Titans look a bit downbeat. I'm not too sure why, and then happened to find out the score and find out.
Well, that's because they ran into Calvin Tarleton. The problem is, though, Calvin's so intelligent in QB. He's one of the best QBs I've ever seen or had the privilege of coaching. He's so clever. He understands, and the thing is, if you don't disguise your defence, or if you sit in the same defence for the whole game, which I'm not saying that's what the Titans did there, but it was the same bit in the middle he was hitting. And if they have filmed it and they watch it back, they'll be frustrated to watch Calvin Tarleton hit in the middle of that field with a quick post over and over again. It's the soft part of a 2-2. You need to do something, change it, run a bit of invert, just something to mix it up. So the Titans played very well in the first half, but in the second half they were shut out by the Rebels, and the Rebels had a great deal of success. That Rebels squad is absolutely stacked as well, though. It's Kenny Bello. I mean, the years are going up, but the talent's still high. And Jeremy's fantastic. But I'll turn my attention back to our wonderful Huntsmen versus Giants game.
So the Giants player has managed to stand up and walk off the field. He seems okay, get a little bit of a treatment on the sideline now.
A little shake. Hopefully he's okay. And it just looks effortless. Absolutely effortless.
I mean, you said about that middle gap, and that's the one he's hit as his receivers come across from the left-hand side, hit that middle bit.
And that's it, the Giants have sat in this 2-2 the whole game, and I get it, that's your base defence, that's what you're going to do, it's what you're best at, but you're right there again, just slotting in between, and unfortunately that gap's normally covered up by the blitzer, but they are giving their young blitzer some experience here, and he's just not tall enough yet to actually cover anything up. Wow, even I fell for that fake, I was still watching the quarterback.
Sticking with that running game so far, and it's keeping him out to that left-hand side. Picking up about a yard, if that.
Have a feeling they might have faked out the camera crew as well there. They are sticking with the running game. They are having some decent success with it, but not enough to stay ahead. Like, for example, there, that's a 2-yard gain. Now you've got 3 downs and you still need 18 yards. And we've got another handoff, and it's another about a 4-yard gain this time. So you're sneaking up the field. But now you've got 2 downs to go, but you're still, 14 yards away? So it's that every time you have a shot completion like that, your average yards per play required to get a conversion is going up. So we've went from needing just under 5 yards a play to get the 5 yards a play to get the conversion to up to 6. Now we're at 7 yards a play for the conversion for the next 2 plays. And unfortunately, the Giants have not been good at deep.
Flag across that middle there.
Oh, thrown in from the sideline. Now we're going to be 4th and a half, unless this penalty has something to say about it. My other criticism of a lot of refereeing crews is I love hand signals. Love a good hand signal. We need more hand signals so that the commentating crew actually know what they're discussing or what the potential penalty is. Lee Taylor.
See, I mean, I've covering a lot of these ones. You do kind of have to guess what a lot of the calls were.
So this is where some of my frustration comes from. Neil Henderson's asking for the score. Neil, just watch the live stream like everybody else. Be fine.
Let me just pull up the live score and I can actually find out. The current score is 26-0.
So again though, that was called for a false start. That needs to be called immediately. Stop the play. Oh, the receiver's not looked. Oh, he's not looked, and he's looking around as if it's not his fault, but I'm sorry, 16. It is your fault. You're going to look for your quarterback. Help him out off the line. They've put their trust in you. He's slung it in there quick. Take it. Oh, very frustrating to watch. And that brings up 4th down and 20 to go after the 5-yard penalty for a false start. But just little things. Referees, if false start stops, it can't be declined. Nothing can happen. So just blow it dead. Save the players from running. Prevent potential injuries that are meaningless.
Got 2 on that left-hand side open, but he's gone to that right-hand side and kind of. I'm not too sure if he's going for the front guy or the back guy, but either way, it's hit that middle ground.
And while I've complimented his ability to roll out the whole game, and he's had some nice completions, he does seem to have a limitation to the distance he can throw it when he's on the run. And unfortunately, you're 4th and 20. You need a big completion or somebody to do something special with the ball after the catch. So again, Sheffield Giants in a 2-2, but now the back safety on the weak side is starting to shade a bit further out.
Sticking with that run game now.
Oh, number 33 there took a bad angle in that tackle, and rather than try and adjust it and burst his hump back upfield, he just kind of accepted he was beaten and left it for his safety. A little more hustle, number 33. I shouldn't be too critical of the young people, to be fair. And again, I do think this is now a backup squad that's on for the Giants to get them experience.
I mean, the Huntsmen seem to be sticking with their first team. Maybe a few little changes here and there.
Yeah. I don't knock them that either, because they are now going to play more meaningful games. So you maybe don't want your receivers and your quarterback off for, there's going to be an hour and 15 at least, assuming that all the games go to schedule.
I've heard about these on-time things.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only Bath event I've ever seen run on time, I ran, so humble brag. Good luck to Kyle today, but we started half an hour late, so things don't look good in that front. Oh, dangerous throw. Couple of, like, they're doing very well, the Huntsmen, but the quarterback has slipped into a few bad habits this half.
So, I mean, it's one of those things that as a commentator, a coach, or somebody on the sideline.
2-minute warning, I think, there.
Yeah, I was trying to work if he was actually calling a penalty on that one.
No,
I
no.
didn't see anything.
I think the player's yellow boots made me think there was a flag in the field, but no. So no, I totally understand the decision for Neil not to take the starters off, and they don't seem to have as big a roster as the Giants here today either. Lovely completion. But we did this a couple of seasons ago. We had a first game in the day. We thrashed the Dunfermline Kings. It was very one-sided. I took the second half off, so did all the starting receivers, and then we started the Broncos game about an hour and a half later, very cold, and it took a whole half to get going. So I understand Neil's decision to try and keep them in and keep things flowing.
Straight down that middle there,
yep, right into the gap. Past one. Two leaves, and that looks like a touchdown. And the referee has signalled touchdown. Would have been good if the referee had been up with the play there, but I think he's made the right decision either way.
Yeah, I think he was definitely in on that one. So I think that takes it to 32 now. I'm not 100% sure on that one. 32 or 33, depending on the extra points.
So I suppose this is again. I wonder if we could have had an adult flag player, maybe being the field judge or something here, just to provide you that fourth official downfield, because we've only got 3 refs, so they're trying to cover the line, the blitz, the head. So there's nobody downfield, so these guys are having to run downfield. It would just be easier to have a field judge there. But I do think it's the right decision that's been made, but it could have been a lot easier decision if we'd had a field judge.
It's always the worst thing when you're on a shorter refereeing coup.
Yeah. I think there's a bit, Bafra seem at times a little unwilling to accept help. Like the Crows Oilcats game that was on before this one, there were only 2 officials turned up because the London Smoke didn't bother to appear for the refereeing duties. So the 2 Bafra refs said that they would just do it themselves. It's like, no, we've got loads of players here that are experienced, they could step in. And there was apparently, from what I've been told, a bit of an argument about getting them to take 2 players, because there's 2 Div 1 players that are here today. Why, so they're not? So I'm literally saying the wrong thing. There's 2 players who are down to support a friend in tomorrow's Div 1, John Guthrie and Stuart Anderson, both involved with the Dunfermline Kings, both excellent knowledge of the game, and they'd have a bit of an argument to be allowed to assist. So I think maybe Barfa do have a bit of they need to be more willing to accept that the flag players know the rules as well as they do, if not better.
I would normally say, I'm not employed by BAFA, so I can say, I normally say that the players will know the rules better than the referees when they're brought in, normally being kitted ones. They've called the game on that one.
Oh, there we go.
So there is the final black whistle for this one. The Huntsmen have walked away with a resounding victory. And
yeah, Neil Weimer can be happy with that. That was pretty professional looking. A couple of things to fix though. Like despite a shutout, there's still a few things to fix, and that's a nice place as a coach when you've won comfortably, but there's still space to grow.
So yeah, they have walked away with a 33-0 victory. So it's a great start to their day. One of their receivers getting his 100th touchdown of his career.
Lovely start, lovely.
And so I'm not too sure what the next game actually is.
I'm not sure, but I won't be here. I'm off to get myself warmed up for the next 15 minutes to play. But good luck with the rest.
Good luck for that game.
See you later.
And we'll hope to be back on there. I'm going to put it.
And we are back. It's Kirk and James here again, ready for more flag football action. More action. There's been a bit of a change to the schedule for the day, so you will get us up until the plate quarter-final, and then the lovely Jay and Gareth are going to take over from the 1st and 15 South podcast. So
Those last 3 games of the day.
they get all the big boy games. We get to check into our hotel early.
Win.
So we are looking at 2 teams who have made it through the wild card rounds. Going to be interesting. We've got the Glasgow Hornets here in black and yellow, as we promised you earlier, versus the London Rebels. So the London Rebels have come into the wild card round and then managed to get through to this quarter-final.
Yes, it's quarters, yeah.
Oh, is it round of 8?
Round of it.
Round of 8. Sorry, round of 8. And the Hornets finished in such a strong position this year that they have come straight through. Because this is a team, guys, that is definitely one to watch out for. Kirk, tell them why.
They finished first in the Highlands, 16 games on the trot.
We know that the Highlands is one of the toughest divisions in this country. These guys, they face cold weather, torrential rain, fantastic food, but they are hardy chaps. So we know it's going to be a tough game anyway, and a tough div. But to finish completely with undefeated, it's a testament to the team, really. So let's see how the 6-5 London Rebels do against them.
Yeah, London Rebels finished 4th in the Southern Division with a 6-5-0.
As I'm sure you can see currently, the teams are still warming up and getting ready to go. So fingers crossed we'll be underway shortly. In the meantime, we'll once again mention the sponsors of the day: Nuola Custom Sportswear and EP Sports. EP Sports here today and tomorrow for all of your last-minute flag football needs or merchandise. I bought a hat.
What kind of hat is it, James?
It's a Denver Broncos new era cap. It's pretty swanky.
It is nice.
It's pretty swanky.
You can wear it anywhere.
Wear it to a wedding. So, once again, these teams, one giant step closer to holding that shiny, shiny pillar box trophy that is the NFFL National Championship Trophy.
We had a look in the break, didn't we, James? Look real swanky. Real swanky.
Look particularly good on a shelf in my house, I'll tell you that.
Maybe tomorrow we can make that happen.
Maybe. Is one of these teams on their way to be the Natty champs?
I mean, I'd put Hornets up there with a definite chance.
I think so too. I think if the Hornet season is anything to go off, they are going to be a hard team to stop today. The question is, are the other big boys in this tournament, the Cougars, the Hurricanes, are we potentially, or the Smoke?
Yeah.
Is one of those able to stop this? The question will be, will a Hurricane, a Cougar, or Smoke kill a Hornet in the wild?
It's a great question. And it's one we may even discuss on our other podcast, James.
Would a panther kill a raccoon in the wild? That's
Absolutely.
correct.
Both teams warming up. Hornets have every player on the field right now.
Yep. Some wildcat practice. Now, as a team that also trains in black, Kirk, how are they managing to do drills without wearing bibs? Because
I honestly don't know.
our quarterback and our head coach both seem to have an issue with it. Sorry.
We've got a smaller Rebels team here. Hornets quite gifted in numbers, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they've brought 10, possibly 11 players with them today. More than enough, especially with their skill level. It's a risky game to play sometimes, because when you're when you're 10, 11 players, you're potentially looking at an injury here or there, especially on a long day like today where they could be playing another 3 or 4 games.
Yep, not as Rusty Rebels. The Rebels only have 8. 8 or 9.
That is true. The Rebels over at the far end of the pitch, as you're seeing it in white and red, definitely thinner on the ground. So it'll be interesting for us to see how they stack up against each other. The undefeated Glasgow Hornets against the fourth place London Rebels.
I mean, some of these Hornets results, James, 55-6 against the Renfrewshire Raptors.
Convincing isn't even the right word, is it?
No, not at all. 39-13 against the Dunfermline Kings. 62-24 against the Wigan Bandits. They beat their own affiliate team 55-0, the Killer Bees.
Well, that's always going to be a challenge when you've affiliated a second squad. You've brought them up. They've got their way to the Prem in their own rights as well, because no one just walks into the Prem these days. But when you've got 2 teams that probably train with each other and work together quite well, it's always a challenge. But 55-0, that's a convincing score.
And 55 being their high score this season twice. So let's see if they can break that against the Rebels today.
It'd be interesting to see. Across the grounds, we've got a few youth games warming up, getting ready to start, including what looks to be the South Coast Spitfires. We've got the Coventry Cougars playing the Cardiff Hurricanes over on pitch 1, which is certainly an interesting match. We also appear to have the Grangemouth Broncos playing Manchester Titans. And the London Smoke, I believe,
They're the Crows.
Are they the Crows?
I think so.
Yeah, that's correct. London Smoke are currently playing the Crows. So we've got some high-profile games all around the ground at the minute.
And let's not forget, James, as well, that teams like the Crows that have just had a convincing win, they're all warmed up, ready to go. The Smoke obviously hadn't played yet. We're waiting for their chance. Are they going to go in hungry, or are they going to go in a bit cold?
Well, this is the question, isn't it? London's a long way away from Manchester. Have they got stiff sitting in the car this morning? Not had a chance to warm up?
Did they come yesterday?
Will the first or second round bye potentially be the undoing of some of these teams?
It could be.
Let's see how Glasgow fare against London to give us that answer.
I mean, we heard the previous commentators talking about getting cold in between games, taking a second half off, taking a whole half to warm up. This could be one of these teams today.
We have number 20, Dave McAnally, and number 7, Nicky Farrell from the Hornets, making their way into the coin toss.
Along with number 10, Calvin Tarleton of the London Rebels.
There may have been some slight changes to the reffing crews throughout the day, so look for some familiar and some less familiar faces.
Wish I had their names, James, to commend them for their hand signals earlier.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've got a couple of Aberdeen Oilcats potentially joining the reffing crew today.
Yep.
It appears that the Rebels will be on offense first, and they will be driving towards us, hoping for lots of action in both end zones.
Particularly the one we've got a really good view of, James.
Definitely. Number 97, Jason Miles, lining up in blitz for Glasgow. Number 85, Kenny Bello at centre for the London Rebels. Number 10, Calvin Tarleton at quarterback. Let's get ready to rock.
And we're off. Quick ball for the Rebels. I think to number 12, Luke Hegney.
We're once again using the best rosters we have available. We apologise for any mispronunciation or missing calls / numbers.
Kenny Bello in centre here.
Oh, interception, number 47, Andy Gibson.
Lovely grab there.
Second play. Is this a sign of things to come, Kirk?
Who knows? Who knows? Rebels, it was a great ball.
It was a fantastic ball.
Heading definitely in the right direction, just Gibson got there first.
Gibson kind of came out of nowhere, if you ask me. It was very impressive. Number 7, Nicky Farrell, for a quarterback for
Let's see the first line of this Glasgow offense, and
incomplete. Intended for number 23, Julian Holborn-White.
Well covered by Rebels defense there.
The roster says Julian Holborn-White has a nickname in brackets, which is Jules. So we'll call him Jules for the rest of the game.
23 Jules. If you're just joining us, you'll notice that a lot of the players are wearing black armbands. This obviously is to remember the Queen.
Oh, incomplete. Intended for number 85, Cammy Wilson, who has an absolutely fantastic moustache, if I do say so, Kate.
He does indeed.
If at some point the cameraman could zoom in on that moustache, I think we'd all like to see it.
He's also got disco written on the back of his shirt, which just adds to it, if you ask me.
Yeah, that is a disco moustache. Some celebration over on the youth team pitch.
Farrell in space. Telling people to go, he decides to run himself.
Referee confusion. Explaining the rules to the ref.
Farrell getting a bit heated there.
It's understandable.
Allowing the Oilcat referee to explain the rule. Glasgow is saying there is an option play, therefore they could run.
Frustrating. Frustrating when you're on. If you ask me, the rule is carry on playing and then argue with the ref afterwards.
I think so.
See. Some further discussion.
Good thumbs up from Farrell there, so I think it is, or
I think it has been classed as a repeat down.
Yep.
Due to the confusion.
All in agreement. We carry on as normal. Oh, great tip.
Intercepted. Intercepted by number 8, who we do not have a name for on our roster. If somebody wants to message in, they can do.
2 interceptions both ways here, James. 1 each.
Can't help but think, was that interception a result of the confusion of the previous play? As we know, rhythm is a big factor.
Absolutely. It was a great tip, followed by a great hungry catch there. Out wide, incomplete. So number 81 there. Calvin Tutton's eyes lit up at that play there as he was wide open on that left side. Push ball in the centre, but bit of confusion there in the offense. Both players went the other way.
This looks to be an extremely close game. Maybe both teams potentially struggling to find a rhythm in the early stages.
Kenny Bello and Jemmy Mesley in there, just not quite linking up with the number 10 Calvin Talton. Rebels now going trips on one side. Out wide to Luke Hegney, completed.
The Rebels are certainly on the door.
And they want in, James. They want in.
Knock, knock, knock. Welcome to Glasgow.
It looks to me like they're inside the no run.
And it's 4th down. Plenty to be said for
Fourth.
Glasgow's defence, considering that they are managing to hold such a short field. No touchdown. Turnover on downs.
Ruled short. Oh, and a drop. A drop from Cammy Wilson.
Still has a fantastic moustache though.
Fantastic mustache. Didn't help in that instance though.
The three of us up here on the gantry are all bearded men. However, some of us would envy a moustache like that.
Deep ball up top.
Oof.
Number 8 Miller
Unfortunate.
there.
Ewan Miller.
That's a few throws in a row, James. It hasn't gone their way.
Interesting to see. Possibly down to this first round bye, giving them less time to feel comfortable with the ball.
And off he goes again.
Nicky Farrell showing that this
Another option
QB
play.
can run. Very interesting. Very interesting.
That's twice they've pushed their receivers really far up top, James. Letting Farrell have that space to make some space up.
It's 4th down, but it's very short. One can't help but wonder if there's going to be a similar play to come.
Just a yard or two here they need.
Lateral snap.
Yep. Oh, and he's avoided. Number 10 is away.
Wow.
Richie Moore for the touchdown.
Richie Moore for a touchdown. Fantastic.
Avoided 2 players there.
That is prime centering.
Great acceleration from Richie Moore.
I think the confusion from number 8 of the Rebels due to the lateral snap.
Yeah, lateral snap, so it did it.
I think the Rebels have just learned that these Hornets are a tricky bunch. One might say they have a sting in their tail.
We were hoping to see some creative plays, we said earlier, James, during the previous match we were commentating on, the Crows and the Oilcats, and we just seen one. And Mr. Mustache Disco himself.
Cammy Wilson with the...
I believe it was a 1-point attempt, yep.
That puts the score 7-0.
Rebels will be looking to answer back fairly quickly here. They don't want the Hornets to run away with it at all. All short routes and a completion. Number 12, Luke Hegney.
Unlike the last game, there seems to be a lot more action down the sidelines this time. We saw that the Oilcats were left exposed up the middle
Yep.
quite regularly. a mistake that neither of these teams are likely to recreate. Call by number 81, who we don't have a name for.
I just don't know number 21's name, James. Callum Stoppani.
Okay.
And he's been known to stop a lot. He's had 8 interceptions, 8 pass breakups, 25 tackles. Deserving his name there. Once again to Luke Hegney. It's a name said quite a lot already.
We're seeing number 97, Jason Miles, once again playing that role of a disruptive blitzer. Is this something that we're likely to see as a common theme across the Prem, do we think, Kirk?
I think so.
It seems in the majority of cases now we are looking at blitzers who are almost ignoring quarterbacks' tags.
Although it seems throughout the season, James, that Cameron Shaw has been their main blitzer with 11 sacks, 10 pass breakups, 2 safeties, 15 tackles, and 2 tackles for loss. And caught in the end zone by number 12 once again, Luke Hegney. Just over the top. Although number 12 does have Whiteman on his shirt, because we'll call him White.
We'll call him number 12.
Oh, 81 with the drop.
Incompletion. That is 7-6.
I was just mentioning James Stoppani with another stop there. Callum Stoppani adding to his pass breakup record there.
7-6. With the Glasgow offense stepping back out, hoping to increase that lead.
Out wide.
Mr. Mustache, Cammy Wilson with the catch.
Dual QB situation from Miller to
Cammy Wilson once again.
That's twice Cameron Wilson has caught the ball wide on the sideline and decided to run inside into trouble rather than just turning up the field. Interesting.
Mighty Mustache. Does that equal mighty hips?
Incomplete attempt there. Number 8 sporting a wonderful bucket hat. Love to get his name in the comments. Do let us know who number 8 is. Quarterback for the Rebels. Is he quarterback? No. Blitzer, sorry. Blitzer for the Rebels. Johnny Cuisson.
Oh, incomplete.
It did seem that time that Johnny Cuisson, who we were just talking about, got interrupted by his own player there, impeded by his own player. That time.
Pass intended for Jules.
Great quick tackle by David McInally.
I'd say there's certainly a buzz around the Hornets.
I'd agree. I'd agree.
Some people think that they might go all the way.
Two tight slot receivers here. What a grab.
Completed.
Called as a completion. Stepani disagrees, number 21.
That's a first down for the Rebels by number 12, Luke Hegney.
Could be Luke Hegney, could be something White. Mr. White.
Number 12, Tom Brady.
Rebels opting for a trips position to one side here.
Once again to number 12.
Avoids one.
Tackled by Dave McAnally.
Once again.
Certainly seems to be making a nuisance of himself to the Rebels offense.
Yep. Completion number 85, Kenny Bello.
Kenny Bello, who is wearing a very impressive set of sunglasses.
Lots of talking on the Rebel side here. Choosing the right play. Very close. Once again, knocking on that door. Lofty ball out to the back post.
Incomplete. Incomplete. I would personally agree with that decision from my angle.
Yep, where his feet landed to us. Certainly looked out from where we're stood.
Fourth down. Let's see if the tides are going to turn. Incomplete. Visible frustration from Calvin Tarleton.
A little bit too wide for number 12 there.
The Hornets breathing a sigh of relief, I think.
Good stop by the Hornets there.
Now can their offense capitalize on it? Handed to number 8, Ewan Miller, via shovel pass. Simple play for some reasonable yardage.
It's no wonder a lot of teams that we've seen today have been doing this.
Once again, short shovel pass.
This time to Richie Moore. Richie Moore with 23 touchdowns this season, 9 one-point conversions and 4 two-point conversions. Definitely one to watch out for.
Can't help but feel that this drive, they've taken a slightly more conservative approach to minimise the risk of picks. This is going to be a defence-dominated game, if I do say so, Kirk.
I think so too. Farrell looking for an option. Finds it with Ewan Miller.
First down, signalled.
Good reach from Ewan Miller. His feet were behind the cone, but the ball certainly was ahead. Refs following where that ball is placed.
Number 85, Kenny Bello. Possibly trying to claim there that it was a tackle before, but the referee has given him for reach.
Stacked on the right-hand side here.
Catch by Jules, number 23.
We see a lot of these upper-level teams, James, with these short cross routes, trying to confuse defenses, make some yardage. As you were saying earlier, with these shuffle passes, just trying to get those short yardage, get some gains on them.
Well, it's ground and pound football. That's what it is. It's fantastic to see when a quarterback doesn't have to be relied on to force a ball into a unpleasant area, but instead can rely on his receivers to avoid tackles, to get some yards, and to move the ball.
Handed off to Ewan Miller that time. Gets a few yards.
I might regret this tomorrow, but I would probably even hesitate and say that Div 1 will see some slightly further passes, as it appears the Prem relies slightly more on the ground game.
Yes. Although not for the Oilcats.
True.
Had some fantastic balls earlier on. If you missed that game, find that, rewind it back.
Yep, if you missed our coverage of the Oilcats playing the Manchester Crows, sorry, Kurt was mouthing something irrelevant at me then. The Manchester Crows, then you can wind back to the start of the stream and watch that as well.
Fire with the ball to the middle. Once again, that gap there to number 23, Jules. Julian Holborn-White.
Before the XP attempt, that puts us on 13-6.
Very close game, James.
No one's going to be able to take their foot off the gas on this one, Kirk. Lining up for a 2-point attempt, it seems.
Let's see if we'll pick out Jules again here in the slot position. Nope. Go for the dual QB option to Ewan Miller. Now is all the time in the world. Puts it on back pylon.
And caught by number 10, Richie Moore. Oh, called out of bounds. Called out of bounds, it seems.
Big celebrations from Rebels there.
Unfortunate. Great catch, though. Great catch. Oh,
A few more centimetres on that pylon, James.
score is 13-6.
And here come the Rebels again.
Appears to be some confusion. Ball is set. Oh,
One-hand catch.
by number 12 for the Rebels, possibly Luke Hegney.
Or as Jesse Pinkman would say, Mr. White. We're not sure. Josie says one thing, she says another. Lots of conversation happening here, almost every play. Once again, James, it's nice to see the zebra shirts out. Really good to see on the field.
Yep, it really is. And once again, the community pitching in to ref the sidelines and help out.
As always at a Baffa game day.
Just checking the comments out on the live stream. Anissa J has asked, is the next Crows match going to be streamed? Unfortunately, we can't tell you. It depends on how the games pan out.
They are currently playing the smoke on what would have been a streamed match on pitch number
3.
Pitch 3.
But as we said earlier, due to technical difficulties, there's only one stream.
Unfortunately, I haven't got any updates for you on how the Crows are doing. Deep ball in the middle.
Incomplete. Calvin Tarleton looking for possibly Luke Hegney.
Max Verlin, number 72, did enough there. And he's had 13 interceptions so far this season, James. 14 pass breakups, 1 pick six, and 46 tackles.
Certainly making a name for himself in the Glasgow squad then.
You see why he's a prominent face in this defence. Seems to be a lot of chat before every play on this Rebels side, James.
Is this them feeling the pressure maybe?
Gone for another dual QB option here.
I believe this is the first dual
Deep
QB
ball to
option.
the middle, and Stopani once again has made that stop, and he's intercepted.
Fantastic pick by number 21, Callum Stopani. However, potentially to their detriment slightly, as it looks like they'll be spotted on the 4-yard line rather than the 5.
Stops the play that James stops that play going the other way. Stopani has had 8 interceptions, 8 pass breakups, 25 tackles, and has scored 5 touchdowns himself.
And is joining the offense as well.
Yeah. As he is here now, spotting that ball in centre position. Farrell whispering some last-minute changes. Can't get away from number 8. Manages to avoid. Stopani gets the ball. Off he goes. Avoids 1. Avoids 2.
Tackle made.
On that second attempt, though, James, he almost avoided 3.
Number 85, Kenny Bello, making that tackle. But and that's half-time.
Interesting first half, James.
Very interesting. Much closer
Yes.
than you would expect, given their records for the season.
What if our point comes into this, James, where Rebels have already played a game, nice and warm. Hornets have not.
Possibly some nerves on the Hornets side as well.
Yeah. As you can see here, the sun has started to come out, a bit brighter, bit harder to see those high floating balls.
Yep, potentially deadly to one of these teams. But temperature-wise, it's nice and cool. It's not like we have had previously during the season, where some of us were roasting.
Absolutely. Does a panther roast in the wild? Absolutely, James.
Yes. The black fur doesn't help.
All right, I'm thinking that Hornets have the offense play first drive.
I believe so, yep. Which means the Rebels can come... The Rebels... Sorry, don't know what happened there. The Rebels are going to have to stand firm and keep them out in order to stay in this game. As we mentioned at the start of the game, you will hear our lovely voices for one more game after this, and then we will be replaced by the wonderful Jay and Gareth, who will take you through to this evening's games and beyond.
And beyond. Looking towards those finals, James.
It's certainly going to be a game worth staying on the stream for.
Yeah, we've been talking to a lot of people on the sidelines here during a bit of our break during the youth game just a few minutes ago, and a lot of people are pegging the Smoke to be in this final, James.
Yeah, I think the Smoke are certainly a team that you need to be aware of. They've won these tournaments before. They've won that trophy before, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them there again.
So here we switch sides. Hornets now on offense.
The other firm favourite from the crowd here seems to be the Cardiff Hurricanes, who once again have had an absolutely blinding season and are continuing to perform well.
I can see it in the distance there. They're causing a bit of trouble for the Cougars. Knocking on their door. But here we go. Hornets action. Avoids one. Here goes Jules. Tackle by number 1 with the Rebels.
Possibly running down that sideline, getting a bit confused between the white and the cones.
Yes, he was definitely keeping it tight on that white line there.
He was climbing the ladder when he didn't need to.
He's lined up very far from the wide line there, so I think you're right, James. I think they might have subconsciously looking at that white line instead of the cones. Throwing it away. Good chase by number 8. Cammy Wilson's gone up wide. Once again, Jules has the ball. Great tackle.
Nicky Farrell seems to be finding his rhythm now.
Yes.
Maybe took a couple of drives to get going, but seems a lot more confident under centre now.
But Jabani Cuison, number 8, is absolutely on his tail. Or on his stinger, should I say.
Pass intended for Ewan Miller.
Second down.
That looked like that pass was intended for Julian Holborn-White, or Jules.
Pass broken up by, once again, Jabani Cuison, sorry. Hope I'm pronouncing that okay. Found that in the comments. Thank you very much. Do you ever get that?
His shirt says Ginger Snap.
Cammy Wilson double checking the play there. Double QB, Ewan Miller. Over to number 10, Richie Moore, who gets it to about the 6-yard line.
Now that was a particularly interesting play from what we've seen so far from Glasgow, as in typically when they've gone for a dual QB look, Cammy has stayed in. Sorry, Nicky Farrell has stayed in the backfield, but he started running just like everyone else. Sorry, Cammy Wilson's moustache once again distracted me. Getting my names confused.
They're on the 5-yard line here. I believe it is no run. Stacked on the right, on their right hand side. Looking for Miller. Nope, finds Jules.
Touchdown. That puts the score 19-6 before the XP attempt. Glasgow going for a 1 XP.
Julian Holborn-White has an absolute stack of stats, James. 32 touchdowns this season, 7 one-point conversions, 7 two-point conversions, 2 interceptions, 5 PBUs, 1 pick 6, and a catch for Ewan Miller there, and 10 tackles.
And that is Ewan Miller with the 1 XP, bringing the score 20-6. Score once again is 20-6 to Glasgow.
Quick ball out there to Jeremy Meslian, number 18. On their right-hand side. Tried to turn out of it, but not quite. As we've said all game, James, both teams really adopting that short play format.
Yep, it's very interesting to see. Lots of teams panic and like to try and dump the ball as far and as high as possible to try and give their receivers time. These QBs, they seem to have faith in their players.
Creeping up the field here.
That was a short pass from Calvin Tarleton to Kenny Bello at centre. Kenny Bello seeming to be a bit of a cornerstone in this offence.
Yes.
Getting a lot of time with that ball.
Third down as Rebels edge towards that halfway line.
I believe Kenny Bello's shirt says Mr. Sir on the back.
Mr. Sir. Loving these fun nicknames Rebels have. QB lining up on the side. Does a deep ball that we've been talking about, James.
Incomplete.
Broken up by number 20, David McAnally.
David McAnally showing why he deserves to be on this defence.
He's had 15 pass breakups this season in regular season, James. That's not a shock at all.
He's certainly a force to be reckoned with. As we said in our last game, Kirk, sometimes the best compliment to a defender is to not throw near them. But it appears that David McAnally doesn't get that privilege.
Quick ball out to the left.
That has been marked as a first down for the London Rebels. Oof. Unfortunate there.
Max Verlint stopping that one there.
Incompletion intended for Luke Hegney.
I mean, Max Verlint's only one PBU behind Dave McAnally there. So, also expected.
This Glasgow defence is formidable. As we said a few moments ago in the first half, this is certainly going to be a defence-led game.
You're right, James, and it definitely is. Who can crack the defence first? Ball deep left.
Incomplete. Very nearly picked off by, once again, Max Verlint.
He's had 13 interceptions, leading the team in interceptions there, so...
Certainly not a character that you want to throw a 50-50 ball to.
Absolutely not. Unfortunately, we couldn't find too much information on the Rebels on the regular online formats that we've been using, but we're certainly learning a lot today, James.
Yes, certainly. It seems like a lack of stats doesn't result in a lack of ability. Pat down by number 97, Jason Miles. Once again, proving that disruptive blitz method to cause problems for quarterbacks.
I think we're taking a double blitz here. Putting the pressure on.
Number 47, Andy Gibson, signalling for blitz.
97 goes, Hatton's up, ball down the middle.
Patted down.
Once again, Max Verlint.
He just seems to be all over the air.
He is absolutely everywhere.
He must have wings.
And here come back on the and it's got it, James. Here come back on the offense here are the Hornets. Let's have a look at Nicholas Farrell's stats here. Nicholas Farrell's stats. He's had 87 passing touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns. And here we go with the deep ball here. He's going to add to it.
Oh, Intended for number 85, Cammy Wilson.
Cammy Disco Wilson.
Only 4 rushing touchdowns this season for Nicky Farrell. That is surprising
It is
given the
surprising.
way they're playing today. I would have expected a much higher result given their consistent dual QB setup.
Yes, I thought so. But then again, he's not afraid of playing defense either. He's had 13 interceptions, 2 pass breakups, and 16 tackles.
Seems this Glasgow lot are a versatile bunch.
I think so. She's got to be careful with his interceptions. He's had 13 interceptions against him as well. And he's been sacked 4 times this season. So not too many, but something to look out for.
Nicky Farrell going for the run again.
Went for the run. However, Cammy Wilson was pretty much wide open on that left side there, James.
It can be difficult to see when you've got 5 bodies in a different
Absolutely.
jersey to you.
But I'm pretty sure Wilson's probably going to let him know in that huddle there.
Just short of the first down. Possibly a yard to go. Can Glasgow keep their momentum?
Shove pass.
First down.
Rebels trying to work out this Hornets offense now. Strong press. Can the Hornets get away? Man's open and it's
Cammy
indeed
Wilson
Cammy Disco
with
Wilson.
a grab and a fantastic mustache. And he can jump.
He's had 17 touchdowns this season, 10 one-point conversions and 2 two-point conversions.
I feel like his team might need to get cardboard mustaches.
I think so. Do you reckon this mustache has been an all-season long thing, James? Or do you reckon heard playoffs, a bit like a hockey thing, he heard playoffs were coming and decided not to shave?
He might well have just tensed too hard and it popped out.
Ball over the top. Intercepted by number 21, Rudy Dominic. Great interception in his own end zone there.
That makes the score 26 to 6. 26 to 6.
Long way to climb in this late stage of the game here, James, but it can be done, and they are the Rebels. Rebels have been known for this. Another short ball from number 85, Kenny Bello.
Once again, Kenny Bello showing he is a key member of this offense.
Favourable choice here for number 10.
Pass intended for number 12, Luke Hegney.
Max Verlint once again doing enough.
You just can't take your eyes off Max, can you? If you lose track of where he is, you might as well tie your hands behind your back.
Seen an amazing play on this other pitch here, James. Number 78 for this youth team in red. Ran pretty much the length of the field.
Honestly, today has been a fantastic showcase for this sport at all levels so far. For some people, this is their first real exposure to youth or adult flag, so it's fantastic to see.
Oh, a no-look shuffle pass to number 18, Jeremy Meslian.
And I'm going to do it. I'm going to break the rule. This really should prove to people that this sport deserves to be in the Olympics.
Absolutely. We know NFL are trying hard.
Yeah, 2028 is it that we...
I believe so.
Oh, tipped by Dave McAnally.
Want to emphasise that James said tipped there and nothing else.
And that's a turnover on downs.
You won't believe it, James. On the other pitch again, the rival team did exactly the same thing.
Full length of the field touchdown.
Yeah.
By
I believe it was number
32?
20. Number 20, I believe.
20.
So some recommendation. Right, number 10 just been tackled here. Richie Moore. It's hard not to look at the other games, James, when such good football is happening, even at the youth level. Tight formation here.
Now that's an interesting formation for Glasgow. We've not seen that much today.
No.
Short ball to Cammy Wilson once again. Nicky Farrell really seems to be linking up with him very well. I think that first drop from Cammy at the start of the game has maybe
Inspired him.
put him into high gear.
We noticed it in the last game with the Crows and the Oilcats as well, James. The swarming is great on all of these defenses. We're not seeing many runs get away. QB again, Ewan Miller this time does run. Gets that first down.
First down. Interesting to see this as a bit of a slow burn from Glasgow. We thought this was going to be particularly tight at the start.
Yep.
After the first drive or two, and the game seems to have gone in more and more in their favour as it's progressed.
Let's see what Frouch is to do here. Opted for the deep ball down the middle.
Just short.
Unfortunately, Cam Wilson couldn't quite catch up to it.
Even that moustache couldn't help.
Cameron Wilson hearing our comments there, showing his appreciation.
I might need to go and stroke it after this game. His moustache.
That tight formation again, James. It's worked for them before, and it's worked again.
Callum Stepani on that ball.
Not stopping anything this time, moving it forward. May have caught a finger there or something. But he's happy with his efforts, so he should be.
Seems he subbed in temporarily to allow Cammy Wilson to return to the field. Third down.
Motion play, fake handoff, shuffle pass. That was extremely similar to the Rebels play they did during their last drive.
Interesting to see this game compared to our last. Kirk has a lot more in trick plays and backfield.
Which is what we were hoping for.
Yeah, very much so.
Referees resume play. And there's a short timeout there.
Lateral snap again. Nicky Farrell with the
All
ability to
receivers,
run.
apart from Ewan Miller, have gone deep left. Deep left on your screens, viewers. Hits Ewan Miller. But he has just stepped out on what looks like the 3-yard line.
Flag on the play. It seems interesting to me that Glasgow's tactic a lot of the time with these dual QBs isn't necessarily to allow the run option, but instead to just allow more time.
Cause panic on the Rebels side, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see that they didn't, once that timer had been denied with the dual QB, that the blitzer didn't then try to bite on the quarterback and apply that pressure.
Just give him as much
Instead
time
just
as he
gave
needed.
him time.
Let Miller get into space, hit him on that right side.
Nicky
and Miller got
Farrell
off the
almost goaded him into blitzing.
A lot of talk happening here. Number one, who's labelled Lightning. Trying to work out the situation for the Rebels.
Having a discussion with the referees. It looks like it may have been a contact penalty.
The ball has been placed where
Half the distance to the goal, it looks.
that tackle happened. And it has gone half the distance. You're right, James.
Half the distance to the goal.
Close as you can be.
And this is a first down now. Illegal blitz flag. Can't help but think this is some delaying tactics.
Yep, absolutely. Strolling to the side there. Wasting time. Not wanting Rebels to get that ball back and have any chance of catching up.
Is there a point where half the distance to the goal just results in being already in the goal?
It can probably go down to minuscule measurements, James.
We need a micrometer rather than a yardstick.
Lots of discussion here in all of these games. It's great that everyone is so passionate about the rules, but it does delay the game quite a bit. Hard press by number 21, Dominic.
Same thing again.
Farrell lets tackle happen. At least Rebels are building up those tackling stats, James. With this delay of games attempt. Not the penalty, just the fact.
I believe I may have just overheard a 1 minute 20 remaining. Possibly.
Yes, we can't see the clock, so I'm glad we heard that, James. 1 minute 20. This time, shove pass to Ewan Miller.
Touchdown. Touchdown given.
Little touchdown.
Touchdown given.
Had control as he spinned around, then let go of the ball. I think there's a bit of a discussion here.
Oh,
has
flag
been
on the play.
thrown. Perhaps they're thinking what we're thinking.
If this touchdown stands, it will be 32-6.
Well, they're not moving it back, so maybe they have.
So this is it was a contact penalty on the defence that has resulted in a half the distance to the goal 2-point try.
Yep, it was the legal contact on the QB from what we heard, James.
It was classed as a professional foul.
So they've opted for a half-distance 2-point conversion, right?
Yes, so typically speaking, we would expect a 1 point from the 5 yard and a 2 point from the 10 yard.
Yep.
But thanks to this penalty, the 2 point will be from the 5.
Farrell looking for an open man and finds him in Cammy Wilson. Cammy Disco Wilson once more.
And I think that will put us at 34-6, Kirk. Number 10, Richie Moore, walking past us.
I believe the Hornets here really are biding their time, knowing they've got a few more games ahead of them today. I feel they could have gone a lot stronger in this opening game, but have just sort of gone, let's just take this easy, get the win.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. And
picked
intercepted, number 72, Max Verlint. His stats certainly showed us that that was a fear.
Yes, leading the team in interceptions.
Nicky Farrell and co. possibly hoping for a rest. Well, they've just been denied it. Or I believe they may be kneeling out the game.
They seem to be arguing something.
I believe the ref is going to make them kneel out the game. Okay, And that's the game, guys. 34-6 for Glasgow.
Amazing game. Really good fun to watch. Lovely creative plays happening on lots of short plays. Very tricky plays with both teams opting for those no-look shuffle passes.
And yeah, I mean, it really turned into a completely different animal towards that second half, didn't it? We had such a slow start to the game. We thought this was going to be really tight. I've got to say, the Rebels must be disappointed, but now they're off to the plate. We may see them again in the plate quarter-final.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see what happens.
If you've enjoyed our dulcet tones, as we've been described, do tuning in a bit. I think it's a youth game next, and then we're back on again for our final broadcast with myself, Kirk, and James here. If you'd like to hear more of our voices, do tune into other podcasts.
Thank you very much, guys, and we will see you soon.
So we continue our BAFA footage from the finals back with under 14s, and we've got the Houghton Bears, I've been told how to pronounce this properly now, and the Chorley Buccaneers. So the Bears starting on offense. Their offense so far has been averaging about 43 points a game. Running down that middle there, cuts back inside down to that right hand side again. And the Buccaneers defense has only been giving up 9 points a game. So it could be a very, very different thing to what each team have been used to. Drops back for that snap across the middle, drops that one in the middle of the ball there, middle of the field. Joined by on commentary again by Alan Young for this under-14s game. Battle on that left-hand side, and he's brought that one in.
Oh, I think that one might come back, but loved the effort.
Come down with a bit of an injury there.
Came down hard with the ball, it's a great catch, but I think there's a little extension of the arm just before the jump, which is probably going to cost him.
Yeah, I see the ball coming back towards us now, so that may be wiped out.
So for once I don't actually recognise a team, so Leicester Huntsmen versus...
It's not the Huntsmen, it's the Chorley Buccaneers.
Oh, it's Chorley Buccaneers.
Chorley Buccaneers and the Huntsmen do have very, very similar kits.
Yeah, that is...
And then the Houghton Bears.
Houghton Bears.
So close to bringing that one in.
Well, it's the Hornets mantra, catch the ball, then run. Tricky situation, he thinks he's got it, he wants to make a big play, just need to secure it in sometimes and take the yardage you've got.
So just looking at the stats throughout the season, just said that the Bears offense has scored 43 points a game. Chorley's defense has only conceded 10 points a game.
That is a very risky pass. And you know, it's interesting to see two fades ran up the sideline so close to each other. One defender could cover both of them. If one of them just broke into a skinny or something just to kind of take advantage of that space, there was definitely space in the middle there, but poor play design. Really poor play design. Or just poor execution, one of the two.
I say that's not something you'd normally see written up on a playbook, two flies down one side.
No, it was very strange. I'm going to just assume that maybe the young man just maybe lined up a bit further out of slot than he was meant to. Or maybe it's just a terrible play, who knows. We've got them in our playbooks, we've all got plays that probably shouldn't be there. There's a fade wide open, that's because it's hand off. Oh, and we're getting a little bit tetchy already. Love it, absolutely love it.
I mean, I'm not too sure, I mean, this is like the first Chorley drive, so it's not like the anger has been building up throughout this game. That's really the first play he's had.
Very interesting to see a flag thrown back into the ground like that. You normally only see that when things are getting a bit heated. Very early in the game. Motion. It's going to be a fake this time. Oh no, it's not. He's faked me out and given it off. Now he recovered well there, but the defender did over pursue. So I think it'll be interesting to see if the Chorley Bucks come back to that kind of play later on again, see if they can take advantage of that aggressive defending. Chorley Bucks, of course, a well-coached organisation, incredibly well run. Ian Nicholson and Keith Schofield do a wonderful job of the overall. We obviously wish Keith well. and his present battles, and I've no doubt he'll be watching if he can today.
So obviously, like a lot of people in the flag football community would know about Keith's battle recently, and I mean when you see his GoFundMe page, it was a fairly low target that he'd set himself, and then it was smashed like God knows how many times over very, very quickly.
Keith is a man after my own heart. When that game is going, he is not your friend. But when that game is done, a lovelier man you will not meet. Now, maybe he's nicer than me, but it's the same thing. Between the 40 minutes, none of it actually matters to real life. And then you can just be friends afterwards. He's a great ambassador for the sport and has been an excellent servant of Chorley Buccaneers. And I do hope he's watching, because he'll be chuffed with the team being this far. But a good stop again for the Bears, and there does seem to be a marked height advantage for the Bears. It could be one of those that you just get where you've got a lot of players at the back end of their time.
Yeah, you've got to have that circle that everyone goes through, where one year you'll be the smallest, and then 3 years later on you've got the height advantage, the age advantage, and everything.
You can see it at the front of Chorley here. They're quite short, but in a couple of years' time I'm sure they'll be monsters. You know, there's something to be said for that sideline, because that sideline grates on you as an opponent throughout a match. You've made a 20-yard completion and they are still cheating the living heck out of the fact that they've made a tackle 20 yards down the field. It really batters you through a game. Lovely completion. Oh, you never take a step backwards. Get yourself up the field, number 87.
He obviously wasn't listening to the commentary in the last game, which is something that was mentioned quite a bit. The catch, take the step back and then go.
Oh, I assume we're talking about Cammy Wilson of the Hornets. He is a nightmare for that. He's got so much speed that he just assumes he can beat anybody in front of him. I mean, I love the ego, but sometimes just take what's there. Oh, great grab, bailing out his quarterback. First down for 83. That is a hideous spot, though. Like, how do you spot it that far back? I don't. Never mind. I'm going to pick my battles today, and that's not good. Spots are not going to be one of the battles today because there's so many others to fight. But that was a very interesting spot.
I'm sure it'll be very interesting to see the referee feedback form that you may be making up and filling in later on.
Yeah, I hope there's some feedback, because it won't be positive for me. We just won our game by over 20 points, and I think both teams will be very dissatisfied by the officiating. It was poor. To be fair, it was okay. It was just one big bad call at the start. Really could have sent the game in a bad direction, but there's no excuse for it, because it's a basic lack of understanding the rules. Spotting and stuff, I think, has been muddied this year by the fact that you don't spot it in the ball unless it's close to the halfway line or the end zone.
It's always an interesting one with the reach one. I mean, Houghton have just taken that ball through, weaving through most of the team.
Lovely completion.
And then gets the extra point as well.
That is a nice play design. I've seen a play like that somewhere before. Lovely rollout from the QB, hitting his receiver, heading towards the sideline. Very nicely done.
It's that sideline or nothing, that's what you want from it.
Yeah. But no, it's just the... I forgot my rant's about now at this stage. I've got
spotting of the ball.
Spotting the ball. We need to just decide if it's ball or not, because saying it's spotted in the feet in certain situations and the ball in others is just more things for the referee to think about. And then what foot? Front foot? Back foot? Side foot? What foot are you going on? Because it's not clear in the rules. So, well, I'll criticise referees. I'll also criticise the foundation that they're having to work with at the moment.
I think I've always known it as the ball is spotted by the feet. Obviously, you know, the which foot is a very interesting aspect to add to that one. But you can only reach for the halfway or the goal line.
Yeah, so it's one of those, I don't know. I think we should just make it the ball, personally. Just keep our eyes on the ball. It creates good fundamentals, because in the contact game you would reach for the yardage as well. And at the end of the day, we're meant to be complementing each other. So to have something that's so flag specific and vague and ambiguous that is an unnecessary rule seems crazy to me. But I had my rant about this at the start of the season as well, and I was ignored. So
it's an interesting one, because you do see a lot of teams, when it comes to that bit, they will run downfield, ball outstretched the whole way.
Yeah.
And it kind of that's when you add the kitted aspect into it, it kind of takes it away from that one.
It's interesting, because that's allegedly the reason they took it out, was to try and stop flag guarding with the ball being reached. But just call the flag guard. Like, it's surely that's easier to work out than going, hang on, where in the field am I as a referee? Oh no, I'm 10 yards for the end zone, so I'm spotting feet, and then working. It's an unnecessary, extra cognitive process to go through. But I tend to turn my attention back to this game because Chorley have had a bit of a mare of a start, not getting any deep completions, getting short completions, but they're not staying with the chains.
So we had the same issue with the last one where they were getting the short completions, but they weren't quite enough yards to get the first downs that they actually needed.
No, that's it.
Drives coming to a halt short of the first down on most ones.
And is it just a job, a case of the defence is doing a nice job taking away all the deep to medium threats and forcing them to throw it short and then being sure tacklers? Or is the play design just not giving them stems that are long enough to actually achieve the chains? Because handoffs are a risk, obviously. Oh, but not when you've got hips like that. And that's a big first down. Tactically, I would almost rather he'd been tackled short at the halfway there. But, you know, at the kids' level, they see the end zone. They all assume they can make it. Lovely hip flick, though. The most disappointing moment from me from the last game with the Hornets is I went to speak to one of the Rebels afterwards to ask him to GB, and he's not British. It's a gutting moment for me. Number 12 for the Rebels was on fire in the last game.
Just stepped out, just out of bounds there, about the 9-yard line, I'm guessing.
Very impressed with this Bears offence. Very methodical. They've got the handoffs in their arsenal. They've got the medium completions. We've seen the XP out towards the sideline earlier. It's a good-looking offence.
And the other ones, they've also got the yards after on the runs.
Nice play design. Clear out the space. Have the hitch in underneath.
I mean,
just shy of the end zone.
We've just seen it a couple of times there where they brought in the handoff. We saw it in the last game. The handoffs weren't getting that much yardage. They're a couple of yards each one. These guys are running through defenders and getting like the 10-15 yards that a coach loves to see on a nice simple run play.
Oh no, and a big mistake from the QB from the Bears, throwing away a good drive all the way up inside the red zone, all for nothing. Tricky one, but no, the yards after the catch are huge. Like Richie Moore for the Hornets in the last game, he's not fast, but he's got a hip swing on him, and the moment it's gone in this game, as we talked about earlier, one missed tackle can be a huge gain. And Richie got like 30 yards off one missed tackle earlier. As a play caller, it's great. Just like, oh well, 30 extra yards, bingo. Let's call a play that's for shorter than 5 now, as opposed to having to try and chunk our way up the field.
Yeah, you do kind of plan your plays out instead of going, right, you're going to get 5 yards on this one. Next thing you know, the receiver's sprinting down that sideline instead of going, I've got to go back to the playbook.
Well, that's it.
It's a good problem to have, definitely.
It's the many things that you get asked by your offence when you're about to go on, what are we coming out with, coach? I was like, I don't know where I've got the ball. What's the situation? How much time's left? Like, what play would you call? Just shut up. Well, wait and see where we get the ball. And then, of course, defence gets a pick and the play changes completely. Big score in the other field for the Sheffield Giants.
That's the Burnley Tornadoes. I think that's the under-17s those guys are playing over on that side.
Delighted to see Burnley Tornadoes fully back in action. Chorley here with the pass play. Nice completion at 72. He's had a few completions underneath, but as we talked about, they're all just a little too short. He's doing everything he's been asked of, but maybe we should extend the stem of his route, maybe push things a little deeper to make sure we're staying with the chains. And you'll find that most teams have got like a main stem in their route, whether that's like a 3-yard or 5, a 7-yard stem. Most teams have kind of got that base standard. The younger teams seem to have a very short stem, like that's 5-yard stem there from 63 is a lovely catch, and then the original sin of going back the way with the ball instantly. You're just hurting your team. I know that you think you're going to make a huge play, but if you don't, you've hurt your team.
I think, like, as a receiver, you see them catch the ball in their mind that they've now got one defender behind them. That spin move has put them past it, and that's what they've planned in their head.
Yeah.
And it's not always going to work that way.
No, and depending on the situation, it could be really frustrating. Like if you're at halfway and you see them come back, be just behind it, you could end up in a difficult situation.
So I think they're going to be.
And that's going to be turnover on down, spotted just short of the half.
I'm not too sure which way he was actually given that one.
Bears offence is on the field already. Very organised, this Bears team. I'm liking the speed that they're on. It's odd, but it actually adds pressure to a refereeing crew that you need to move a bit quicker when they see a team that good to go. And it can also add pressure to your defence. If they're having to get folk on quickly in a hurry, they might not have finished their conversation, they might not get the personnel on, or as we've seen with the Giants, they might end up with 6 in the field. So there's advantages to being that organised and taking advantage.
A lot of the time it's the offence that are slowly trudging off the field. Obviously, if the drive hasn't gone their way, they're not exactly in the highest of spirits. They're slowly walking off.
No, heads down.
And you get a couple of players caught still on the field. Not too sure what we've just broken.
No, there was a metal thing against the wall down there that has fallen over. It made a racket. Thankfully, it's not fell on a human, and it just seems to be sitting on the floor.
So big gain on that one. Now that puts them about 3 yards away from that first down.
Yeah, and this is the difference between these two teams. Both teams are getting completions, but the stems of the Bears, the length of their yardage, the length of their routes is all in an optimal situation to make the chains manageable.
Finds that centre on it.
Lovely delay route from the centre, caught the defence napping, and that is a beautiful, huge completion. Quarterback's done absolutely nothing. Receiver's barely done anything apart from just catch it and jog into open space. Lovely, lovely play design, and just a sheer lack of containment from the defence. But I think it's one of the trickiest things to learn as a young defender, is that trust everyone around you. This is my assignment, I'm going to stay here. And to be fair, that's how you beat most of these little option sweep games. Nice tackle, nice work, number 49, good job. And that's what I mean, he kept the containment there, he came forward, the defender was behind him. Even if he'd missed him, he still had the safety behind him. And that's the difference. The play before, they broke that containment.
I think the trust in your own defence is always a big one, and I think especially when you've got like a centre who's doing those delayed routes, and you sort of kind of go, I've got to cover everyone else thinking about, the centre staying still, I'll kind of leave them. I mean, he's drifted into that middle bit wide open there. He's also had a receiver on that side to pick it up as well. But yeah, so the centre is, I mean, going back to my younger years, the centre was never really a major receiving route. It was always the case of you got your fastest, best receivers on the outside. The centre's become an underused target, but recently I've seen it's come in a lot more.
It's interesting, like historically I remember being a fat kid coming to play and getting stuck at centre because you put your slow receiver in at centre, and that's where I started. But you slowly learn. If you look at the Danes in particular, they have got a big 6 foot broad shouldered guy in there who is a whippet, and hitting defences unexpectedly with fast, powerful outs, going to the sideline, timing is very difficult to cover. Then you've got the other type of safety, which I would say is the Callum Woods for GB. He's shorter, but he is lightning quick. I think you're right. I think we've stopped seeing just, let's put the chunky boy in at centre, and we've started putting in sort of better athletes. But to be honest with you, the main thing is that they can snap. The rest of it
the snap is something that's very, very under practiced, especially especially in the wet weather ones.
Yeah.
Once the ball gets that slight bit damp, it can kill a drive off instantly. And
it's funny, Richie Moore's been the Hornets centre for a long time, and he's got the hips that you want from the centre, he's got the nice roots, he can make people miss, he's got probably the best hands in the country actually, Richie. He rarely drops anything, and some of the passes he catches, he's got no right to them, but his snaps are still terrible. Like, they're absolutely terrible. Me and Nicky are all over the place sometimes trying to bring them in, and it is a bit of a problem. Whereas my partner, who plays for the Pirates women's team, she's a great centre. Her snaps are on point, but she's not quite as fast as you'd like out of centre. Oh no! And it's a standard sideline getting far more upset about something than they should be because it's one of their boys. But terrible, terrible decision there to tap that ball up as a receiver. You just can't do it.
I mean, I'm not too sure what was actually going on. There was a bit of a scramble for the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, Houghton have brought this one in.
Number 44's made up to make a big play for it. He has tipped it on. Another player has caught it from the Bears, and then he's kind of tried to rip it back out in the flag at the same time, and it's all been a bit blown out of proportion. 44 will be frustrated watching that footage back because it's the absolute cardinal sin. You can't tip the ball up as a receiver. Oh, and that's a lovely pass. Oh, and that's coming back, surely. Yep, there's laundry on the field, absolutely coming back. I think the Manchester Titans contact team would have been pleased with a hit like that.
And I mean, my eyesight's going at my old age, but I think that may have been number 44 for the Buccaneers who took that hit. So he may have just lost the ball, but then got into another bit of a scuffle a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't quite catch the number of the player, but I don't think the defender's got much to be sorry about there.
It was purely a offensive penalty on that one.
And again, I don't even think there's that much intent to it. He's just turned upfield and he's instinctively put his shoulder down to protect himself and absolutely walloped a Chorley. Offensive contact is the worst penalty in football, though, because it's 10 yards from the basic spot, which someone could do with teaching Bafra. But 10 yards for the basic spot, and you'll see the distance here. Look where they were with that completion all the way back. Yes, it's a 10-yard penalty from the basic spot, but actually you're probably looking at about a 25-yard penalty here from where the completion was and the yardage gained after it. It's huge. Bafra have done a nice job officiating this. I comment on Bafra because Rick McCune called it wrong in the women's semi-finals this year and refused to acknowledge that I was correct, but I'm not bitter, honestly. And again, slightly delayed route from centre, just out to the side. They're just letting them fly.
It's a great route to have, and especially as a QB. I mean, we started putting it into playbooks when I was playing that the centre's route was always very delayed and was pretty much just a snap the ball, turn around, and just wait to see where your QB goes. If he starts getting in trouble, you dump it off, and that's why when we started putting our more agile receivers in there. Just to, they may not be like sprinting downfield and getting 15 yards on the catch, but they can make the yards after that little catch.
Yeah, there was a lot, so we get a lot of what we do here tends to dribble down from Europe. Like GB sees it, so GB teaches it, the kids go back or the players go back. And for a while back, about 10, 12 years ago, we were seeing a lot of international teams just snap it and stand still and wait for the blitzer to go past and then decide what way to dart. And I noticed it started to be adopted over here more and more. It's never been something that I'm a fan of from my style. That's a lovely completion again from my style of quarterback, because I have no movement at all to make that blitzer miss. So I'm looking to get the ball out quickly and I'm just going to play with 3 receivers as opposed to 4. But for someone like Nicky Farrell or other quarterbacks who have got any mobility, like Matt Tibble, something like that, just having somebody stand there and make that blitzer's life difficult in a legal way is a great tool.
It's another one that sort of forces those your front defensive side, like your linebackers in this one, to sort of like stay at home, and keep an eye on that centre instead of dropping back and helping out with the coverage downfield. He's got 2 on that left. He's looking. Now he's got the one on the right. Nearly picked off.
That was one of the worst decisions he's made. He's had a really good game, number 6 for the Bears, but that one was one where he just tried to force it where there was no window to put it in.
And I think that the defender there who made a break on that ball, if he'd have caught that one, I don't think there was anything stopping him. The QB was still in the centre of the field.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
He would have been gone for that one.
It would have been a one-on-one match-up, and I would have fancied the young DB up the sideline. But we've reached the half-time, and I realise I've been quite negative and critical, but actually it's a delight. If we look around the 3 sets of pitches, 6 pitches on the go. We've got kids here from under 14s all the way up to adult level. It's fantastic. It's a great event. It's something that I'd tried to do in the past, but it was getting dates to line up and get everybody to work together, and it seems to have happened this weekend. It is fantastic. It does put an incredible amount of strain on the officials to cover a huge number of games, so I'll back up the officials in that. It is a lot of games to cover, but I do think it's magnificent. I think it's fantastic. It's good for the kids to see what the next level could be for them if they want to keep playing once they reach 17, because not everybody does. I feel like more and more we lose the kids, but we need to try and find a way to transition them into adult, and them seeing what adult teams are around, even if their club doesn't have an adult team, might help them identify where their next steps could be, or even if they've got futures maybe university or college, they might be able to identify clubs that they can go to a bit more easily. But the adult league is thriving. I think it's got over 60 teams at the moment, or it used to at least, and I'm just delighted at the amount of games that have been played. And believe it or not, I don't actually mind being wrong as long as it's for a good thing, and I was wrong about the wildcard rounds today. I thought they were pointless. I thought the 4 teams didn't deserve to be up, but the number of upsets across the board that have happened today shows that, any given Sunday and all that jazz.
It's one of the things, I mean, especially when you're looking at the live stream of games and stuff, you're sitting there going, right, this could be a good game. Not too sure on these ones. as I'm walking around, I think there's been a few games that I've looked at and gone, I wouldn't, if it was me covering the games and things like that, I probably wouldn't have covered it. And then I've got to the score and gone, what's the score in this one? And I mean, the Crows smoke game, I'm not too sure on the final score of that one.
No, but the Crows seem to have played them close, at least.
It was a score for score almost the entire way through from when I was having a quick look at it.
I meant to bring my phone with me this time so I could message people for information like this, but I've left it in my bag. But we'll come back to the Chorley Buccaneers. That's a slightly bigger completion there. We've got, oh, it's still not though. No, I'm talking nonsense. It's still a 4-yard completion. We've still got that same issue. 72 is picking up good yardage on pretty much every first play of every drive. The problem is it's just not enough. And interestingly, we talked earlier, the Sheffield Giants played a 2-2 very religiously. This time round I'm seeing 3-1 more here, and it was the same for the Leicester Huntsmen, ran a 3-1. So the teams who are having more success defensively at the kids game is the 3-1. And there's false starts all over the place there. CK in with a quick call though, unlike earlier. Delighted to see that.
So just have a quick look at that score. The final score for that game was London Smoke 44, the Crows 33.
Oh.
So I think the Smoke doing their methodical, this is what we're going to do, and like watching Charlie and going, yeah, he's already worked out the next 3 or 4 drives and what's going to happen on every single one.
That's interesting. So going to this semi-finals then, Cardiff will be through, Hornets are through, Smoke are through. If the Titans are through as well, Manchester Titans, then I'm going to assume Manchester Titans will play Cardiff and Glasgow will play Smoke, but I'm not quite sure on the seedings or etc.
I think that's how it's going. I mean, so we did have the Paul Abbott from the Swansea Hammerheads made us a spreadsheet that worked out all the seedings, and it's been given approval by the big bosses at BAFA, i.e. Lewis, and he said, yeah, this is all how it works.
Big bosses at BAFA, Lewis.
I mean,
Are you sure?
He said yes to the spreadsheet, and so we said he must be the guy in charge.
Fair enough.
So yeah, he's put the spreadsheet through it, and if it all goes as planned and the way it would look that way, it would be Titans, Hurricanes, and Hornets Smoke in the semi-finals.
Very exciting. A GB defensive player and Joe Cottrell going up against the offensive coordinator of the GB team in Alan Mead. That'll be a good matchup.
I mean, it's one of those ones that, as we were talking about those games, we looked at it and went, you can predict it, but if it goes the other way, you're not massively surprised. Big bad in the air, it's gone up. He's picked that off as well.
Will he get the trifecta?
He's done this
one.
one.
He has! That is an absolute baller, just taking his team in the back. A bat up, a pick and a touchdown all in the one play. Fantastic.
It's that feeling when the ball hits your fingers and goes up in the air. The world goes, it's normally like in slow motion, it doesn't, everything speeds at that point. You're trying to find the ball before it hits the ground. He's managed to look around, grab that ball, and find it for the first one. Make the grab.
It's interesting. Einstein had the theory that time moves at different speeds for different people. I think when that ball's in the air, it is moving different for everyone. Oh, as a QB, I'm just praying it comes down quickly, but yet it seems to take a lifetime. Excellent play by number 11, though. You don't often see the trifecta and flag, so that was outstanding. But no, Cardiff versus Titans. I mean, I imagine most will predict the champions will go to the final, but having played against the Titans this season, Alan Mead's no slouch, great quarterback. They've got a guy called George Slade who's an outstanding receiver, so that will be a very, very good matchup. And then the Hornets and Smoke, which will be a great game as well. I actually don't know how you pick that one, to be fair. I would probably pick the Hornets because I am a Hornet, but I could understand people picking the Smoke, who have maybe seen them a lot. Charlie's a great quarterback. Oh!
Making a break for this one. Picks up 5 on that one.
And there's the age difference, though. Just the height difference, the weight difference, power.
So
you realise that 3 years is a really big gap.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when we're looking at we were saying before about the height difference that Chorley have got, and I know that the Bears on their previous drive for the extra point on that one, they tried to use the height. Didn't quite work on that one. But then you do get the advantage on height when you've got the smaller players who are a lot nippier.
Harder to tackle sometimes.
Yeah.
I would be inclined to agree with the Chorley Buccaneers sideline, who are screaming for holding. There is no holding, penalty and flag, to be fair. It's all just illegal contact, but I can understand them asking for it. That looked a bit grabby.
So the interesting one, we don't have the same sort of playthrough with the under 14s and 17s. I think, from what I remember reading, it's a 3-team round robin,
right,
to sort out a seeding, and then it goes into the playoffs. I think there's still great grab through that middle there.
Oof, what a throw. That is a fingertip away from being nicked into the ground or picked.
So it'll be interesting to see who goes through onto these, because normally as a playoff one, it's you play each game, and that could be your last one.
Yeah, or at least it'll be your last meaningful game. After that, it's just going to be placements.
Yeah, you go into those ones, but having a 3-team round robin, you could lose 3 games, and I think you could still possibly make the finals. Or I think it goes into like a seeding game there.
Interesting. Oh, and on the other field, there was just a dropped touchdown that I don't think he's going to want to be reminded about. Chorley having one of their most successful drives of the game so far, though, up into Bears territory. And that's the thing, if you look at the very obvious age difference between these kids and the experience difference, Chorley are still hanging in there, having some positives. I think the future's bright for this team. They've just run into a team that's a bit bigger, faster. Oh. Quarterback looking for contact there, but even I would say it's probably not.
No, so I wouldn't have given on that one. And then it's another one with the flag being handed back. I know it was almost like a sportsmanship rule.
No, the flag getting thrown back is an interesting thing. Technically, as long as you're putting it back to where the tackle took place, there's nothing wrong with it, but the amount of times that you see it being thrown back to the spot and then it ends up hitting the player, and it doesn't hurt obviously, but it's just a lack of respect, and I've seen it being flagged a lot this season. But then again, I get flagged for saying the word huzzah this season, so you know, there's a bit of a ceiling and a floor for where flags get thrown.
I'm starting to see a theme in the refereeing comments here.
Referees took a while to decide, and they finally decided the obvious call, and I just said huzzah, and I got flagged for it.
Can be Martin.
Nice completion though, again.
Tackle just short.
Bears team are marching down the field. I think, so while there's a real positive to having such a supportive sideline, and it's great to see so many Chorley Bucks here, I think you can also have a bit of a mob mentality feel about it, and I appreciate some teams probably do that with an attempt to influence officials and things, but it can start to grate on your own players and become quite a negative thing, and if you're always shouting for calls, then your team start to think, well, we should get the calls, why aren't we? And it can have a cumulative negative effect. But having that when it's a positive force is a great one. But here we go, as I talked about earlier, the Bears are very organised, they're quick, they're on the field early there, and the Bucks are having to run players on at the last second. Oh no.
Is he gonna? Oh. See, I was trying to work out whether he's actually going to be classed as made a footballing move then to actually get the ball, get the completion at least.
Oh, there's another classic catch the ball then run moment, I'm afraid.
You're never too sure whether that's more heartbreaking for the QB or the receiver at this point.
Definitely heartbreaking for the QB. The receiver's probably just partly going to go, oh no, I need to go and respond to answer to him now. Drops happen though, there's no point as a QB, and this is a message for any young QBs, no point shouting at your receivers, tell them what they've done wrong, tell them how to correct it, but there's no point berating them, it's not going to achieve anything.
This is again when we go back to the mentality of players, as a QB, you've thrown the ball to a receiver, he's dropped it, he's been wide open, and he's come back into the huddle. Do you target that player for the next one to try and kind of go, oh, big hit on this one?
Oh dear. Number 44 has been involved in a few of these collisions. I'm going to be up here. The defender has to be stationary, and there is at no point is number 44 stationary. I'm tacking 10 yards on at the end of this for the offence. I don't know if the referees will see it the same way, but 44 has literally went side on at that tackle, shoulder first, uncontrolled. And
this is where we've had it. I mean, as a referee, you've always seen it. You're trying to keep an eye on the ball carrier, and then a receiver or a defender that's like a yard away. You're not really focused on him, trying to work out whether he's planted his feet in time and set his feet. It's difficult to call.
That's where in your refereeing crew you need to have clear assignments. Like, you're looking down here and you're focusing on this aspect. You're here. So like in the last game there were 2 field judges. Oh, I think the referees have waved it off. I mean, there were 3 possible outcomes there, and that was the only wrong one that could happen. So, well done, Bafra. Your sterling performance continues.
I say,
oh dear.
One thing you said you did want to see from the referees today was consistency, and
yeah.
So they've been consistent for you.
The problem with not flagging a play like that, particularly with the young ones, is that it encourages more.
It's the mindset that then put into the players.
And the thing is, you've now got 2 coaches that are furious because they both feel aggrieved. And I know maybe that's what you're like, oh well, we'll just duck out and not make a call. But there's a clear rule that you have to be stationary as a defender to have right of place, and the defender wasn't. The referees have and it's the same player again, and I'm afraid he has to go at some point. He is now initiating these contacts. I mentioned in the first drive this game was getting tetchy already, and you can feel it.
The tetchiness on the first one was basically a flag thrown back for seemingly no reason. I don't know if that was just a precursor for what was to come.
And this is who we were talking about, the mob mentality. The Chorley Bucks sideline will never believe that number 44 has done anything wrong. But the reality is number 44 has led in there with a shoulder.
It was a drop shoulder.
If I'm officiating this game, to be fair, I wouldn't have this angle officiating this game, but
it's always easy to say when you stood up here going, this is what would have happened, this is what we should have called.
He would be ejected because it's targeting. Oh my goodness. And well,
so if I'm trying to work out who if Chris Towler is watching this one, we may want to see that one back. And
I think this would be a great drive to send to Bafra officials to go, don't do this. Because that second contact has possibly come because they've waved off the one before. And you can see the aggression in number 44. I mean, to be fair, as a coach, I'm loving the passion. I'm loving the feistiness. I'm loving that he's where he should be on that play. But I'm not loving that rather than try to take a flag, he's tried to put a shoulder through a receiver.
It's that borderline between passion and aggression.
Yeah.
And you want passion, you want a little bit of aggression when going after the ball, but in those sort of instances, it's not really the sort of thing you want.
Or controlled aggression is what you want. And look at it, and this is how you respond if you're the Bears. Huge completion, great run by number 3. Pleased to see that flag handed back there because I got a feeling that could escalate quite quickly. And it's funny though, number 44, the refs are now going to be paying attention to him very closely. So he needs to know, and hopefully his coaches are saying to him, just calm it.
You've got away with one.
Yeah.
Let's not go for 2 or 3.
I would argue he's got away with 2 at this point.
Yeah.
But it's just a bit of frustration because, again, if you know, and I'm judging their ages, I'm guessing, but he looks like a more experienced and taller and older player than those around him. He might be at the end of his cycle at this age group. Oh, and that is outstanding. He's about a yard short, but what an effort. That And this is a tough situation to stop. 4th and 1. I'm so impressed with this Bears offensive unit. They've done a fantastic job this game. And they've been the calmer of the two sides as well. Oh my goodness, it's as easy a score as you'll have.
I think a lot of times when you're in that sort of like the 1 yard away from the end zone, as a defense, you're trying to work out the crosses, the more detailed routes and things like that. And to have a slot receiver basically just take one step, turn around, you think, well, it's too simple to work.
Yeah.
And it does work a lot of the time.
And it's great because the quarterback has literally just called it at the line. I would say that there's two people still moving at the snap there, but lovely grab. CK signals it in. But there's going to be a growing frustration in that Bucks team. And I do think my number 44 staying on again here. I think 44 possibly is one of those players towards the end of his tenure at this age group. Maybe was hoping for more today. There's so many things going on, particularly for young people. I'm a teacher, unfortunately, as well. Not unfortunately. Love being a teacher. But I get to see kids at the best and at their worst, and there's a lot going on in their lives. Oh, number 72 needs to stop running there. So this year at GB, we're looking to recruit a couple of development coaches that would like to come along and just see how we do things at GB, maybe learn from us, learn our systems, maybe just learn a bit of everything, to be fair. We usually get them in as O&D, but I think what we would like to do is just have a couple of coaches, spend some time with the D, spend some time with the O. And I'm looking at teams like the Bears here today going, their coaching staff has obviously done a very good job offensively. It would be great to have someone there come in and kind of learn from us and see if they could maybe develop a bit more, because there's some excellent work being done. I don't even know who coaches at the Bears. Haven't a clue. Like I know a lot of the more long-standing teams, like the Chorley Buccaneers and the Leicester Huntsmen, things like that, but I don't know much about this Bears team at all.
So I'm still thinking, that I may be completely wrong, that I still think they're a fairly new team.
Yeah.
It was only recently that I saw the kit launch come out. I think that may have been last season. Another fine piece of work by Nuola. And it's always good to see, like what you said, like a new team. They've come in.
Yeah.
Not the long-standing ones like Chorley, who've got that long recruitment process. They recruit through everything. They've got a kitted team set up as well, so they can recruit into that bit. But for a new team like this to come in on finals day as well,
yeah,
and have the chance.
And it's been such a couple of bad throws to the QB, a couple of bad decisions, but it's been a relatively polished performance. Like, they've been very professional. They've stayed, their containment defensively has been good, which is why, like, there's nothing really open there. And number 44 again, aggressively in for the tackle. He's been punished this time by simply not making it. And I get it from number 32. I get it. He's just been hit again by number 44 of the Chorley Buccaneers.
So the first hit was actually 44, and as he's come through, been tackled about a yard short. It's almost like I think the QB number 75 has also kind of, sort of given him a tackle and a little shove at the same time.
And as you know what, I'll give credit to the Bears, it's the first bit of frustration that they've really shown in this game. And I get it. Like, the referees have not managed this particularly well. And I know I'm going to get my absolute backside booted at the end of this, but I'm just calling it like I see it. If it had been better managed, then 44 wouldn't be in the field, and a lot of these things wouldn't have happened. Nice play design. Clear out one zone, fill it with the route coming across, drop it in. Lovely job by number 6 for the Bears. Another touchdown.
So number 87 for the Bears has been their main target. 44 has normally stayed on him. For some reason, 44 then moved on to covering the centre in that one. 87 coming across from that right-hand side, wide open in that middle, and has a nice easy catch for a score.
It's a strange one, and I want to try and, obviously he's a young man, I don't want to pick at number 44. He just has been at the centre of a lot of the more controversial plays in this game. He's obviously a valuable member of that team and clearly has some capability, but he's maybe He's just not in a good headspace at the moment, and this is something. When I used to help out with the kids side, I was often asked about a lower age limit to age groups. Like if you had an under 14, what's the youngest you could play? And I was always reluctant to put a figure on it because I feel kids grow differently. I was 5'8" at 10 years old. I didn't grow much beyond that, but you know, why should I be restricted to not being able to play under 14s when I could definitely handle myself? So I was keen not to do that. I believe that there is one now. But the reason was you can trust the coaches to take players out in these situations and protect them a little bit. I wonder if Chorley could maybe have taken 44 out for a drive or two and just let them cool off.
I mean, obviously we don't have the numbers to do the American system that they sometimes bring in, where it's not based on age, it's based on height and weight. Obviously they're doing the kitted side.
Yeah, tricky, yeah.
So you may have some of the younger kids who are a bit bigger built, and they may be stepping up into a different age group.
Yeah, I mean, I was one of those where when I was younger I was kind of stuck between age groups. Like I was going to be either the very top of one that was going to be too small for me, of any fun competing against, or at the bottom end of one that was too old for me. I just, by my nature, would rather have the challenge, so I elected to go up an age group. But it's tricky. It's very, very tricky, the age group thing. But coaches have their qualifications and they should be able to trust. And just, again, the well-being, both mental and physical, of these young people is your responsibility, as well as everything else, as well as the X and the O's. In all honesty, it's one of the things that puts me off coaching a kids team, because I know how hard it is to manage my classroom. Never mind having to manage them when there's not got those basic foundation of rules that are set out at the start of the year. So it's tricky for coaches, but I do feel that they could definitely have maybe protected 44 a little bit more here and got him out. But he's always also a talented player.
That's the issue. It's the talent that goes with the mindset. He has got the talent, so you want to keep him in there for as many drives as you can and many plays as you can.
Yeah.
And then when he has something bad happen, like the few hits that he's dropped into people, you want to be able to go, right, let's just take him out, put one of our other receivers in. But because of his talent level, you kind of go, but we need him in.
Well, that's it. And the Chorley Buccaneers are an experienced coaching staff, so I'm surprised that they haven't. In the Hornets Rebels game, we had a receiver, Cammy Wilson, at the start, lose his mind because he dropped 2 passes in a row. I'm smart enough to know he's our fastest receiver. Take him out. Like, we can survive a drive without him. It's not going to cost us the whole game to get him out. Just take him out, have a chat with him, settle him down. And that's genuinely, I think all 44 would have needed here, was a little, even 2 plays off, arm round, quick chat. Instead, we've had a few fairly volatile moments. But I can't take anything away from the Bears. They were outstanding there. Absolutely outstanding. And I don't know if we'll be back to see the next game, but I hope so. I hope I get to see them later on, because they were very fun to watch.
So like I said, it's the round robin process that they now have to go through. I think this may have been some of their games. And so it'd be interesting. I might have to pop over to the official scoreboards and see what I can find out.
Yeah, I need to go and work out where the Hornets are playing next, or when we're playing next, so that I can get warmed up for my rollers back up. It's
I mean, I do not envy you having to do the commentary and the playing at the same time.
No, but it's a privilege. As like GB coaches, we should be seen and visible and reachable, and I think being able to come and see the young people play and I don't know, make people know that we are here and we're happy to be approached. All of the GB Gold coaching staff is here today: Alan Mead, Andrew Gibson and myself. So, you know, I want to make sure that we're visible, and we'll be visible tomorrow as well. We're doing, the 3 of us are taking turns doing the commentary, and we'll be out scouting a lot of Div 1 stuff tomorrow. Because even though they're Div 1, we know there's players out there.
Oh, there's definitely some talented players.
Yeah. There's also some teams that just enjoyed going down to Div 1 so they could win something. So there's definitely going to be some players down there with some talent.
And to quote the HNC show, Div 1 is probably one of the best divisions. It's the competitiveness when you look at it that way.
It's it's good fun. There's also some old chieftains, Neil Arnold and Grant McLennan. I think this might be Grant McLennan's last season. He's set all sorts of records at the Hornets a while ago. So it'd be nice to see them playing in Div 1 probably for the last time. So no, tomorrow's going to be good fun. But hopefully I won't be back, because it means I've reached the final.
So
but thank you very much.
So hopefully we won't see Alan, or we won't hear Alan Young again. But if we do, then we'll try not to ask you too many games about the previous ones.
No, looking forward to semi-finals, but yeah, if we make the finals, I'll definitely be going to make sure we're prepped for that final. Thanks very much.
Oh,
It's a shame that the live stream's not.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out what games they would have had then.
They would have had the Rebels Titans one, I think would have been the game of the day to have in the stream as well. The Rebels Titans was excellent. Number 12 for the Rebels is phenomenal.
Yeah, somebody else mentioned him. I don't know where he's coming from.
London Warriors.
Ah, okay.
He's the London Warriors when they lost last weekend. He was the only one that scored. Anyway, thanks chaps.
See you, man.
I'll see you on.
Yeah, I had no idea what the score was. It's when you ask me, 'cause every now and again I pull up the stream just to kind of go, right, scoreboard, I got that bit, and then you were like,
They're asking me, that's all.
yeah, when you went, what's the score? And I was like, I don't know, I was about to find out from you guys.
Alright, cheers, mate. Yeah, they lost it as well. Oh. Yeah, I'm good, yeah. You alright? You want to swap over? Alright, I can carry on doing that one. You can do one after this. Well, it's up to you, I don't mind.
It's up to you. No, it's up to you.
I'll carry on.
You want a rest? You
Okay,
sure?
yeah.
I've got a down the ladder. There's a vegan cupcake with your name on it. I'll bring you in a minute.
Yeah, I have no idea who's playing out. It says here the under 14s SF. Oh. It's the semi-final of the under 14s, it's right. Oh, is that? Oh, so it's oh, right. Well,
And it should be the Manchester, that should be the Northants Titans. Which I'm guessing
Thank you again.
dark blue and white. Very dark.
Probably because he's got no brain cells left. Not that he had many to begin with. Right. I'm back. Last one of the day.
You doing it on your own?
He's just gone to get the roster, but
Oh.
I didn't want to miss the start because And we're back. Yes, it's your two favourite commentators, James and Kirk, ready for what will unfortunately be our last game of the day, but hopefully, well, definitely not the last game of the day for you guys or for one of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you may see some familiar coloured jerseys on the field if you've been watching our stream before. This is the Manchester Crows versus the Northants Titans.
If you watched our game earlier with the Crows against the Oilcats, Crows had a very decisive win over the Oilcats earlier on with their nice short form format that they were doing. If you were there for that game, you heard all my stats. If you weren't, you're going to hear them all again.
And they went through to the second round of the tournament, but unfortunately lost to the London Smoke.
But a much closer game than it probably should have been.
Yes, definitely. They gave them a good run for their money. So, we are here at the Plate quarter-final, which for those of you who aren't necessarily aware of the format of this tournament, these teams are the teams that have been eliminated from the original trophy and are now in contention for a secondary prize, the Plate.
It's great that they do this. It's not just turn up, have a knockout, go home. It's great that there is another option available. Same for Division 1 next day, tomorrow.
Yep, and we're looking forward to that as we'll be playing ourselves. So, we're talking about two very solid teams here, aren't we, Kirk?
We are indeed.
We're unfortunately a bit limited on the statistics front for the Titans.
Much like we were for the Rebels.
Yeah, so thank you. But we at least have some tidbits for you, or some tibble bits.
I like what you did there, James.
So we have the Titans starting an offense. They have finished third in the Southern Division with an 8-4 win-loss percentage.
And we're away, look at that.
And that was quarterback Matt Tibbles to his brother, Ollie Tibbles, yeah. There's 3 Tibbleses on the field, so forgive me if I mix the names up.
The Crows, who went 9-7-0, also finishing third in their division. Crows matching up quite well with these teams, and the fact they gave Smoke a run for the money, who were first in theirs, apart from the Hurricanes, of course. It's going to be a really interesting game.
And that was a completion to Sam Tibbles, the third Tibble on the field. I would say triple Tibbles.
Triple Tibble.
Say that 3 times really fast.
Triple Tibble, triple Tibble, triple Tibble. Oh no, almost.
Yeah.
I mean, the Crows might find themselves in a bit of a Tibble here.
Some Tibble trouble. No, we know that the Titans have been a solid team for a long time. QB Matt Tibbles has done a fantastic job leading this team for quite a few years now. Unfortunately, we don't have any specific stats, but we know he's good. And we've got an 8 versus 8 blitz versus QB with with number 8 Adrian Herrero for the Manchester Crows. Hopefully, for him at least, trying to breathe down Matt Tibble's neck a bit.
Yeah, put him under pressure. One thing that wasn't so profound was the blitzing game in that first game we commentated on, James.
Yes, very true. I mean, I'll be interested to see if the blitzing method is different between these two teams, as we've discussed a few times.
Excellent tackle there. Great reach from number 26, Connor Bradley. And Connor Bradley has had 6 interceptions this season, 5 pass breakups, and 32 tackles. So just adding on to it there, James.
Very much so. Once again, another great grab by Ollie Tibbles.
We're making the effort here, viewers, to say the first names too. We could just say Tibbles all day long, James.
Yep.
And we're probably going to be right.
Tibbles to Tibbles.
Titans have always been a really fast team, from my understanding, whenever we've played against them or watched them ourselves.
Oh, incomplete. Pass intended for Callum Bailey. It's now 4th down.
long way to go.
I wouldn't be surprised to see something a little bit sneaky here from the Titans.
Yep, they look about 16 to 18 yards out. Blitz goes.
Incomplete.
Enough pressure there caused by number 8.
Adrian Herrero proving that disruptive blitz can frustrate any level of QB.
Yeah. I was just thinking as he put his hands up there, go for the flags, but no. He made the right call there, it seems.
Well, most of these QBs spend a lot of time learning how to dodge tackles and learning how to hip flick.
The screen perhaps is the hardest option. The start of another drive here for Tyler Javed. He's had 72 passing touchdowns this season. He has thrown 21 interceptions and been sacked 5 times. Hopefully he can avoid a few of those this game.
And that pass was caught by Liam Harper, who we know from our last game is a key member of this team, both on offense and on defense. So I think we're going to see a lot more of him this game.
Luca Federico with that catch. Just up that slot channel there. Looking for the turn and go, but Titans are on his heels.
Now, in my previous experience, the Titans tend to be less inclined to do the short dump-off balls that we saw a lot, and that was a sack. That was a sack, I believe.
Haven't seen many of them today, James.
No, not at all. That was number 86, Chris Sutherland, and it's interesting because I think this may be the first game today we've seen a blitzer who goes for the tags over the waving their arms in the air like they just don't care.
It's been our hot topic. Big ball down to the far right side.
Oh, incomplete.
Almost. Liam Harper's been great today against his game against the Oilcats.
And that was Ollie Holmes who got in the way of that. He is a crucial player on the Titans defense, and I expect to be saying his name a lot more this game as well.
Liam Harper leads these Crows this season with 27 touchdowns. Wasn't to be that time, though.
Titans back out on offense here. That was a pass from Matt Tibbles to Callum Bailey, who seems to have achieved 4 yards.
About 4 yards, yeah.
Yep. Oh,
amazing grab.
Amazing tackle by number 26. Connor Bradley against Ollie Tibbles, who, to me, knowing what he's like, looked like he was away down the sideline there. I didn't even see that tag come out.
He just saw the orange of that pylon, James, and went for it.
And that looks like a knee went down from number 3, Greg Wahlberg.
It's not the same spelling. I doubt it's any relation to the great Mark Wahlberg.
Caught by number 24, Sam
Another team
Tibbles.
making use of that quick centre in that middle, James.
Yep, very much so.
It's happened a lot today. It's practically all we saw in the Hornets game.
Yep. I think it just shows that at this level of the sport, these teams know what works and what doesn't. Oh, this is an interesting lineup. Sam takes the ball.
3 players in the backfield.
Matt still has the ball.
It's gone for a run.
Tackled by number 15, Sergio DePaco.
He also had a great game against the Oilcats.
Yep, definitely a key playmaker on the Crows.
Really good with those tackles. Great just knowing his zone coverage.
Staying in his zone.
Staying in that zone.
The zone.
Both mentally and physically, staying in the zone.
Yes. Back to a more traditional Titans offensive formation. Underneath to Ollie Tibbles again.
Who has slid down around the 6-yard mark. Seven yards, sorry, definitely outside, no run. And this is, refs are a bit confused here on what down this might be. They've all agreed on third.
Third down. I'd just like to point out the ref at the back of the end zone has a very impressive ponytail.
Caught by Greg Wahlberg. Tried to spin out of it, but again, DePaco knowing his place.
Still outside of the no run. Declared by the ref.
And
caught by Ollie Tibbles for a touchdown.
Wilkinson's been really good today against the Oilcats as well, with a lot of pass breakups, but that one wasn't to be.
Well, we all know that Ollie Tibbles is a squirrely guy. He gets into places that you wouldn't believe.
Avoids the blitzer, passes, gets tipped,
and
still
caught
anyway.
Again by Ollie Tibbles. Fantastic.
Almost bobbled it. Almost let that one go. Crows now ready to answer. They were really good earlier at just working their way up the field bit by bit, taking advantage towards the end zone. But this time, going a bit deeper down. Caught by Liam Harper, number 19. Great vertical Liam Harper's got. And we didn't see Gardner earlier, number 18. Certainly got the same height as Harper, so I'm wondering if he can pull off the same kind of moves.
With the Titans now leading 7-0, it'll be interesting to see if the Crows can answer this.
Big ball caught by number 13, Luca Fadrique.
Once again, a name that we said a lot previously.
It is. That was a great deep ball. Gained around 20 yards there. Perhaps even more. And here they go. They're about 7 yards away. Aim for the back pylon, not complete.
Incomplete.
Ollie Holmes did enough there. But Crows have got another 3 attempts at this position, James, provided nothing goes wrong.
And we all know, especially on the defensive side of the ball, it's so difficult to play on a short field like this. The question is can the
ball out?
Tackle made short.
Philip Shanahan.
Loving those quick centre roads, aren't they?
Yep.
Maybe I should join them.
Maybe you should. As you play centre yourself, James.
Might actually see the ball.
Back pylon.
Oof.
Bit too high for Gardner.
Rob Gardner's a tall chap, but just couldn't quite get a finger on it.
4th down, last chance here, James. Those 3 chances went really quickly.
Yep. So easy to do. Titans are doing well at holding.
Blitzer goes. But it is Harper.
There he is. The star man again, Liam Harper.
He's also picked up 17 one-point conversions and just the 1 2-point conversion. So looks like they're going for 1 here. Seems to be their favourite choice, judging by stats alone.
So let's see if they can even it up. Score is currently 7-6.
Into that middle hole. Oh, number 22. Rashad Bailey?
Yeah.
Might even be Rashad Barley. Rashad Barley doing a great PBE there.
Bailey. I think it's Bailey. So with that incompletion, Manchester still on the back foot here though. Reduced it significantly, 7-6. But I think now the Titans have started moving, we're likely to see another one fairly soon.
Great tackle once again. You say it, De Paco.
That was handed off to Greg Wahlberg, who got a substantial run. Unfortunately, because we don't have yard markers, we just have to guess. 10 yards. Deep ball over the top. Ollie Tibble's unable to get under it.
That seems to be a thing we've said quite a few times in this game already, James. It's a bit too far for Ollie Tibbles.
Well, it's interesting because Ollie is probably one of the fastest players I've ever witnessed on a pitch, on a flag football pitch. But yeah, it just seems that maybe there's a bit of pressure there, and we're just a bit of overcooking from Matt.
Deep ball again.
Oh, incomplete, fourth down. Now it's interesting to see the difference in tactics. Manchester seem to have done a very slow and steady move up the field, and then if they get forced into a fourth down position, they take a shot.
Yep.
Whereas the Titans got that original short gain, but since then they've been
trying those deeper balls.
They've been trying to get the deep ball. Now I don't know if that is to try and disrupt the defense who are expecting another short completion, but surely it's a risk.
Almost caught there by John Hanscom on that fumble. Hanscom's had 10 PBUs. Yeah, John Hanscom Crows almost picked that fumble up.
That last play resulting in a turnover, so we are back with Manchester on offense.
Shanahan in centre, 23 touchdowns, 4 one-point conversions. Let's see if we can add to that in this play. On this drive, and there is a sack.
Safety.
Safety.
Safety by number 86, sorry, Chris Sutherland. That brings our...
Could not avoid.
No. That brings our score to 9-6 to the Titans.
I can see that Crows have now put Connor Bradley on the field. Leads the team for interceptions. That's what they need right now.
I believe there was a call for 3.5 minutes remaining in the half. But I just overheard.
And Connor Bradley indeed makes that double tackle there.
Against number 24, Sam Tibbles.
Doing his job. He leads on tackle as well, 32 for the season. Flag has been thrown.
A flag has been thrown. It was a fantastic run from Greg Wahlberg, but it looks like there may have been some flag guarding. Let's see what the ref has to say.
I'm pretty sure at a tournament that we were involved in, James, the same player called for that many, many times.
It's very easy to do, particularly if it inhibits, if your natural running motion gets in the way.
Yep.
And it's very difficult to unteach as well. You know, when we're coaching, I like to personally coach players to hold onto the ball high with 2 hands to try and get over that.
Yep. Break that habit. Titans again. Caught by number 4, Milan Siege. Hope I'm saying that right. Melvin Siege even. We've only got a handwritten roster here.
We're trying our best, guys.
Caught by Ollie Tibbles, runs down the side. Gets tackled on the spin move by, once again, Sergio Depaka having a great game. Correction number 4, Melvin C, in fact, is his name.
Apologies. We've just heard the 2-minute warning.
Titans would say like to have a 9 or 10 point advantage going into this half.
Matt Tibbles on the run.
Takes it all the way down to the 4th or 3rd yard there.
Yeah, he's well and truly within the no-run zone now.
And they're calling it at 3 yards. Easy ball to the front, but Crows are not happy.
Touchdown by number 2, Callum Bailey. And this is a 1-point attempt.
I'm not entirely sure what Crows were arguing for there.
No, I'm not sure. I didn't see anything that looked particularly poor.
Back pylon and caught by number 24.
And that brings the score to 16-6. In the Titans' favour.
I did say Titans would like a 10-point advantage going into the end of this half. They've got it. Can Crows creep up at all?
Well, yeah, if the Crows can complete in time, we could be looking at only a 2-point advantage.
Caught by 84, James Durran on that right side. Gainage of around 4 yards. Then caught by Luca Frederica even.
It's quite interesting to see the trouble that Javid is having with the Titans blitzing method.
Yep.
Could this maybe, rather than be a Premiership Division 1 divide, in fact be a North-South divide?
I see. Oh,
incomplete.
Perfect ball for Federica there, right into his running path. Couldn't secure it.
Seems like the Crows are really struggling to gel this half. They certainly don't look as confident as they did in the first game.
No.
Is that because they've lost to the smoke, maybe? They've played 3 games on the bounce now?
Yep, that could be it. Fatigue starts to show. What's great to see about these Crows, though, is we did a bit of research before, James, and sort of made a note of some of their best defense players, offense players.
Incomplete.
And a lot of these players that we're saying their names of a lot are not in that list.
No, very true.
They've not had the best season themselves, perhaps haven't played as many games, but certainly are showing up today, and it's great to see. The conversation for the refs.
There appears to be a flag on the field. Flag's been waved off. 47 seconds remaining on the clock. I'd like to give a shout out to the ref with the fantastic hair, as he is very good at making sure that I can hear the time. And it is an incredible ponytail.
It's fantastic. Turn over here then. Less than a minute to go. Scramble over the top there, but 24.
Once again, another Tibbles link-up. Matt Tibbles to Sam Tibbles. And again, Sam Tibbles who steps out of bounds.
Crows need to find a way to shut down this wide play here.
Well, we know the Titans like to offer the threat of a wide out, because not only does it play into a slightly less usual style of play with leaving the middle untouched,
Lovely diving catch there.
but also it allows the backup of Matt Tibbles, who, as we've seen already, likes to go for a bit of a run himself. It gives them that ability to leave that as an option at all times, really.
Yep. Much like the Hornets.
Very much so. Although I will say that the Hornets seem to have a lot more variation
Yes.
in how they did that.
Flooded left side. Caught by Greg Warburg.
And that's a touchdown.
And touchdown. It has been whistled back.
Oh, you got to feel for Greg. That was a really good run. Unfortunate. I'm not sure why it was whistled back. Do you know, Kate?
I think I heard sack down there.
Interesting. So maybe
focus on that catch.
Maybe the Crows have in fact adjusted their blitz method slightly.
Found a way. Great stop there.
Not much time remaining on the clock now. Do the Titans have what it takes to keep the Crows out comfortably? Score is still 16 to
Let's see what
6.
Javid does this time. Again, going for the deep
Fantastic
ball. The short
deep
ball's
shot.
been working the whole time.
And that was
it's been
picked.
picked off.
Picked by number 22, Rashard Bailey.
And a bench tackle by Philip Shanahan.
You can't help but feel that that was a throw of desperation more than design.
Yep. End of the half, I guess, looking for something towards the end of the half.
Well, clearly they didn't have much choice left given the time remaining.
Yep.
But it's not the way to end the half, is it? Especially when you're already down.
Got a question, do you go for the deep points and hope nothing happens the way back, or do you just keep securing those catches, gain some confidence in your players?
It's a tough call, but when you're talking a few seconds left on the clock, you have to go for it.
Yep.
So it's half-time here. Obviously, it's our last game of the day, but it's definitely not everybody else's. It's been a really good day of competition so far, and I think that's due to continue. It's only going to get tougher for the teams left in this tournament.
I mean, the Titans have had some really impressive games this season, so it's no surprise they're ahead, but perhaps they should be a bit more. They've beaten the Western Supers 36-0, they've beaten the Coventry Cougars 39-0, and they also beat the Supers again 48-0. So the fact they are only sort of just ahead of these Crows, perhaps a little surprising.
I think it's very interesting, but am I right in thinking that both of these teams finished about third in their division?
They did.
So maybe there's not that great north-south divide that we think there may be.
Perhaps
If these
not.
teams are going toe-to-toe and they're staying within a score, give or take, of each other, it'd be interesting to see what the Crows have adjusted over half-time to see if they can bring more success.
I'm going to throw over back to their quick throw options now. Fresh half, out on offense first. We've got Harper and Gardner back, adding that height to their team they didn't quite have before.
Yep, interesting to see. Possibly to try and offset the very, very speedy Titans team. Flag on the play, false start it appears.
I believe it's called an 87 Shanahan, is that right?
Rough timing. Nobody likes it when your centre false starts. Especially not the centre. Can't even use a bump in the ground or uneven terrain as an excuse in this. Half the distance to the goal.
Looking to zero it as soon as
Quick
possible.
dump to Shanahan.
There is a ball on the field.
Tackle made.
Still a ball on the field.
And that's number 83, Alex Towler.
A lot of communication on this Titans defense. Against this stacked, we've seen this before.
That's 19, Harper. Liam Harper has done a fantastic job all day of being able to find space and being able to hold on to that ball no matter what.
Even when there isn't space, he's managed to do it.
And as we said previously, the fact that he plays on both offense and defense is incredible.
Gardner wide open there.
And that's a first down for Manchester.
Bench tackle by Bailey.
Score is currently 16-6. The question is, with the ball on the Crows' offense, can they narrow that gap?
It's a deep throw.
And it's picked.
Intercepted, but he did jump straight off the sideline. Unfortunate. Number 22 has been known in the Midlands there for being a very aggressive interceptor, should we say.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rashad Bailey was the Southern record holder for picks, but we just don't have the player stats to be able to tell.
No.
It looks like that pick was incomplete based on the fact that he went out of bounds. A lucky break for the Crows. Once again, short handoff.
Great avoidance. Got one ref saying touchdown, the other ref's not so sure.
We're unsure of the call. It looks like he stepped out of bounds. Right? Yes, looks like he stepped out of bounds, so that's no score. Unlucky, heartbreaking.
Now on third down.
Question is, can they do it again? Oh, incomplete.
Almost caught by Gardner, but then almost caught by Richardson, diving in underneath.
Certainly would have been an impressive catch if Richardson had managed to connect with that. 16-6 to the Titans.
So Titans still only have that 10-point lead right now. Crows looking to drastically reduce it. Into the middle.
Oof. That's a brave ball to throw when Rashard Bailey's on the field. And you can see why, he nearly got it.
Nearly got it. Almost a one-hand grab. Decided at the last second, now he's going to try and throw it to one of his teammates.
Unfortunate.
Weren't quite on the same page.
I think the Crows' chances in this game now rests on their defence.
Well, with players like DePaco, if they can keep making plays, then they're going to get that ball back pretty quickly. We're seeing Nigel League out there as well. Haven't seen him too much today. Some fresh legs.
We're seeing Rob Foster in blitz.
Great coverage, great screening there from blitz.
Incomplete.
And Lee does enough.
That's a very, very interesting blitz technique there. You'd have thought when you were 6 inches away, you'd go for the tags.
But again, James, it worked.
It definitely worked.
It worked. Decided to go deep, trying to find Ollie Tibbles. Not quite.
Fantastic tracking, though, from John Hanscom, number 22 of the Crows. I think he had as much of a chance for that ball as Ollie did.
Yep. He's had 2 pick sixes this season. So I'm sure he's no stranger to that. 5 interceptions. Again, going for that 3 in the backfield.
Fantastic diving tackle by number 10, Nigel Lee.
Greg Wilbur can't get a break today.
It's interesting to see there seems to be a lot more player rotation on the Crows side now.
Yep.
I think fatigue may be setting in some of the dual-purpose players. Sam Tibbles.
Great catch for a first down.
First down secured. Sam Tibbles to Ollie Tibbles.
Crows playing a very soft defense that time.
That was a triple Tibble play.
It was a triple Tibble play.
Matt to Sam to Ollie.
Crows anticipating the deep throw there.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised that nobody even came down to try and defend a potential run there.
No.
Seeing what the kind of threat that Sam Tibbles could pose as a runner, it was very interesting to see.
Here we are, first down. The 3-play game, but this time
Matt
not
Tibbles on the run.
I think he heard you, James.
We know that Matt Tibbles is a mobile quarterback. I think it's very interesting to see quite how much they do utilise that by design.
It's great as well seeing how similar their plays when Warburg doesn't get the ball is to when he does. Really confusing for that defence.
Yep.
Very sharp eyes.
Well, I think they've done a fantastic job of being able to scare their defence into showing no matter what happens.
Oh, and it's a drop.
That's a very rare occurrence for the Titans offence there.
Tibble to Tibble, but not this time. Some trouble for the Tibbles.
That was double Tibble trouble.
Double trouble for the Tibble double. Crows now standing in a Mighty Ducks flying V formation. Not seen this before. Here we go.
I was going to say, very interested to have the blitzer out front.
Into more of a cover 2. Down the middle there, looking for Greg Wahlberg. A flag has been called here. I'm not entirely sure. There should have been, James, but we'll see what the officials say.
Yep.
Look clean to me. Like John Hanscom was simply tracking that ball, going for it. And Warburg ran into him. He's certainly not very happy. Long discussion here between the refs.
And just to reiterate to our viewers, this is the Northampton Titans, the Northants Titans,
Yep.
not the Manchester Titans, who are currently playing, or currently awaiting to play in the trophy quarterfinals. This is the Northants Titans.
Would have been quite a commentator's challenge to have two Titans against each other, wouldn't it?
Yes.
3-0 to the Titans. Which one?
Very much so. While we're waiting for a decision to be made, shall I read some comments from the live stream?
Absolutely. Let's see what's going on.
Megan Rose Tucker says, number 18 looking fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
Looking hot.
George Sutton Green says, is that Orlando Bloom playing for the Crows?
Who does he mean by that?
I don't know.
Maybe he means Gardner.
Possibly. Ruben Carr says he looks just like Jack Sparrow. Maddie B says, I'm just going home and going back to sleep now.
Oh, I think they mean Rob Foster in the bandana.
There seems to be a lot more support in the stream for the Crows.
Titans going trips left. I think that's what they're trying to do last time. Taking his time, going for the run.
Sam Tibbles on the run.
Avoids one.
Oh,
I'm not sure about that play.
Flag on the play. Flag on the play.
John Hanscom.
2 flags on the play.
Crow's safety there. Definitely put his hands out.
It's a tough one though, Kirk, isn't it? If you feel like you're going to fall, you want to brace yourself on something. Just so, you know. The question is, was it intentional?
I mean, in my opinion, his feet weren't set. He was still running.
Yeah.
We'll see what the officials make of this. Titans aren't happy here.
That appears to me to be a contact penalty on the defence. And it is first down.
Penalty on the offense, even.
Interesting.
They've moved the ball back. I guess they've claimed that they've ran into the Crows number 22 as opposed to the Crows running into them.
Very interesting.
From here, we certainly would have gone the other way. But alas, our job is simply to comment on it. Triple play again. Tibbles keeps the ball, looking for an open fielder. Runs himself.
There's a tackle made round about the 5-yard line. Possibly a 6 yard. Yep, 6 yards it looks like it's going to be spotted up.
Number 83, Kieran Walden, stopping that attack. He now swiftly moves off field. And in the defense now, the names we've been calling all day.
Tom Allen says, Crows rule, Titans drool. Anissa J says, come on, Crows.
Gone left to Tibbles. Reaches.
Declared short by the referee. I'm sure Ollie Tibbles isn't going to be happy about that decision. Still, 2 downs to go.
And they're on 1 or 2 yards, James.
Oh, I've been told they're on 4th down. I thought it was 3rd. Incomplete. Denied.
Great block once again by Matt Wilkinson. Done a few of those today. Stretching out and making sure that ball does not get to its receiver. Eight and a half minutes to go, I heard, James.
8.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for the Crows, who are clearly the live chat favourites, to make a comeback.
Thanks once again to our favourite, loudest referee, so we can hear that time. He's on the other side of the field. We can still hear it. Fantastic.
Pass made to number 13, Luca Fadrique.
Carries it forward 5 yards or so. Deep ball. Did not meet Liam Harper that time.
We know Liam Harper can get his hands on that ball in some interesting situations, but I think that was too much even for him.
I think Jeva had some pressure there, just had to get rid of it a bit sooner than he wanted to. Immediately run out to the right.
Two.
This time does get Harper. That immediate run out there, James, says that these blitzes are really starting to get to Javid.
I think that's why we've seen Philip Shanahan possibly doing a little bit of a delay, trying to disrupt that blitz.
Yep.
Slightly more than we've seen in the previous game.
Tight press this time from the Titans.
Oh, unlucky.
Shanahan can't quite grab it. Bailey in the way.
He's going to be very disappointed with that. Let's turn over.
It was a chance for the Crows there. I think I heard 6.5 minutes. Where does the winner of this team go on to, James? Go on to the semis or into the finals?
Plate semi-final.
Plate semis.
And unfortunately, whichever team loses this goes home.
Seeing Adrian Herrera out there. Not seen him very much today. Using their subs, getting some rotations in. And he's in blitzer position.
This is the third blitzer we've seen from them in this game.
All adopting the same tactics, though. And caught.
Oh, fantastic ball over the top. Matt Tibbles to number 9, Sam Osborne.
Crows just weren't expecting it.
No, but that's why the Northants Titans are so dangerous.
Wonder what Crows' offense are thinking right now. Can they get back in this game?
Well, before this XP happens, the score's 22-6. I think it's going to certainly be a challenge, but I would think it's one the Crows are up for.
Yep.
Snap maybe a touch high there.
And thrown at the back of the end zone.
Incomplete. 22-6 to the Northants Titans. With 4.5 minutes remaining.
Appreciate you, loud referee.
If everyone in the live chat on the stream wants to give props to the loud referee with the awesome hair, please do. Short ball. Tyler Javed to Luca Fadrique. There's a spectator down below showing off his new gold boots.
For sale at the EP Sports tent.
Once again, one of our sponsors for the day, along with Nuola Custom Sportswear.
Thrown. Liam Harper catches.
Liam Harper,
outruns.
touchdown.
Outruns the Titans into another touchdown here. We may start seeing a comeback now. Liam Harper once again.
With Titans going for 2.
Need the points, James, need the points.
That Crows offense are now going to be begging their defense for an interception.
Let them back on the field, they're saying. Trips lined up, almost stacked on that far side.
Interesting formation for end zone for sure. Oh, incomplete. Intended for Luca Fadrique.
Got a hand to it, got a chest to it, but then so did the floor.
So that makes it 22-12. It's back to being a 10-point game. The Crows are going to have to get increasingly more aggressive and risky if they want to catch up.
They've certainly got the defense that are capable of intercepting. Players like Bradley, Hanscom. We've not seen Ian Scotland out there. Maybe he's got picked up an injury. Caught by Melvin C.
Timeout taken by the Crows. Is this an attempt to preserve the clock for them to get a chance to return this?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a challenge to do, especially as the first thing they've got to do is stop the Titans.
Again, it's that 3 in the backfield again, James.
Only a short game that time. It looks like the Crows have gotten wise to it.
Yep.
It looked like Matt Tibbles saw that they were coming down on him, and he handed it off to Sam.
Yep, Sam Tibbles, who didn't get very far.
A gain's a gain, no?
Gain is a gain. They gained about 3 yards, I think. Crows defense do look ready. Certainly not phased. Can Titans add to their score?
Liam Harper on blitz.
Out wide,
Ollie Tibbles.
great swarm by the Crows.
Ollie Tibbles on that wheel route there. Very impressive.
Two out wide, one slot.
Once again, a dual QB.
He may throw it back. He does. He can run. He's thrown it back again.
Oh, intercepted!
Exactly what they needed. Matt Wilkinson, great day today. Avoids one. Not happy with Sam there. Not happy with Sam Tibbles. With his decision there.
Great interception from Matt Wilkinson there.
There is a flag on the field. I believe it is Matt Tibbles. Titans clearly too busy talking about that last play to even realise.
Well, hopefully they'll realise soon, otherwise they risk an illegal equipment call. Incomplete. Untitled just not able to find anyone there who was open enough.
And Bailey, who's always hungry for those picks, almost laughing off an opportunity.
Oh yeah, certain. Although we know the Titans' offense is extremely strong, Rashard Bailey has definitely been a key player on this defense. I'm surprised they're even throwing in that half of the field.
Flooding left side. Oh, contact. But it looks like fair game to me.
Perfectly fair ball. Just unfortunate that Liam Harper couldn't get his hands on it. Sorry there, Liam.
Ollie Holmes doing enough.
Ollie Holmes has always played as a very aggressive defender, and it just shows you that he does it well.
Deep ball once again by the Crows.
Oh, incomplete.
Again, Luca Federique. Some may be screaming grip boost at this point, James.
Very much so.
I think he's had 3 drops.
It's unfortunate to see. It's unfortunate to see. But this is the pressure of the stage that we're on.
What this time?
Oh!
What's the one-handed grab?
You can't help but think a second hand might have been the difference there.
I think so. Liam Harper disappointed himself there.
And that's a turnover.
Titans back on field.
The flag seems to have been picked up.
Nope.
No.
Walking off again. I believe they have called the game.
I believe so, yes. So, Northants Titans go through to the next round, which unfortunately won't be with us.
No, but we've had a great day though, James.
It's been a fantastic day, and it's been a great opportunity to really showcase what the best of this sport has to offer. Final score 22-12 to the Northants Titans. Unfortunately, that's the end of the road for the Manchester Crows. Thankfully, though, it's a fairly short drive home.
Short drive home. Off to the pub they go.
No, they've done absolutely fantastic to get as far as they have. They've played admirably.
Giving Smoke a run for their money, which we paid down as favourites, James.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that might change our position then.
I think they can take pride in their performance, as can the Titans, who have played consistently well all year and fully deserve their place in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for listening to the two of us. We'd like to once again mention the sponsors of the day, Nuola Custom Sportswear and EP Sports.
Mm-hmm.
If you are around, please feel free to visit the EP Sports tent or stall. And if you want to hear more of us, you are welcome to tune into First and 15 Network Poppers and Pylons, or Would a Panther Kill a Raccoon in the Wild on any of your podcast listening services. Turn this off.
So back with another BAFA game, and it's the under-14s final. And we were going to have Alan Young on the show, but we've decided to go with our expert on the under-14 system. Gareth, how are we doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. I've watched my first ever under-14 game about an hour ago, so I should be good company for you today.
So we've got the Leicester Huntsmen and the Houghton Bears. Huntsmen, as I was told earlier on, are currently in their 6th final in a row across the two age groups. Houghton, a fairly new team, so it could be a good game for these guys.
That's a fantastic record for a youth team to have made 6 consecutive finals.
So just having a quick look, so they have played during the season. So yeah, they have played twice this season, and the last scores were the Houghton Bears beat the Huntsmen 43-20 in one game, and 26-0 win for the Bears in the other game as well. So the Bears do have the record. Straight dive down that left-hand side. So as a newcomer to the under-14s, what's your thoughts on how they look so far?
Well, it's interesting. I've seen a lot more running plays in the couple of matches that I've seen so far than you get in perhaps the adult version of flag. Although, as I say that, of course, there's a passing play down the left-hand side. A lot of agility, and I think that causes quite a few missed tackles, it seems. So I'm looking forward to a pretty open game with a lot of offence.
Let's have a quick look at the Bears' offence. Scored 524 points this season, averaging 43 points a game. The Huntsmen are averaging 13 points conceded. And that could be why there's interception. We start to bring that one out. Flag has been thrown. Waiting for the call now.
It's being brought back a long way.
Well, they're currently marching it back, but I can hear Neil Weimer from the Huntsman sideline asking if they can decline it. So this may give the Huntsman the ball. And the cheers you can hear from the other pitch is the Waveney Wolves and the under-17s Nuneaton Jaguars in their round-robin games. So I'm slightly unsure what the actual call was. They marched it back quite a way.
And then back forward again.
So apologies for the silence there. As we try to work out what the call was, it was marched back. Neil declined the penalty and was going for the interception, and it's now been marched forward as a defensive penalty, I'm guessing. But
I think that play there was a sack before he got the ball out to number 11.
So they're slowly marching their way in. They're now about 2-3 yards away from that end zone.
Seems to be a sensible short passing game after that near pick. There's quite a lot of height on the Huntsmen's secondary, so I'd expect them to look for short plays more often now.
I mean, we were saying how they've gone for like a run game and the short passes. They do one big pass and it's intercepted, and so you kind of do you have that mentality of maybe we shouldn't throw deep anymore.
Well, absolutely. It'd be interesting to see how long it takes them to have another shot there. But some good agility there by the quarterback, and 11 seems to be getting open short over the middle quite frequently.
So he was wide open in that middle spot. So this will be the extra point now. So just looking at this one now, so if the Bears have beaten the Huntsmen twice this season in the league, that's the only 2 games that the Huntsmen have lost. So they'll be looking to try and claw 1 game back, and if you're going to make it 1 game, you might as well make it the finals.
Absolutely. Ooh, I think he might just have been
in for that one. I mean, I was agreeing with you halfway through that sentence.
Yes.
That
From our vantage point, that looked like the first foot down was out of bounds, but the refs, they're a lot closer than we are. So
we'll go with them.
Yes, I saw the Huntsmen play in their semi-final against the, I believe it's the previous champion South Coast Spitfires, who they disposed of pretty handily, I think, without conceding a point. So they're certainly in form, and maybe this is a chance for them to finally get one over the Bears.
So yeah, that was the Spitfires. So that was the repeat of the last year's under-14s final, and obviously a lot of players will move up in age groups, and you may lose players along the way. So there may have been a big change in that one, in the dynamic of the Spitfires. But yeah, I heard that, I think it was something on the lines of like 30-something nil.
Around about there, yes.
So yeah, it's a comeback game for them. So number 17, I think it was his first, and one of the first games that we covered today for him. He caught his 100th touchdown as a Huntsman, and he's still in the under 14, so he's got a few years left in him now.
Long career ahead of him.
I think it was 2018 was when he first started playing, so he's got 100 across those ones.
Go again, number 17 finding the ball again.
So yeah, they'll be keying on him. And again, from our previous games, number 32 for the Bears, who's currently playing safety, was their main defensive weapon off that side. Spins past one.
Moving the ball nicely down the field, the Huntsmen. Very calm, composed play from the quarterback.
So yeah, when we watched the Huntsmen last time, their QB was there. He is a great player. You can see where the mind works, and he's got that mentality of a decent quarterback. But he's also got a bit of an arm on him as well. So
always helpful for that position, I find.
Trying to reach across there, but he was about 6 yards short. I don't think he was quite going to reach that one. So 3rd and 6 now.
2 more attempts to get it into the end zone. Would imagine this one will find its way in there.
It's going to be in for the score. So 54 for the Huntsmen, tying this game back up. Well, 6
all.
So going in that bunch in the middle, rolling out to the right, finding that number 1 receiver and getting the extra point. Takes that lead once again.
With 2 teams with such good offenses, those extra points are going to come in very useful late in the game, I think.
I mean, extra point could be the one thing that decides this one now.
Both these teams, as you've told us earlier, they've got great offenses, they've got stingy defenses. So it will come down to just a couple of points.
So looking at the Huntsman defense, the offense, they were averaging 26 points, but the Bears were only conceding about 14 points a game. So it's a very similar tale on either side of the teams.
I mean, when you get to this point in the flag football calendar, into the grand final, you you can't really have a weakness on either side of the ball.
No. So as we look at the finals overall, so obviously this is the under-14s final. How do you think the day's gone so far?
I think it's been a great success. It's been a festival of flag football. That's difficult to say.
I'm glad you tried it.
You know, it's great to have so many teams here. It's great to have the youth setup running alongside the adult finals. We've got Division 1 tomorrow. It's a great facility. Pitches are good. You know, I think the BAFA committee's done a really good job of organising this. Particularly given the current circumstances, it's good that it's gone ahead. And I would say that in some ways it's been really nice to have so many teams eligible for the playoffs, because you get that camaraderie, and it's such a small community, the flag football world. It's nice to come to these things and run into people that you don't see often. I play for Chichester, so I very rarely see people from the Scottish division or the North division. I never see the under-14 and the under-17s play, so it's really good to see what talent's coming through in the sport as well.
Yeah, the under-14, so obviously you may see like the finals, things like that, but you don't normally see like the under-14s, 17s and the seniors mixing. You get the occasional under-14s, 17s home days that are played on the same day by the same team, so it's nice that you get to catch up between those ones. But yeah, having these ones here, and you kind of show the under-14s and 17s what their next steps are.
Absolutely. That's a great run there by number 3 down the right side line. Immediate first down.
Yeah, to be tackled just over. So yeah, the Bears' drive didn't even get to the halfway line on the last one. So Huntsmen take over. And they've got twins on that left-hand side. One receiver on the right.
And that play was really nicely set up. The 2 receivers lined up close to each other on the right-hand side. One acted as a sort of screen for the other. Of course, you're not allowed to block in flag football, but attracted the attention of a couple of defenders to allow number 52 to come on the drag route underneath and pick up some good yardage.
I see a very nice way of saying for the screens and the blocks. Don't block them, just attract their attention.
Absolutely.
Hand off once again. Tries cut back.
It's very well read by the 2 defenders there, both there to stop any significant yardage.
So a third down and 12, 13 yards away from the end zone. Trips on the right-hand side of the QB. Swapping over this one now. Drops it over the top for a big catch.
See if he's given it, and yes, he says number 3 is inbounds. That was a beautifully placed ball from the quarterback. 2 defenders in the area, but put it only where number 3 could get it.
And this is something we saw in the previous games, that he's got the mentality to know when to just throw the ball away. But he's also got the little touch as well that he can just drop it over the top. He did it a few times in the last game.
Impressive to have such ball control at a young age. And again,
and he's done it once again, over the top. I mean, he drops it over the top of the defenders to the receiver he stood pretty much on the back of the end zone. It's always a thing that you're taught as a QB. It's sideline or nothing is a great thing.
I wouldn't know. I'm a dreadful QB, so stick me on defense any day of the week. It's too much pressure for me, I think, playing quarterback.
It is a pressure situation, and to have like an under-14s going into a final and going, right, you're going to play QB in the national finals, and he's throwing passes like that.
It's one of those old adages, for fans of the NFL. Most people who are involved with the NFL will tell you that quarterback is the most difficult position in all of sports. And even in this flag level, you've got the whole team on your back. How you play is really going to be, certainly at this level with 2 great teams, perhaps the difference between whether you win or lose. it's a big deal for someone of those of that young age.
It is, and it is, so when he's been playing at this sort of level a lot of the season, and he can continuously do it. It is like one of the most precious situations, and I played it for a while. Now that I'm starting to like look at playing it every now and again, when they said, "Do you want to play QB?" I said no. I stayed away from that. He's wide open on that one, just over the top.
Small margins. That was. If he could have just put that slightly to the outside and a bit shorter, that could have been a touchdown.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing, and he's been pressured by that blitz. And the blitz has now. So when we had Alan Young up here, we were talking about how the role of centre has changed. It used to be the slow fat kid. That was Alan's words, not mine. Let's point that one out. It was the slow fat kid who was put there at centre, and that was it. And now it's become a key option for a lot of players.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at the adult game in particular. You've got people like Shorty for the Sharks. You've got players like Callum Woods for the Broncos. These are fast, agile players, and it certainly seems to be the way now at the kids' game as well.
Definitely. So number 7, who's just made that reception, taking him halfway up the field, is actually the Bears centre, and a lot of the routes he'll do are delayed routes, and it gives the QB an option instead of sending everyone deep and then hoping he can get it down there.
It also gives the quarterback a bit more time, because although you're not allowed to block, if you stand still, the blitzer does have to go around you, so it can give the quarterback just that little bit longer in the pocket and you can use that, you can hide behind the centre almost to get a couple more seconds.
It does. I mean, like, so you'll roll out, you'll see which way the blitzer's going around your centre. You can roll out the other way if possible, depending on how your routes or your play is drawn up. But yeah, having that as like you've got 3 receivers downfield and one who's just kind of milling around, and then will like delay their route and all of a sudden just shoot out. And a lot of the time they're reacting to how you as a QB will roll out to either side. I say that he's just gone completely the other direction to him, but that may have been a designed route on that one.
Some of those plays seem a little telegraphed, where the quarterback rolls out to the right and the centre shoots to the left, and that really only leaves the quarterback with one option on that side of the pitch.
So big cheers from that from the right hand side of the pitch. I think the Wolves have just scored again. Not too sure what the score is on that one, but it sounds like a close game. But we mentioned positions. Again, with how the role has changed, the role of blitzer.
The role of blitz is an interesting one. I'm a defensive coordinator, and for me, I prefer my blitzer to be tall and to get their hands in the air and block the middle throwing lane. And I would say there's been a shift more towards that. However, there are still some teams out there that like to send a fast, agile blitzer in to sack the quarterback. And I think there's merits to both. For me personally, a sack in flag football is not the same as kitted football. You know, you're not hitting the quarterback. There's no real sort of mental aspect to the quarterback worrying about being hit. And a sack just puts you back 2-3 yards, which on a pitch like this, 5-on-5 with such an offensive game, I don't feel it really makes as much of a difference as a tall blitzer who blocks the middle throwing lane, maybe gets a hand on the ball, and can generate interceptions for the defensive backs.
So yeah, much like the centre, I think the blitz role has changed. It used to be the person who was new to the sport, because there wasn't much of a tactic behind it. It was basically go and get the guy that's got the ball. Yeah. And now the speed of some of the blitzers is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, it used to be a position a lot of people played alongside whatever their primary position was. You know, you've got too many wide receivers for the day, so one of you has to play blitzer. And now, particularly again in the adult game, and I'm sure in the under 14s and under 17s as well, I just don't see it as much. But you've got these specialist blitzers who are either incredible accelerators or 6'5", 6'6", with arms like a praying mantis.
Yes.
And trying to throw over those people is near impossible. So you get these situations where the middle of the field is completely taken away.
And as a QB again, as you're looking, big bat down there in the end zone. To show like what down. That's actually put them on now, but that's
6 put it where it needed to be for number 3 there, but great defence from the Huntsmen.
So this leaves them just inside the no-run zone, about 4 yards away. I think there's a bit of confusion on the pitch what down it is as well.
The referee confirming though, 3rd down, and that's some great hands from 87. Under pressure, snatching it away from the defensive back.
So again, 87, the last game we watched against Chorley, was one of their key players, key offensive players. So it's a big game for him.
He certainly seems to have the height in that huddle.
It's always a weird one when you see like some of the teams. You see that the massive difference in height. A lot of the adults you will see. Okay, you will get some exceptions,
of course.
But yeah, a lot of them are ranging around about the same sort of height. Then you get like the under-17s, obviously because it's the unders. Once you've hit 14, you can play up. You haven't had the growth spurts that the people in the last season will have had, and so you're playing against almost full-grown adults.
Yes, it's been interesting to watch some of the under-17 games today. There are some big lads in the under-17 game. Certainly, it seems some of them wouldn't fare too badly in the adult flag leagues.
And again, I mentioned Waveney before, and they're one of the teams when you look at their senior team and their under-17s team, and you will notice a lot of the players are playing on both of them.
Yes.
And they're, say, Waveney are undefeated this season. They're hoping to continue that in the playoffs.
Well, it'll be interesting to see a few years down the line how this under-14 and under-17 league filters into the adult league, because I would say it probably hasn't yet. We see a few teams that have come from youth backgrounds, particularly in the Midlands, but it's certainly not everywhere. And it'd be interesting to see if Leicester Huntsmen continue to an adult flag team when some of these kids reach 18.
And number 17 with a big grab down that middle once again.
That was a lovely route by number 17, well found by the quarterback.
So I think it's been called back. Bit of a referee's discussion now. I know some of the Bears were calling for flag guarding. I think that may have been what the call was. It'll be an interesting one. I mean, obviously, as you've refereed a few games now, flag guarding, easy to call?
No,
it's the worst one.
Decidedly not easy to call.
It's the worst thing to call.
So for those of you who might be new to flag guarding is when a player uses their hands or their arms to knock away the defender's hands when they're going for the flag. It's very, very difficult to call, particularly I think from ground level. There's a mass of bodies out there. It's very hard to pick whether an offensive player has knocked the hand away. But it appears they're going to have a good discussion about it now.
Especially when you see players as they'll spin through like 3 different defenders, it's just a sea of hands. I can see people on the Huntsman sideline asking for VAR footage of this one, but we're not going to be going for that one.
No.
Also, the actual call is not flag guarding; it's whether he actually got tackled or not. So I didn't see any flags come out.
No, neither did I. I thought he was in the end zone. Just so our viewers know, we don't have the benefit of instant replay
No.
up here. We're not seeing those things. So,
I mean, they're going to camera footage on the sideline as well.
Yes, well, the referees aren't allowed to look at that.
I mean, so we just said that flag guarding is probably one of the hardest things to call because of like the sea of hands and how it all works through that one. But the actual call is whether he was tackled or not, which, without trying to make it sound bad, surely if he's got 2 flags when he's in the end zone,
Yes, then it would be a touchdown.
He scored, but they've marked him down at the 7-yard line.
Well, you've got a big refereeing crew out there. You've got four refs. Somebody should have seen.
You know that someone will notice if the guy with the ball in the end zone has got 2 flags on still. I mean, there's only 2 to check, but one. So as we continue to wait for a final decision. So the referees have now gone over to the Huntsmen sideline to try and explain something.
It's at these points where you need a sideline reporter.
It would be great to have one down there. I don't know if I can just call up one of them now and just ask if they could just hold the microphone a little bit closer.
Taking a long time to make this decision, but it's important that they get it right.
It is, and for many of the ones, I would be very intrigued to know how they've come across this decision. This one definitely. I mean, I don't think we have the luxury of commercial breaks that we can just jump to and get a few sponsors in there.
No, I don't think so. Give a shout out to Manchester Metropolitan University for letting us use their.
It's been a very nice venue to watch, I mean, especially having this gantry that we're stood in now, and having the view from up here.
Absolutely.
Been quite enjoying this one. I don't think I'll be buying some scaffolding for the commentary games I'll be doing, but you never know.
No, gone are the days of strolling down the sideline with a mobile phone or an iPad. This is what I expect now at every game.
I have asked Lewis if we can put full viewing platforms as a standard process that we need in every single venue.
For those of you, again, new to flag football, it was only a couple of years ago that it became mandatory to have toilets at your home venue. So I think you might be pushing it with a gantry.
I mean, originally I was asking for decent mobile signals, as we couldn't stream any games in Nottingham because they didn't have any mobile signal at all. Now I want full mobile signal, a viewing platform. 6 pitches would be great if we can get cameras on all of them.
Looks like the ball has been spotted on about the half-yard line.
Well, it's about 2.5 yards away. So at the moment we have no idea what the call was, no idea what down it is, but we know that the Huntsmen have got the ball. So bunch in that middle. Number 17 with the score once again.
It's his second touchdown of the game. Certainly proving to be a good weapon for them on that quick route out to the pylon.
So that's two touchdowns today for number 17?
I believe so.
That's possibly over 102 over his career. He may have got a few more in the other games, he probably has.
Coverage and a nice route and a nice catch by number 3.
As he cut back out, that defender wasn't paying too much attention to him. So that is half time. So the Huntsmen go in with the lead. And I'm trying to work out the scores from the other games. We've also got the South Coast Spitfires against the Leicester Huntsmen. That's the Chorley Buccaneers. They wear very, very similar kits for an under-14s game, and then we also have the under-17s on the right-hand side, Waveney against Nuneaton. So what's your thoughts on tomorrow and how that's all going to pan out? And
well, the Division 1 is an interesting beast. They've got an awful lot of teams coming down. I think it's must be nearly 20 teams in the playoffs. For me, I think it's really going to come down to the Reading Devils and the Edinburgh Outlaws. I think they're the class of the division. You have to look out for the London Flash, who are the sort of baby brother team of the London Smoke, who will be I think seeing later in the semi-finals of the Adult League. Division 1 is often it's I think more competitive in some ways than the Premiership. The Premiership, you've got maybe I'll say 3 teams that are streets ahead of everybody else. Although maybe it's unfair for me to discount the Manchester Titans as well, as they're in the semi-final. So I'll say 4 and cover my bases just in case they pull off the upset. Whereas Division 1, I think, a lot of it depends on availability. A lot of it depends on matchups. You'll have a team that will comfortably beat someone and then lose to a team that the team they've beaten has lost to. So it's going to be an interesting day. But if I had to pick right now, I'd give it to the Reading Devils. I think they're gonna come away with it tomorrow.
So that could be. I mean, I don't know if he's listening to this one, but if Luke Champion is listening to this one and you've taken away from his team basically. He's been an interesting person to listen to throughout the podcast for the Senior League.
The Senior League podcast has been good fun, and it's been good to have. It's been great to have Luke on it. And Luke, for those of you who don't know, Luke Champion is a first-year player for the London Smoke. He's done exceptionally well to get onto their first team as a rookie. And he's joined us on the podcast for the Southern Divisions and brings a unique sense of humour and a unique outlook on the flag football world in general, I think.
There may be phrases that we continue to use like later on in the season. He didn't block him, he just attracted the defender. And Luke Champion has a unique sense of humour. He's definitely another one.
Well, given that this is a live stream, I'm trying to be diplomatic and choose my words carefully.
So if anybody wants to have any more quotes from Luke Champion, if you simply read Cam Newton's autobiography, and you'll be able to read a few more of his, probably be able to guess some of his future ones as well. But his utter devotion to the Solent Red Storm before week one. Before week 1, I think it was, and he just came in and went, no, the Solent Red Storm are going to beat everybody. They're the best team.
Well, I mean, first of all, I should shout out the Solent Red Storm. It's never easy coming into the adult league, and they I think lost every game on the season, but they turned up to every game on the season.
That's always what you want to see.
They travelled long distances. They did so in the best possible humour, and the only way to go for them is up, and I'm sure they'll improve. They've got some very useful players, but they came from the Solent Red Storm came from a youth setup, much like what we're watching at the moment, and it was a lot of the mums and dads who decided that they'd get a bit more involved and have an adult team. But the adult league is so different from the youth league, and I think it's going to take a season or two for them to adapt to the faster pace, the probably more complex tactics, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. I mean, we've seen the same with Waveney. I said, like, most of the under-17s are playing for the Waveney senior team. They've not had the best season, but they've turned up, which is always it's a positive thing to see, because you don't want the teams to, if they are going to get beaten every game, on the last few game days they don't turn up because they don't want to travel. And when you said about travelling through that junior system, it's interesting to see that a lot of the teams that we're currently looking at right now don't have a senior team, or they're not an established senior team. So the South Coast Spitfires, they can feed into some of the local teams, but they don't have their own senior team.
No, and I think that's an interesting point, and I have to wonder if it's because there are now more options for these kids to choose when they reach the ages of sort of 16, 18. You've got the NFL Academy, you've got, I believe it's still called Filton Pride, but there's so many places that these people can go to learn American football, and that those were things that we simply didn't have when we were young. There weren't these sort of feeders to the NFL, to the CFL, and all these kids have a legitimate dream of being able to access those leagues now, which it never used to be the case. There was no international program, so I don't know. We've seen a few players in the South Coast Spitfires, which is just down the road from Chichester, and my hope as a coach is that some of them decide to come over and strengthen the team in Chichester. But I think 4 or 5 of them have got into Great Britain contact. 1 or 2 of them have gone to Filton to sort of study American football. Why play flag when those opportunities are open to you?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, Filton has been a great like achievement for the UK to have. I'm still hoping that Filton will eventually bring in a flag program as well, and could be a great one. We talked to Alan Young about there's no GB under 14s and under 17 setup, but again he wants to put that through, and it would be a great one to see, because so when teams do fade, I think the issue that a lot of junior teams or junior players have as they progress forwards is that they finish their under 17s flag career, and then they go to further education, so universities and things. You don't have that steady flow of players coming in, and so because obviously they're travelling around to different universities, so that may be why we need to focus more on like a university league, which would be a great one to have. I know there's a few women's teams.
Yes, there are certainly a few adult teams as well that have been born of universities. The Reading Devils, formerly the Reading Knights, were set up through Reading University and are still mostly students and alumni. But it doesn't happen frequently. You're quite right. The university is still very much a kitted sort of realm, and it's interesting because you've got flag football is so much more accessible. It's so much cheaper to play. You don't have to buy the equipment. You don't have to worry too much about the career-ending injuries. And it would seem the ideal thing for universities to get involved in.
I mean, maybe it's the timing of the season. Obviously, we start April, which isn't always the best time when we're going through the season. No. You're going through the school holiday sort of thing. Okay, number 32 once again.
Well held by 87, and possibly a little bit of holding there from the Huntsman defender, but seems to have been waved off.
So I think he was generally going for the flag. May have grabbed the belt as well. It's as hard to call flag like holding as it is flag guarding.
I mean, he definitely let go immediately. So let's see if the Bears can punch this in.
So bunching that middle now. Tackle just short. Tackle just outside, just inside the no-run zone.
We've seen a lot of sort of jet sweeps from this Bears team. So being inside the no-run zone means that some of their playbook is now not open to them. It's going to have to be a passing play. Bit of a 2-on-1 on this side.
Managed to get that one
made
in.
A great catch, reached it across the plane, and the Bears are back in it.
It was a great field awareness there, because as he brought the ball down, he was sort of falling forwards out of the end zone. I think his feet may have been in, but he did have the mindset to actually reach back and put the ball across the line as well, just to make sure. Blitz coming through, forced him backwards, wide open in that middle. And this is one of the other bonuses you see when you watch an under 14 17s game, is you get a sideline.
Yes.
Normally as a senior player, it's whoever's not playing at that point is your sideline cheering for you.
Yes, it's much better supported. It's great to see all the parents here cheering people on. It gives the game much more atmosphere as well.
It does. I mean, so first when you got some big sidelines. I mean, Chorley will bring a very, very loud sideline. We saw that from the previous games. Huntsmen and Houghton have both got a decent sideline for them now. Wide open on that right-hand side. Spins between two. So yes, it's always adds to the atmosphere of the whole thing, and especially as a kid, you want the big crowd. You picture the NFL, and the crowd's chanting your name as you score.
Definitely, I think it adds a little bit more pressure though as well. I mean, most of the adult games mostly. Ooh. There's a claim there for defensive pass interference. I don't think it's going to be called by the refs, but a very good throw there, nearly a touchdown. So going back to it, sorry, I think that the adult games are almost. I think if it was British football, they'd call it played behind closed doors. It's generally just the players there, but this is brilliant, and it must be such a lift for these kids as well.
Cutting back on that sweep. Going to be just across that halfway now.
He's made some good yardage for them today, number 3. It's always handy, I find, to have somebody that you can hand the ball off to, and they'll make 5 to 7 yards for you.
So we had this one in one of the previous games where they were running the plays quite well, but their running game wasn't as strong, and they were only getting about 3 yards off each one.
Yeah,
it's not quite what you need when you've got people that can run the ball like these guys. It's the one missed tackle, and you're gaining the yards that you need to continue moving those.
You've got 20 yards to get to halfway. So with 4 attempts, you need 5 yards really to stay on schedule. Getting less than that means you have to open up your playbook and maybe take some riskier, deeper shots on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down.
Getting across that middle. Receiver's wide open, makes the grab. Don't know if he's
got it.
Incomplete.
It's been declined.
Oh,
that's
and
be an
there we go.
Penalty. Difficult to see whether he controlled that ball all the way through the grounding.
So as he brought that one down, it was like as he hit the ground, I wasn't too sure whether he had full control of that one. Referees have said that he hasn't, and obviously he was not happy with that call.
It's a high stakes game. Friends and family watching, maybe some on the stream.
I mean, we were just saying about how good it is to have the fans and everyone watching you, and then when you get plays like that, you're sitting there going, I hope no one was watching that at all.
I'm sure he'll be watching that catch back a few times tonight to see what it looks like from up here.
That would be the instant replays, the slow down. He'll probably download the video, cutting it to a little bit, and then maybe sending it off to Baffer going, I was in. And it did count, especially with a game that's this tight as well.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll see 52 back in. He's been a real threat for them. He's got a spin move that's broken a few tackles today.
So on the other side, we just had a safety called. I'm not too sure what the score is on that one. Number 91 going down that right-hand side. Managed to beat one, tackled by the second, but it took them just inside that no run once again.
That underneath drag route is working really well for them. They're taking the safeties off deep on the right-hand side, and then that underneath route coming from the left over to the right is always wide open. It's an easy catch, and then he's got room to run.
And the extra yardage is the big one that everyone is hoping for.
Well, absolutely. If you're a quarterback and you can just dump the ball off, short yardage. That's the turnover, 4th down.
So if I got it right, the score is still 21 all. No, I got it wrong. As I quickly run to my pocket to find out the actual score on that one.
I think you're right.
Oh, YouTube, don't fail me now. So yes, 21 all.
That's exactly what you want in a final, isn't it? Good elusiveness here from number 11.
So a big turnover on the last drive. Houghton now going to be working the way downfield.
I'm going to try for a curse of the commentator here. But one thing I've been impressed with in this final is that there's been times where the first tackle has been missed, but we haven't really seen a length of the field run that has had all the tackles missed, which you do often see in the youth flag. Safe to say, because of that drop, it's not going to happen. So.
I mean, not instantly. There's still a chance of it. So as we stand up here, we can't hear the officials too much. I'm trying to hear a bit of their conversation. I think there's around about 3 minutes left in the half. So that could be say like one, maybe two, maybe like a drive each. Depending on how you work this one down.
And this is the time where you need one of your star players to make a big play on either side of the ball. The next big play could win it.
So 3 across that front for the Huntsmen. Gets the first down.
87 has shown some good strength in contested catches.
So yeah, he's brought that one in, got the first down. And there we go, 2-minute warning, 21 all. So people always say that you want the showcase at the finals.
Absolutely.
2 minutes to go and 21 all. We've had a bit of a show of everything. We've had the talent. We've had some contentious decisions. A sack there.
That's a big sack. 33 there. Good body control to make that tackle. It's not easy to sack a quarterback, I'm sure you know.
Oh, no. I was very, very easy to sack. So
all it takes often is a little hip shake and you miss them completely.
And as you all know, Neil Henderson, as I've seen many teams do, I've seen many blitzers go after Neil Henderson, and he seems to smile at you as you're coming towards him. And then one little hip shake, and you've somehow blown past him by about 5 yards.
Yeah, it's probably difficult to see if you're new to flag football, but it requires an awful lot of concentration to make those tackles.
It's one of those ones. So we say, when we're saying like blitzer used to be the new kid, go after the guy with the ball. Now the amount of technique that's involved in it, you'll get some who are your choice, which is the taller, maybe slightly slower ones that can get the hand up there.
I mean, I always prefer speed if I can have it, but yes.
I mean, if you've got the choice between height but maybe slower, but then the faster, maybe smaller like blitzers.
I think it depends what sort of defense you run. If you're in man coverage, I think, given that receivers will eventually get open, I think you want someone fast to get to the quarterback quickly. If you're in a zone, particularly a zone defense where the middle of the field is exposed, I think having that tall quarterback who makes it super difficult to throw in that area is probably advantageous. So just depends what way you want to play defense.
So I mean, I've come across some of the slower ones, and as they're running towards you, you're thinking, I can easily beat this guy for speed. Then they put their arms out, and it's basically just a 6-foot circle that you cannot throw through.
Absolutely, and that I find generates more interceptions for the defense, because the quarterback isn't throwing the trajectory that they want to. They can't ping the ball in a sort of low trajectory, and that's also going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
So his flags have come off now, and he's not happy with that one.
Well, it's a big stage. You have the opportunity maybe here to, well, not necessarily win it, but drive down and put your team in the lead with seconds to go. And it's definitely not gone the way he wanted it to.
And then we look at the Huntsman sideline, which has now grown massively in size as the other game was finished. Chorley have seemed to merge into there, and say with the same colour kit and everything else, it looks like they've just doubled in size.
It does. It's great to see this many people. This is probably a record for a domestic UK flag football match.
It's got to be. I mean, especially if we get like the finals at the end of the day that are played as a single game, obviously, and so you're going to have every single person who's not playing stood around the sidelines.
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, this is good. It's still you know, we've still got another 3 games to go on this pitch after this one. So most teams are still here. Obviously, all the parents are still here. So I think this is certainly one of the bigger crowds I've seen for a flag football game. But having the Premiership final as the very last event of the day, perhaps people will have gone home. It's a long day. We started up here at 9 o'clock or thereabouts.
9:15. So he's faked a handoff on the left, so they're going to the left, taking it to the right instead.
It was a nicely designed run play that allowed 3 with to get some space. And now the Huntsmen driving with a chance to win it.
So we've got Neil Henderson pestering us once again for the score. It's currently 21-all. With only a few minutes left in the game.
Apologies, viewers. When a man of the stature of Neil Henderson comes over, you have to break commentary and let him know what's happening.
I mean, it does feel weird. Obviously, knowing Neil for this long. I mean, I remember him playing against us when it was still just the Sharks, and I think I was actually just coming out of my junior season, and he was the starting QB for the Sharks. He stayed around for this long, so I think I've retired twice before he has. So again, we've got the high pressure ones. 3rd down, I think this is now. 3rd down and about 12 yards to go.
This is a big play, this 3rd down, because of course on 4th down you can, as a defence, you know it's got to go in the end zone. So this is an opportunity now for the Huntsmen.
Bunch in the middle, hitting that right hand side.
What a
catch!
He's
managed to make that grab. He's brought that one in perfectly.
He had to go down low to pick that one up. It's a great catch.
So that makes it 27-21. Still the extra point to go. I had to double check my maths as well. they do need to make the scoring easier instead of adding 6 and 1s and 6 and 2s. And
yes. As I look at you questioningly. is that what 6 is? Add 6 to 21? Yeah, you're right.
I saw the look and that's why I had to confirm. So yeah, 27-21. Huntsman going for 1. I mean, in this situation, would you have gone for 1 or 2?
In this situation, if I was coaching the Huntsmen, I would have gone for 1. Unfortunately, that's a wild pass.
It was. He hasn't thrown that many today.
You know, the consistency of extra point scoring at any level is not superb. And you know, if you manage to put yourself 7 points up, then you give the Bears an interesting choice. If they do score, do they go for 1 to tie it, or do they go for 2 and, you know, win or potentially lose it on 1 play? As it is, a touchdown here for the Bears will tie it up, and then you can be sure they'll go for 1.
I mean, we said earlier on that extra points may be the thing that wins this one.
No. This is where the Huntsmen need a big defensive play.
Throws himself out of bounds there.
87 needs to be a bit careful there, because of course diving with the ball not allowed in flag football. That was close to it, but I think one movement you'll get away with it. Catch and dive all in one.
It was a body, as the momentum of the ball kind of threw his body out of bounds is what he'll be saying.
The Huntsmen dropping well back. They're really giving up these short options at the moment.
So we saw it a while back in the NFL where you had, I can't remember which coach it was, had his own basically PA dragging him back from the sidelines. I can now see one of the Huntsman coaches basically pushing an entire team back, making sure that we don't get any penalties on that one.
You get paid well in the NFL for doing that, though. That looks like a 1st down.
I think he's been just short.
Just short.
There was a reach. I thought that he technically got across.
Again, a decision now you really want to get right. So 4th down.
So the Huntsmen have called a timeout.
I think I hear 6 seconds.
This could be a one play.
Shot to the end zone. You'd have to think that 87 is the target for a shot to the end zone.
It would definitely be.
He's been successfully able to box out defenders all afternoon.
I mean, I can see the Huntsman defence approaching their own goal line, lined up on around about their own 5-yard line. Ball just inside the Houghton Bears' own half, and a big cheer from the crowd now.
Looks like there might have been timeouts called on both sides here. Now the question is, do they try for a very quick play to get a little bit closer, or is it just one shot for glory?
This is what the moments where I say I don't like playing quarterback.
They're going to go for the quick option, and he's going to step out. Should have a few seconds.
I think I heard 4 seconds then.
Well, very risky to try that again, so you'd think this would have to be the shot now.
I said the Chorley Buccaneers have now joined that sideline as well. He's going for the out of bounds again. I mean, this is almost Charlie Williams London Smoke style play calling. You know, I've got 6 seconds, great, that gives me 4 plays.
I think I heard 3 seconds there. I'm not entirely sure that play took a second, but still it's good for the drama. Now they've matched 87 up here against the smaller of the defensive
87
backs
against
of the
87.
Huntsmen. It's going to him again.
We're talking a play per second here. It's now 4. It's got to be 4th down. I know, because the first play was just inside the first half. Sorry, just inside their own half.
Right. Here we go. Rolls out.
Can't do it this time. He's
Puts
got
it high to the back.
Open.
Three's got it.
So that makes it. That's 27 all.
I believe so.
So this is the extra point. I think time must have expired unless there was only 1 second played on that last play as well. A flag's been thrown. I'm guessing unsportsmanlike conduct for players running onto the pitch. So yes, time has now expired. The 6 seconds that they had, and managed to get 4 plays off somehow to work their way from their own halfway line, so from just inside their own half to the end zone in 4 plays in 6 seconds. But it is now 27 all. Flags were thrown at the end of the last play. Still not 100% sure what's actually been called.
I suspect they will. Oh no, it looks like the 1 point play will take.
Timeout call now by the Huntsmen. I mean, the ball's been spotted at the 5-yard line. So this could be a 1 point play, or it could be a 2 point play with a penalty as well.
I didn't see anything from the Huntsmen that would.
No, this is.
For me, it was the running onto the pitch that would seem the obvious call for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah, so now the ball's been marked back.
So it's quite difficult to see from up here, but that looks like they're at the 2-point conversion line, or close enough.
Well, this is where we have to consult the rule book, and I'm not too sure what the current ruling for 2-point plays is. It's from the 10-yard line.
Yes.
They look further back than that.
They do. I would suspect this is a 1-point play from the 2-point, but
it's the fact that they've gone back 7 yards.
Yes.
This is a very confusing one, but it's the last play of the game. Gone deep on that one. Batted down.
And we think, if our maths is correct, that we continue.
It could be. This may be where I need an opinion from some of the officials, BAFA officials.
Neither team looks like they've just won a national championship.
No, but neither team look like they've lost it either. So this is. I mean, the coaches are having talks, the referees are having talks. I think if the rules are set as I believe they are, it's now a 1-point shootout from the 5-yard line. And to think, we started 15 minutes late. We actually got back on schedule, and now we've got a 1-point shootout in a final. So this could be a great finish to this game. It's been a very, very close game the whole way through. I mean, if we have to put names on this one, do we have any standout players for you from either team?
Well, sadly, I've got numbers. So
numbers is fine by me. That's what I've got.
I think number 87 for the Bears has been a key weapon in their offence. Obviously, on that last drive, he was crucial to moving them down. Again, they targeted him there for the win. Wasn't able to come down with it, but yeah. And then for the Huntsmen, I think 17 has been an important aspect of the offence. I think 3 has moved the ball well for them as well. Coming down to a 1-point conversion shootout, think that all those players are probably going to get involved at some point. They've got to be the people you're looking for.
I mean, it's always awkward to kind of say, like, oh, the game quite hasn't finished yet, but who's the player of the match? But we're going to have a few more plays that could decide this completely.
I think I'll reserve judgment.
So we continue to await a final decision on this one. That sideline reporter would have come in handy once again. I mean, we may have to opt for the old school of just shouting at people until they give you an answer.
Rescued by Neil Henderson again.
The story of many man's career in flag football.
So as it transpires, it's looking like, unofficially, that each team is going to get a drive from halfway, and then if the scores are still tied at the end, it's going to be a 1-point penalty shootout.
So the questions that I have many questions right now. Is it a time drive? Obviously, is time going to play any sort of factor into this one? Is it just going to be a play clock one? That's the only thing you have to go against?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because flag football so rarely ends in a tie. And when it does in a league game, we call it a tie because we're British.
That's what we like.
I know any Americans listening will be very confused by the aspect of a tie. But when it comes down to this, I've played in different tournaments that have had many different rules for how to decide a tie.
Yeah, so a lot of the tournaments I'm guessing you're on about are the various ones around Europe, and each tournament you go to seems to have a slightly different variation of what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do in each drive.
Absolutely, and I mean the 1-point shootout is probably the quickest way to decide a winner, but possibly this is a little fairer.
It's a strange one to have. Like you basically get a whole drive to continue this one. I mean, I'm in favour of the 1 point shootout, if anything.
It seems that most of the players have made their way over to this pitch now to see what's happening.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players who are... So you've got a lot of the under-14s and 17s that were playing have now joined either sideline. I'm not too sure they're picking that sideline for a reason. It's just that was the closest one. We've got teams that are coming over that should be playing in the next game are ready to cheer on and see what happens. So as I'm looking at it now, I can see that the Cardiff Hurricanes are currently on the Leicester Huntsmen side. Manchester Titans, I believe that's them over there. They're on the Houghton Bears sideline. So you know there could be a.
Well, that's the game we're seeing next on this pitch. So.
I was trying to work out if there was any sort of connection between the areas, but I really don't think there is.
I don't think so. No.
I'm not too sure how Cardiff and Leicester match up. But so we have one drive per team.
Safe few yards there to number 11. Second down. What, as a quarterback, what would your tactic be here? Would you try and move it a little bit closer, or would you take 4 shots at an end zone?
I mean, I would definitely try and work my way down. A lot of the receivers I've been blessed with are very good at the yards after the catch. So to have it's not normally put into my hands to throw the ball into the end zone and hope someone brings it down.
Sure. It's
normally just I dump it off a yard and then they do all the hard work for me. But yeah, I mean, coach-wise, I would definitely try and work my way down. I don't know if I'd be able to do it as well as the Bears on the last drive, to work their way that almost at half a pitch.
Number 6 seems to be doing it again, but it's been some good tackling from the Huntsmen so far to keep them out. Is he going to take a shot? No.
Number 8, 7
is short. That'll be 4th down and still a fair way, so it's going to be put up for somebody, I think, now.
This is about 10 yards away. Maybe 12 yards. Just watching the blitz marker count his steps. Rolling out to that right side, cuts back in. It's gone deep.
The back. The catch
brings that one in,
and it's good. What a catch from 87.
So 87 for the Bears against 87 of the Huntsmen has been a matchup that they've been picking on quite a bit. A lot of it is purely down to the height.
87 there for the Bears, got behind the Huntsman defender. It was a very well placed ball. Great stretch and ability to get 1 foot down and keep control. It's not easy.
It's definitely not. I mean, especially again with the high pressure game that we've got. 87 has now moved to blitz. It's been holding complete on that one.
So there's 7. And that gives the Huntsmen their marker of what they need to be.
There we go. It's now set. 87 has got the touchdown and the extra point.
Now the big question: if you're coaching the Huntsmen here, and you score, is it 1 point to send it to the shootout, or is it 2 points to win it?
Oh, this is. I dropped this question on you earlier on. I don't like it on me now. I mean, it's a weird one. I would normally go for the 1 point, and I know that. I've talked about it a lot on the show when people have gone for 2 points, and we have a lot of respect for them. I'm more in the fact that I would rather get the point on the board and go again than go all out for the win. And but we'll see what they do if they can make it this far. Bunch in the middle. Number 17 on the outside for the Huntsmen.
Quick slant. Short yardage gained. It's an interesting thing that's certainly happening in the Premiership at the moment, and I think trickling down is a lot of teams just going for 2 points all the time.
Yeah, it's something that I mainly saw with the Smoke like first off, and I think the Sharks are doing it as well when you see the amount of extra 2 points they've got. And I think it's a lot of the Prem teams, like you just said, so that they've had that mentality now for a while. Division 1 seems to be a lot more 1 point and that's it. '87 with a big play on defence on that one. So this is third down, if I got it right?
Third down and 18 or so, I think. And realistically now, you're probably looking at 2 shots at the end zone. It's, do you want to waste a play moving closer for one shot? He's gone
Straight
long.
across the middle, 47's picked that one off.
Picked it, jumped, which I'm sure the pick will be enough there to end the game.
It was one of those ones I was sitting there going, run it back, and then I was thinking, no, it doesn't really make any difference. He's won that one for him. So there we have a shootout win in the under-14s final.
I think now, if you ask me that question again, I think you've got to give the man of the match to 87 of the Bears.
He is a big difference in these games.
Huge catch to put them ahead, a big defensive play at the end there to keep them ahead. But what a final!
I mean, you've now had your introduction to under-14s football.
Yeah, it's been good.
You've had, I mean, I'm not too sure what the score was in the first game, but the second game you have is the under-14s final with a shootout and extra points and a drive that took 6 seconds to get the 4 plays off. If you're going to have an introduction, that's the one you want.
Absolutely.
So I think we maybe not you as well, but I mean there may be a later game as well. I know we've got some of the Prem games going back on here. The under-17s final may be moved to here. I'm not too sure how that's working.
So I believe the schedule for the rest of the afternoon and evening is we have a semi-final in the adult now, which I believe will be the Cardiff Hurricanes against the Manchester Titans, number 1 seed against the number 4 seed. Then we move on to the under-17 final, which those games have been going on, I think, while we've been up here. So
yeah, so they've had a lot of their playoff games.
We're not sure who that final will be just yet, and then we'll have the adult Premiership final to finish.
Not a bad way to finish the first day of Flag Football Finals Day. So we'll leave you. I'm not too sure who the next commentators will be. So there we go. We've got one of up here already.
I'll be joined momentarily by Jay Bellamy, and we'll be here to take you through the adult semi-final.
So hopefully you have an equally good game in the semi-finals we just did in the final.
That'd be nice.
So guys, stay with us, and we'll be back with another game soon.
Hello and welcome if you're just joining us for the adults semi-final one with the Cardiff Hurricanes playing the Manchester Titans. I'm Jay Ballamy, joined by Gareth Price from the last game. Gareth, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Jay. What a fantastic game that last one was.
It's been outstanding. I have to say the quality of football throughout the whole day we've been absolutely brilliant, and we've been blessed by the weather. It's a nice sunny day. For context, viewers, we've got Manchester Titans in their practice strip, which is why you'll see, for example, George Slade wearing number X due to the clash. But here we go. So Joe Cottrell, number 25 for Cardiff Hurricanes, to start the drive off, and first down from the 5. Ref's just sorting some small details out. Hang on. Quick completion to number 2, Costas, who makes a sizable gain after the catch. Gareth, what do we know about Costas?
Well, you can expect Joe to throw the ball to Costas Carras quite a bit in this game. Phenomenal deep threat for the Hurricanes. Very useful 400-metre sprinter in his youth. Say that he's not that old, but you know, he's got that basketball background, that combination of height and speed. Very difficult to defend.
Second down. Oh, a drop by Manchester Titans number 2, James Wilson. Obviously, with the shorter field and a short second down there, Joe Cottrell going for a more aggressive play down the field, and that will bring up third down and I would say about 7.
Joe Cottrell has thrown for 79 touchdowns this year, but only 3 interceptions.
Wow.
So very rarely does he put an errant pass in like that, but maybe it's just semi-final jitters.
Absolutely. And then they flip the formation and a side snap. So that gives Joe the option to run if he wants to. He's taking his time and he's flipped it over. Oh, an amazing one-hand grab from Costas there. And just like that, he's starting with the showboating already.
It is amazing, but it's amazing how routine he made that look.
Absolutely. I don't know if you and me are probably that capable of being that relaxed in that situation.
Oh, I shout at my team all the time for making one-hand catches when they could put 2 hands up.
But hey, when you can back it up like that, why not? Why not? So that brings up a first down and goal. And there's a running back in the backfield. Snap goes to number 23, Nick Geese. So Joe has the option to run again, and looks like he's checking it to Costas, who brings up second at about 2.
Yeah, George Slade is the big defensive weapon here for Manchester Titans. 13 interceptions on the season, but he's going to have his hands full with Costas Carras today.
And it's funny, you know, but other than that first hitch to start the drive off, it seems like most of those big plays have gone away from George. Do you think that's something tactical that Joe might be doing?
I would suspect so. When you've got somebody who's that well known, I mean, George Slade has led the country in interceptions for the past 2 years. He's just errant snap.
Joe's done a really good job of dealing with the snap, rolling around trying to find something. Chooses just to put that ball in, and a bit of contact, but nothing undoing.
Of course, as I was saying, George Slade played in the kitted final for the Manchester Titans, where he got a pick 6.
Oh wow!
In that upset win for the Titans over London.
Yeah, he's certainly a very talented athlete, and for sure it's a good matchup and a good battle to have on the field. Joe rolling, and and it's just as casual as that. Touchdown for Costas, number 2. That brings it up as 6-0.
Just makes it look too easy.
It does. We're interested to see now whether the Cardiff going for 1 or for 2. For new viewers of the sport, you can go for 1 point from the 5-yard line or 2 from the 10. Looks like Cardiff have elected to go for 1. Will Manchester be disappointed with that first drive? I mean, it looked fairly routine from the Hurricanes.
I think they'll be very disappointed with the drop pick from number 2. Again,
wow!
Costas is found in
Great
the corner.
grab from Costas.
That's 1 point. Cardiff leads 7-0. I think when on the rare occasion that Joe Cottrell throws a pass that doesn't go to its intended receiver, if it hits you in your hands, you've got to make that pick.
Absolutely.
If you want to be in the final, those are the plays you're going to have to make.
And that's the level we're at here, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got Manchester Titans coming out on offense here, led by Alan Mead, who's the GB OC for the Gold Squad. Surveying the field, and throws it into a good gap in the defence, just slightly overthrown for his receiver, number 85, Danny Hartridge.
Yeah, we've got to the point now in the tournament where every quarterback left has startling credentials.
Absolutely, it does make you feel slightly worried about your own credentials when you see these four rolling on the pitch. So Alan Mead rolling to his right, and he takes that check to George Slade across the field, who sensibly, I think, takes tackle just before the first down. Again, for those who are not veteran flag football watchers, tactically gives you a short amount of yardage to get on a third down, but also allows you to have one option of a bit of a deep shot later on.
Absolutely. So I mean, Alan Mead, not traditionally known for taking deep shots, very much a controlled quarterback, but that may have been the opportunity to hit someone like Georgia in the end zone.
Yeah, and just as you say, controlled quarterback, he hands it off and gets an easy first down. You know, it's.
But he's comfortably over the halfway line now, so 4 attempts from here to get to the end zone.
Exactly, and he buys himself 4 more yards. So that brings up a first down. A lot of vertical routes. George making a nice jumping grab there and slides down the sideline to bring up second down and probably about 10 towards the goal line. I have to say what's worth noting about Cardiff's defence. So we still see Joe Cottrell, the quarterback for Cardiff, playing safety.
Yes, well, Joe is a quarterback by necessity. I think he would agree that it's not his favourite position. He's extremely good at it, which is why he's playing there for the Hurricanes. You see Alan Mead look for the back corner.
He had it.
But for other teams, Joe has played wide receiver, which I think is his favourite position.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he's the safety for the Great Britain Gold team, and that's why you see him on defence today. Although Drew Smith is the defensive coordinator for the Hurricanes, Joe Cottrell has bags of experience.
Absolutely, and it's you know, we're going to say this about every team from probably this point onwards. There is experience all over the field. As Alan Mead there, threading a needle into a tight window to hit number 83, Pedro Vieira Berto.
And Pedro is Alan's favourite target over the course of the season, with 16 touchdowns to his name. But what's great about Alan is that he does spread the passes around. You've got multiple receivers on this Manchester Titans roster who've got double-digit touchdowns this year.
And there's such a strength in an offense and being able to target everybody and not lock into one receiver too much, right?
Absolutely. As it goes short,
it's short.
They level it up.
Got 1-point conversions. That's 7-all. 2 very confident opening drives, I'd say there, Gareth. Not much that we've seen from defenses other than that drop pick, really. Do you think that it's going to be a case of adjusting through the half, or really we're just letting both teams feel each other out to start with?
I think it's got to be a case of the 2 teams feeling each other out. They're in different conferences. I don't think these teams have played each other in the last 4 or 5 years, perhaps. So you really don't know what you're getting from each of them. But that's very well defended by 28 to prevent Costas from getting downfield on him.
Yeah, and he's quite cleverly used his body there. Number 28, Lee Kerrigan, who's a digital scout for Team GB.
Oh.
There you go. So,
what is a digital scout?
I believe a digital scout is a person that either collates film, puts it together, and then analyses it and creates cut-ups, but also can go out and collect film from new players that are potentially looking at the GB squad and try and understand whether they're worth giving it to a more experienced coach.
Well, in which case, I assume, Lee, that you're watching this on playback, so hello to you.
Second down there, getting rushed by Jay Cooley-Joy, who was a recent transfer from the Exeter Falcons in Division 1, and forcing Joe just to check it out of bounds.
Quite the step up for Jay to move up to the Premiership and obviously be in a national championship semi-final. But he's acquitted himself brilliantly over this season. He actually leads the country in sacks.
Yeah, and interestingly, when he was at Exeter, obviously he was a quarterback, so it's a bit of a transition for him. But he's taken to that new role.
When you've got Alan Mead quarterbacking for, GB Silvers and being the OC for GB Gold, quarterback is, I think, taken for Manchester.
Absolutely. That was a third down play there from Joe Cottrell, number 87.
Reece Jackson.
Reece Jackson, thank you. I was just looking at the piece of paper just to see that.
Reece Jackson, famously, that's someone who on the First and 15 South podcast is constantly referred to as number 87. So today, Reece, we've got your name right.
Well, it's a bit of a cheat code right here, Gareth, because you used to be a Hurricane yourself, so you must know most of these players pretty intimately.
Well, I mean, I remind my fellow podcasters of Reece's name on regular occasions, but it doesn't seem to stick, so...
That brings up fourth and about, I would say, about 7 yards there for the Hurricanes. Joe Survey in the field.
Just got space, but it's
going to his favourite target, but he's overthrown it, and that is a turnover on downs for Manchester. Big stop there to get from the Titans. Doesn't happen very often with the Hurricanes.
Well, you've got two offences here who regularly score over 40 points a game, and both have extremely stingy defences. So you would think that with two teams that score 40 a game, that it's going to be those stops that are going to make the difference, even if it's just one or two.
Alan Mead going down the sideline, and George Slade there trying to put a one-handed grab out, maybe trying to replicate his counterpart in Costas Carras, but not necessarily being as successful. Obviously, viewers, for those of you again who are new to flag football, you'll notice that it technically is a non-contact game, but there's certainly a level of contact that is expected from the game.
Well, I like your use of the word technically there. Well, you don't know because you're a quarterback, and no one's allowed to touch you. But you know, it is quite a physical game. I would often liken it to basketball, which is another non-contact game where there's a lot of pushing, a lot of shoving. You certainly need to be physical to play flag football at the highest level, and I mean you've got a lot of people who play kitted and flag, and you look at people like George Slade on the Manchester Titans. You know, if you go shoulder to shoulder with him, you need to be able to stand up to him.
This brings up third down for Alan Mead. Surveying the field. Oh, and the blitz has knocked the ball out of the quarterback's hand. That'll draw a penalty. We saw obviously the blitzer, so Chad Stevens, affecting the play on the second down there. I mean, he's a big guy, and we don't see a lot of huge blitzers like him.
No, and I mean, for me, I think tall blitzers are the way forward, because they just take away that middle throwing lane, and it makes it almost impossible to put in a good fast pass over the middle of the field. You have to loft the ball in the air, and once you do that, it's open for anybody to come and pick it off.
Exactly. It's like having an extra piece of coverage, really, isn't
absolutely. It? Unfortunately, there's a little bit of contact on Alan Mead, and that's why the penalty has been given, and they've moved forward.
And I believe that would have been an automatic first down in my mind. Do you agree with me? Yeah, no, you're unsure as well. That's fine. We'll hope the ref is being nice and clear for everybody at home, so they know what the down is.
Viewers can't see me when I shrug.
Indeed. So whichever down this is for Alan Mead, he's got a small field to work with. Open receiver right down the middle, but he's overthrown him ever so slightly. I'm sure that's one he'll want to have back.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a few errant passes from both quarterbacks, which is, I mean, I've played against the Hurricanes twice this year, and I've seen them play numerous times, and I can tell you I can count on one hand the number of times that Joe Cottrell has not hit who he intended to, and seems to have passed that on to Alan Mead now.
Yeah, it's the effect of having that blitzer right in your face, right? And you can't throw over him. You have to throw around him. Just released the ball, and I think the referee's going to call that a sack.
A sack and a fourth down.
So big down here for Manchester, in still quite a relatively good position, I would say, for
absolutely.
For first down.
I mean, you know, they are the number 4 seed. Cardiff are the number 1 seed, the defending champions, and have made a mincemeat of everybody this year, whereas the Titans have lost a game in the
oh wow,
wonderful pass,
great pass by Alan Mead there, and good recovery tackle from number 8, who's not on our roster sheet, number 8, unfortunately, so that's useful. We'll Gareth, do you know who number 8 is? No, there you go.
I believe number 8 is a recent addition from the now folded Baker Street Button Hookers. The Hurricanes took on a fair few of them in the early season,
right?
But I'm afraid I don't know them all by name.
Oh, well, unfortunately, number 8 you'll be referred to as number 8 for the rest of this stream. That brings up a first down and short yardage. And Alan Mead hands it off. Well, no, pulls it out and sidearms a slant into George Slade there. Just taking little chunks and working the ball down the field quite effectively. That'll bring up a second down, and from our angle, about 4, I'd say.
Not far. This is the sort of area where you would expect a quarterback of Alan Mead's quality and ability to convert this.
They go with the condensed set on second down, and quick little flip out to Pedro, and what have they given?
Looks like there's some laundry on the field.
Didn't quite catch what the ref has called there. I think it's on the offense. It'll be a repeat second down. Yeah, Yep, certainly. It's marching it back by 5, so I'm going to hazard a guess at a false start.
Could well have been. In that bunch formation as well, perhaps it was impeding.
Quite possibly, yeah. For our new viewers, for context, flag's a 5-on-5 game. Typically, one on the defence will blitz, and you can't get in that blitzer's way. As long as he's got his arm up, he has the right of way to the quarterback. And a brilliant diving grab there from Pedro. And that's given.
Catch, but I have to say, from this angle, it did not look like the ball crossed the plane.
No, it looked like his body and certainly his foot was in, but it looked like the ball was actually in front of the pylon. Obviously, that ref down there has got a better view than us, so
absolutely,
we'll believe him.
But either way, what a fantastic catch.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's putting me to shame. It's making me feel very aware of my unathleticism, I'll have to say, Gareth. And looks like Manchester will go for a 1-point attempt. Nice little check down there to George Slade. And the try is good.
14-7 lead.
Yeah, and look, we're early into the first half here. Would we have expected a Manchester Titans lead? Certainly with Cardiff being on offence first.
I think the difficult thing is with Manchester is nobody's... Because of COVID, we've had much disruption to the Flag Football League. And last year they played in the MEC conference, which was... I think it's fair to say competitive, but perhaps not at the level of maybe the Highlands or the South East with the London teams. And Manchester won it in an undefeated season, and every team sort of looked at that and went, yes, good, but you still haven't really shown that you can beat the best teams. And I think this is their big opportunity to become one of those teams that we talk about all the time, like the Hurricanes, like the London Smoke, and like the Glasgow Hornets. They've made the semi-final, which by their seeding they should have done, but this would be an enormous scalp for them.
Absolutely, and I don't think we were discussing this earlier. We don't think Cardiff have lost a regular season game for certain, probably since 2018.
No, and that's just a staggering record. I mean, I know we've had COVID, we had a year out for that, but they really haven't been beatable, and they haven't looked beatable. The only team that's come close is the London Smoke. But Manchester at the moment certainly giving a very good account of themselves.
There was a third down play there for Joe Cottrell to Nick Keese, and I believe that's going to be over halfway, which will give a first down. For context on the downs, you have 4 attempts to make halfway, and then 4 attempts for another score at the end zone.
Nick Keys there is the Great Britain Silvers offensive coordinator. So between him and Joe, they really do have a brain trust on that Hurricane side.
Absolutely, and the level of talent and the level of football expertise is something you don't often see. And there's a deep pass there for Costas Carras in the corner, and a long touchdown. And let's be honest, if I threw that pass, I'd be jubilant, and Joe and Costas look quite relaxed about that. Is it just routine for them, do we think?
I think at this point it is. I remember a Hurricanes practice that I was part of many years ago where I think we were just playing 4-on-4, and it was Costas' first time down there. He and Joe were on the same side, and they were practically making fun of us. It was so easy for them. They've got such a great relationship, and Costas has that physicality and that speed, but he's really worked on his route running, and he is now an exceptional route runner as well.
And a catch there from Murray, who's wearing Hollands on his back. I don't know how accurate that is.
We'll say yes.
We'll say yes. We'll still be calling him number 8, I think.
I've just checked the League Republic, and he doesn't appear to be on there either. So.
Brilliant, fantastic. That's, it's the effective late season addition, I'm sure. So that brings the score up to 14-all. First down for Manchester. Alameda surveying the field and checking it down to number 16. That's Andrew Yun, who's flown back. This is a brilliant note to have from Manchester on their players. He's flown back to the UK to play for the Titans this season. That is another level of commitment.
It is, and I'm going to say it, Jay. I know I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it. The best ability is availability.
Absolutely, and if you're a regular listener of Flag Football content, you'll hear us on the First and 15 podcast, and that is our favourite saying.
I would probably have to put some money in the swear jar for that one.
I think you probably would.
It's wonderful that somebody's that committed to their team and the game as a whole to come back to the UK 4 finals, and it's working. I watched some of the Titans Broncos game earlier in the day, which the Titans won, and number 16 made some very impressive contested catches. You know, being hit from all sides in this non-contact game.
Yeah, technically non-contact. Brings up a third down, and they fling it out to George Slade. Almost looked like he was in a 2-quarterback system there.
It did, and then he thought better of it and decided to run it. It wouldn't surprise me if George Slade can throw a pretty deep ball, but he's not known for it.
No, it's certainly not in his top 5 attributes, but
No.
then again, we tend to think he's the person that's capable of most things. And interestingly, of course, in flag, compared to contact, the quarterback can't run. So the option to have a second quarterback in then allows that, forward progress or potentially a throwback to open the quarterback run game up.
Absolutely, and it negates the 7-second clock that the quarterback has to throw. If you pass it to someone else, they can take as long as they like to throw the ball down the field.
Alameda taking a deep shot there, and it's going to sail out of bounds.
Well marshalled there by Drew Smith, just checking that that's going out of bounds.
Absolutely, and it's about being clever with your body sometimes with this sport, isn't it? It's not about contact, but sometimes shielding your man out of position is a good way to defend the ball. I believe that brings up second down. Two split to the left. Alamede's under centre. Gives a short fake. And... oh!
I think he's out, but...
that's a really tight call. Looks like the ref is signalling out of bounds.
Will agree, but smart thinking there from number 8 to try and... from Reece Jackson to try and flip that ball back in field. If he'd managed to do it without putting a foot down and number 8 had caught it in bounds, it would be a pick, so...
Would have been an absolute highlight reel pick, that, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. He'd be watching that back a few times.
Yeah. Brings up third down for Manchester, and interestingly now, it's a long way to go. We see the quarterback, instead of being under centre, going back into a bit of a deeper gun.
Wants a little bit longer maybe to hit a deep shot. You'd have to think, well, he's got 83, Pedro, and he's got George Slade.
Oh, and a horrible drop from 83, Pedro. He'll want that one back for sure.
Absolutely. I mean... I'm not going to be too harsh because he's made 2 blinding catches,
absolutely,
touchdowns. But even the best receivers suffer from that occasionally.
Absolutely, it can be a small lapse of concentration, or quite just simply thinking about what you're going to do next. It's something that happens. But you'd expect a man of his calibre, certainly with what he's been putting on display so far today, to come away with that.
Catch the ball first.
Absolutely, the first thing they teach you at football. So interestingly now we've got Jay Cooley-Joy on the field at number 14, the ex-quarterback. I wonder if we're going to see a 2-quarterback play.
Could be. I've seen him launch one earlier today.
And they side snap it to Jay, who's sitting in the pocket. He's thrown it down the field.
Oh, what a catch from 51.
It almost looked like he didn't expect that football to come, and then someone's tailed him to turn around.
Reece Jackson broke on the ball, almost picked it.
You could see Reece's eyes light up. He thought he had an absolute homer there, didn't he?
He could, but not close enough from the Titans.
And that's going to bring up a nice...
change of possession.
I see, yeah, sorry, change of possession. That was a 4th down play. So Cardiff now with a 1st down.
Only just, must be about 5 yards short there, unlucky from the Titans.
Check down in the flat to Dylan Bodwich, who shimmies up the field. I've got 83 right, haven't I?
You have.
Good, fantastic. In Cardiff, they're doing something that we haven't really seen either team do yet, which is actually take the short check down and let the guy work down the field rather than trying to take a 10-yard deep ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dylan Bowditch today is replacing Chris Jones in the starting lineup, the GB Silver centre. Dylan, a fantastic player, but you have to think they've lost a little dynamism on offence with the absence of Chris.
Yeah, and Chris is a fantastic player, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely a miss in this offence. But to have the ability to just stick Dylan in there and let him work is it's not a bad replacement.
Oh, not at all, not at all. It's nothing against Dylan. He's just not the GB Silver centre.
Absolutely.
But he is a fantastic player. He's somebody who's been in and around Welsh football for the past sort of 5 or so years. He's really come through the youth ranks. He's played for a couple of different flag teams in Wales, and now finding himself on the Hurricanes and getting good, meaningful starting reps. He can also throw a pretty deep ball.
He can, and earlier in that drive we saw Reece Jackson drop into a 2 QB and flip the ball back to Joe. We're sort of getting to see Joe's athleticism there in the play and just shimmying up to gain a lot of yards. the first down play, and looks like it's all hitches. Slightly errant ball from Joe on a sidearm. That was you saying that you could count it on your one hand how many errant balls he would have, and he's had 2 so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everything just needs to calm down a little bit. It's, when you run an offense where you have a centre like Chris, or there are other agile centres in the league, Callum Woods for Grangemouth, Shorty Brown for Chichester. When you've got that sort of centre and it's your safety valve, and you know that you can give it to them and they'll gain 5-10 yards every time. When you lose that, there is definitely a need to change your game plan. And when you've had, I mean, Chris Jones has been with the Hurricanes since I think 2016, and he's always been there. He's always been that outlet for Joe. Without him, there's going to have to be a plan B. And it's been a while since I think the Hurricanes have had to move to plan B.
And that's a timeout taken by Cardiff. And what you're saying about Chris Jones, I think really we can summarise by saying the best ability is availability.
Yes, we could say that. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's keeping Chris from here at the moment, but wherever he is, I wish him well. And you would. The Hurricane squad has such depth that it really is a case of next man up. And Dylan is an exceptionally good player, and I'm sure we'll see that throughout this game. I'm sure he'll make an impact.
Brings up a third down play. Joe escaping the pocket and throwing across his body. That's a pick. Oh, and he's dropped it. Number 28. That's Lee Carrigan again, who's our digital scout. You've been disappointed, and he'll definitely want that one back. That's 2 opportunities for Manchester Titans defence.
That is. They really have had the opportunity to put significant ground between them and the Hurricanes in this game, and they haven't taken those opportunities. And you have to wonder if that's gonna come back to bite them at the end.
And that'll bring up a 4th down for Cardiff. We've seen Cardiff teams in the past give absolutely no opportunity for that type of turnover.
No, I think Joe will be quite disappointed with how this first half has gone. They usually like to put themselves in the lead, and it's much easier to play flag football when you've got a lead to defend. When you're chasing, everything changes. You try things you wouldn't normally try. You get less comfortable. But I still have confidence that Joe will pull them through.
Yeah, absolutely. Cardiff there taking their second time out for notes for viewers. That's why we're having a little delay.
Shout out to Sam Matthews of Western Supers, who's watching and has informed us that number 8 is Chris Rowlands.
Brilliant, thank you. Sam, if you're listening, by all means, give us more information on Sam Rowlands.
We're in need of a sideline reporter. I'm sure you're sitting on a sofa at the moment, but whatever, you can let us know.
So that brings up a 4th down for Cardiff Hurricanes. Big down for them. Joe working his way to the right and throws it up to Costas. And it goes through his hands. Looks like a bit of argy-bargy there, but nothing giving by the refs.
A little bit of contact, not a lot though. That's what the best defensive backs do in this league. You leave a little bit of contact on the receiver without anybody noticing.
One of my old coaches used to say to me, it's legal as long as you get away with it.
I say that regularly at training.
Absolutely. And it looks like that brings up half-time for us. So 14 all going into half-time, Gareth?
Well, it's well balanced, and I think the organisers have picked a good game to give us here on the live stream. Yeah, I mean it's anybody's game. Manchester, I would say, have probably had the better of it, but those 2 opportunities for interceptions from Lee Kerrigan and I think James Wilson.
Yeah.
They both did brilliantly to break on the ball and in both cases, I think, prevent a touchdown. But I'm sure both of them will be kicking themselves that they weren't able to house it.
And it's funny because you can have two-way mentality about these types of things. You can say, oh God, I wish I had that back, and there was an opportunity missed. Or you can say, well, actually, we're generating these opportunities for turnovers, and we're going to get another opportunity to have it late in the game, because if we keep doing what we're doing, we'll be good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I think from the Hurricane side, whether it's the routes aren't quite right, or whether it's that just Joe's a little bit off his game today with his throws, they need to sort that out quickly in the second half. They need to find something that works against this Titans defense, and they need to use it. Costas has done a good job of getting open, but he's got one of the best defensive backs in the league on him, and then so it's going to, I think, take one of the other offensive players on the Cardiff team to make some plays.
Absolutely.
We haven't seen any big gains from agile players like Nick Keys or Reese or Dylan. You know, they've made their 5-yard gains, but they're going to need to do something bigger, I think.
So out into the second half, and a first down for Manchester. A quick slant to number 87, David Briscal. Nice little short gain there to start the half off. And just touching on what we were saying at halftime there, Manchester have looked comfortable. But it's funny, the score is 14-all, and we're saying actually we were quite underwhelmed from Cardiff's point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I would say they look. They're certainly not comfortable in terms of score, but they look like they've decided what they're going to do, and they look good enough executing it. They've got good size in their receivers, the Titans. Which I guess is appropriate given the name of their team.
Absolutely.
But you don't often see flag football teams with that sort of size. I mean, it looks like most of their receivers are, 6 foot and above, and well built. They are hard to defend, particularly when they get shoulder to shoulder with you. And they've certainly got people who can win the jump ball.
Just on time there for you to say that. 87, David Briscal again making an excellent bobbled catch, I would say. Great focus for him to bring that up. And that's a huge gain on a third down and short to bring up a nice first down. Certainly a short field for Titans to work with. Do you think Alan will go back to his ball control, or do you think he'll try and push the ball in a slightly more aggressive way?
I wonder if he's noticed this height disparity between his receivers and the Cardiff defenders, because right now, I mean, I'm no quarterback, but I'd be...
Nice little check down there to number 82.
I'd be very tempted to test the Cardiff DBs against George Slade, against David Briscal, against Pedro, and if you put the ball up high, I think it's advantage Titans.
Absolutely, and another one of our famous sayings: you can't teach height.
You can't. Although
and just as you say that, great defence
from Drew Smith there. No, I have heard several GB players who are associated with the Sharks been told to get more vertical, which I'm not sure at this stage in their life is something that they'll be able to do.
It's a tough ask from a lot of the 25 and 26-year-olds. It's bringing up a third down for Manchester. Nice sidearm there for
he'll be stopped short.
David Briscal again. It's going to bring up a nice short fourth down and a fairly routine play in theory from the 5-yard line.
Well, you don't always score your extra points, so...
No, absolutely, but you certainly do put a lot of reps in there. Cardiff there with the compressed field doing well, and you'd say Drew on the outside there on that third down, second down play played excellently.
Oh, absolutely. He covered him very well. Bunch formation. This is always, you've got to be worried about blocking the blitzer. But
nice sidearm. And that's a touchdown.
That late slant over the middle wasn't picked up. Everybody drifted to the left, and David Briscal there just snuck in the back door.
I think we must have called David Briscal's name on about 5 occasions there on that drive.
It's been a good drive for him.
It has, and it sort of says to me, in the first half it was a lot of George Slade, let's get the ball going downfield, and he had a catch on that drive, but it really is it Alan then pivoting to one of his other targets and spreading the ball around like at the top.
He has so many. I mean, we haven't seen a huge amount yet of 82 Jay Pritchard, who's the centre, and he's scored 14-15 touchdowns this year. We've obviously seen Pedro Berto, David Briscal, and they've just got an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver.
That was great defence on the extra point there by Joe Cottrell, getting in there to break up the play. And those extra points can come back and be super, super important. That makes the score 20-14 to Manchester. Certainly an unfamiliar position for Cardiff to be playing, not necessarily with the lead, but also behind and slightly up against it to a degree.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not a position they find themselves in often. It'll be interesting to see how they react to it.
And first down play there for Dylan Bodwich, about a 7-yard gain. Nice little check down. Certainly the corner firing down on that a little bit more sharply than they did in the first half.
Well, you've got to wonder now if the Titans smell blood in the water.
I think this is a really telling thing about excellent teams, and Joe's sailing one out of bounds there. Probably not one of his favourite passes. But what we say about excellent teams is they can see a lead and they can kill off games in that way, and the Titans have got to see this as a really great opportunity to go away and take a game for the Hurricanes.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the Hurricanes are I think the out-and-out favourites for this national championship. People have talked about the smoke, and a few of our friends up north have talked about the Hornets, but I don't think enough credit has been given to this Manchester team. You know, they've had a great season. They've got the number 4 seed. They got the bye through the first round.
Oh wow! Brilliant play by George Slade there to come in and break at the pass.
And some good defence there by Costas Carras to make sure he didn't come down
Absolutely.
with the ball.
Sometimes you do end up being, instead of the offence, and defence in those situations. Brings up 4th down for Cardiff, and ever since they had that small little check down that worked them up the field, they haven't done anything on the last 2 plays, and certainly need more there. They're obviously trying to generate more yardage by going to the 2 QB look, and Joe's doing a good job there of keeping the play alive. Certainly the blitzer in Cooley-Joy, keeping him hemmed in and not allowing him to be free and keep the time.
Absolutely, Jay is doing a very good job in just hassling Joe Cottrell, making sure he doesn't have a clean throw. And I think his 7 seconds must be nearly up.
Well, no, because it's a side snap. And Joe running for the first down and reaches the ball, and I think he's extended and got it.
Yep, he does.
I mean, how do you defend that? Quite simply, man for man.
Well, I mean, Joe Cottrell is an extremely elusive runner with the ball, and you don't see it a lot because he plays quarterback. But when given the opportunity to run, he's got those sort of snaky hips that make it very, very hard for you to get the flag off the belt.
And that play went on for ages, and we should explain to the viewers, as we said before, if you go to a second quarterback, the 7-second rule doesn't apply. You can sit there, you can have all the time in the world, and with someone like Joe, who is elusive, you can put a blitzer in absolute stitches by sitting there and jinking left to right.
Absolutely.
Little flick underneath there.
Chris Rowland's getting good yardage.
And again, they always seem to be able to generate good forward yardage on these underneath plays, and maybe it's the case for Cardiff being more consistent in that underneath game in order to generate forward movement and stop having to rely on these big chunk plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is a real test for Cardiff, and I'm still not convinced that they won't come through it though.
Yeah, we can never write them off. Sidearm into Costas Carras there. And just short. Looks like it's going to be a 3rd and 2, I would say. Certainly looking a lot more comfortable after that first down. Maybe it's just a case of getting one positive play and then pushing onwards.
I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? When you have a couple of plays that don't get you don't go your way, and you find yourself in a 3rd and long situation, it's you again try things that. You try and force it, and when you try and force it, nothing good ever seems to happen.
Absolutely not. And the 3rd down play there, Joe jinking to his left and looking for a receiver. Oh, and Reece Jackson settling down there in the zone. And that's the benefit, right, of playing with players for so long. They understand when they need to sit the route down.
Yeah, I mean, Reece Jackson there, everybody was flooding to the left, and I think the defender on him sort of was so aware that he was coming to the left that they started moving to the corner, and Reece Jackson just stopped. And the Titans defender ran away from him, leaving Reece completely open in the middle of the field.
And we've got to shout out the arm talent there from Joe to be able to not only contort his body going the wrong way, to then sidearm away from that.
Yes, he's got a pretty sidearm, hasn't he?
And it looks like there's a complete pass there, but definitely called a sack by the refs. Brilliant play by the blitzer to affect the game there, and that ties it up.
It does, 20-20.
I have to say it's a great, and as Lewis Phillips walks below us, a great scheduling to have this game on the stream.
The man, the organiser, he's ascending the gantry as we speak. I don't think he has any right to be up here, but
this doesn't happen in the NFL, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, massive play there from George Slade. Ball that's batted up, and sometimes, quite simply, it's just going out athlete someone.
Yeah,
that is a genuine play in flag football. That brings up a very quick first down. You know, we've talked about Alan through this whole broadcast and said ball control, and then he's just put a ball down the field right to the middle and just said, go and get that for me.
I mean, just wait for the...
Oh, brilliant pass through the middle.
It's a great catch, and I think he's in. Yes.
Touchdown.
It's been given.
Number 85, Danny Hartridge.
It's an excellent catch from Hartridge.
And it's interesting because, you know, looking at the structure of both the defences that we've seen, both are playing inside 2-2s, which is probably the preferred approach of most Premiership teams now. It does leave a bit of a gap in the middle if you're able to get vertical on the outside, and Alan's thrown 2 balls down the middle and both have been exposed.
It can do, and I mean these two teams, they line up like it's a 2-2, and that's a lovely back corner.
It's a throwback to Hartridge in the back corner. Great awareness and calmness there from Alan Mead. He went essentially read 1, 2, 3, and then came all the way back to forward to throw it across the field.
Absolutely, but going back to the defences, they come out like it's a 2-2 with the safeties on the inside, but often that's to trick you.
Of course, and I'm oversimplifying it for the sake of coverage, but this shape certainly is popular amongst most Premiership teams now.
Absolutely.
There's a defensive man, Gareth, yourself. As we get a nice slant across the field from Nick Keys. As a defensive man yourself, Gareth, you've got to see that there's definitely a weakness in that, having that middle of the field wide open, potentially if you run that's a stop play.
Absolutely, and I think what people often don't appreciate about flag is that there really isn't a perfect defence for 5-on-5. You can man cover, but that requires you to all be more athletic than the team you're covering, which...
Deep shot there by Joe Cottrell, Costas Carras on the end of it.
I think just covered there by George Slade, just slightly out of Costas's reach.
One of those as well, and we talked about body position earlier. I think in reality Costas probably could have cut back across that if he needed to, but George Slade just shepherded him out of the line that he needed to take in order to catch that football.
For sure. But going back to the defence, I mean, a lot of these Premiership teams will play mostly zone. Whenever you're in a zone defence, there are ways to exploit it, and the key thing, I think, is to make sure the offence doesn't know what defence you're playing.
Absolutely.
But it's almost a game of rock, paper, scissors sometimes.
And that chess match is going out throughout this game. As we see a side snap to Nick Keys, who's technically under the 7 seconds, and now flips it back to Joe Cottrell, who's surveying the field, asking Costas to move to the right, and he chucks that ball up to Dylan. And that's a big gain there.
That's the sort of big play from someone other than Costas that the Hurricanes are going to need.
And it's funny, you know, the first half of this game was very cagey, lots of progressive passing, and now suddenly in the last 3 drives it's been, I'm just going to throw it deep because we can.
Well, we've certainly seen some fantastic plays in the last couple of drives. The back shoulder throw to Danny Hartridge was a particularly good one.
Absolutely. That'll bring up a first down for the Cardiff Hurricanes. Slightly condensed on the left-hand side. Nice side snap again. Joe certainly preferring that play, and a great breakup by number 24. Daniel, Gareth, I'm going to defer to you to try and pronounce that surname.
I'll try Lixandru.
Lixandru, okay. But a great breakup by the defender there. I thought it was a certain pass, and it seemed quite on target. That certainly the offensive player thought it was quite relaxed, and the defender comes through in a legal way.
Reese had position, but number 24, Daniel, just managed to reach around him, and nothing wrong with that from a defensive perspective.
And there's absolutely a right way and a wrong way to have to play the player, certainly when you're behind, but coming around the player like that, absolutely clean.
Absolutely. That's a little bit far from Joe Cottrell, but we've seen a few games today where it's become, I think, almost excessively physical, and this game seems to be still being played in the right spirit.
Absolutely, and you know, there's a lot of opportunities in flag, I think, to probably have flare-ups because of the slight physical nature that you can have with it, but you'd certainly say these two teams, although being competitive, it's very clean.
Yes, definitely.
That's going to bring up a third down for Cardiff. Joe checks it down, and Nick Keys there with an uncharacteristic drop. Maybe he heard footsteps.
Maybe, but this is now a huge 4th down for the Hurricanes.
Scored 27-20. Really, I'd say Cardiff are running out of time now. If they want to tie this up and try and get the lead, I'd say they probably need to score here.
I would agree. The way Alan Mead's moving the ball downfield at the moment, you worry about their ability to stop him on the next drive.
And interestingly, we see a different shape from the Titans in defence, with George Slade hitting the middle of that field. Pass out to Reece Jackson.
No.
That's a breakup. Wow. Turnover on downs for Manchester Titans on defence.
It's a huge play.
In the swing of this game, you've got to say that might be one that they come back to look at and go, we should have had that.
Yeah, well, I mean, now this is a crucial drive to stop the Titans. I think if the Titans score here, it's going to be very, very hard for the Hurricanes to overcome that deficit.
Of course, key difference in flag football compared to contact. There's no onside kick mechanic, so trying to steal a possession doesn't really happen. You have to get stops and turnovers on defence.
Yeah, I mean the only way to really steal a possession is either an interception or a safety. And Alan Mead there has very cleverly done a short little run play to get himself well clear of the end zone, because that safety is something that really could have changed the game.
Absolutely. Dropping back there, throwing a ball up. Ooh. And I have to say, you must be wincing as a defensive coordinator there. Balls in the air that get tipped. They're absolutely there for the taking, aren't they?
They are. Just sadly, no Hurricanes in the area to pick that up.
And I'm surprised with the pace of which Manchester are coming out with this. You know, they're definitely playing the game still to score rather than to kill the clock.
Yeah, I really do think they need to get 2 scores up.
Ooh, and a drop again by Pedro. That's 2 in a row now. I'm sure you'll thank me for saying that later when he watches this back.
Well, it really is now crunch time, and this is the time where the Titans need someone to step up and win this for them.
4th down and long then for Manchester Titans. Same receiver set. Certainly a deep safety in Joe Cottrell than compared to Reece Jackson. Moving more to the centre of the field, and that's an incomplete pass and a turnover. So just like that, Cardiff are back in this game.
Yeah, aiming there for Andrew Yuen, just out of his reach, and still a 1-score game, and the Hurricanes have the ball. It's going to be a good finish.
It's almost like, viewers, we selected this game on purpose because we thought it might be competitive. They bring up 1st down for the Cardiff offence. Nice little simple pass there for Nick Keese, who shimmies his way up to about halfway to the halfway line. Halfway to halfway.
Halfway to halfway. Very agile athlete, Nick Keese. Very difficult to tackle in the open field, and has consistently, I think, he's been part of both of the Hurricanes national championships, and his yards after catch have been crucial in most of those wins.
And again, same play, same result. And there's a lot to be said for Nick Keese, and this is not me wishing to, say anything untoward, but he does the basics so well, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, he's got an excellent football brain. I believe I'm right in saying he won a Bucks University championship as a coach of the Swansea Titans.
Oh, really?
So, he knows football inside out. And
slightly noticed that there for Joe, and again, taking a simple little hitch to the centre, Dylan Bodwich. A little bit of contact after there, but, I mean, it's post-play, so the rest will let it go. That brings up a 1st down for Cardiff. And again, ebbs and flows of the game. It's a lot more simple from Cardiff, trying to relax into the game, work the ball down the field and give themselves a shot.
Yeah, well, they know they've got time to do it. Not a lot of time now. I believe I just heard 3 minutes, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, for context viewers, we have no idea what the time is, so we're very much working on what we can hear from the refs. Deep shot there over the top of
Nick Keese. Not quite.
Wow. And from our angle there, it looked almost like Nick had put his hands out and secured that catch.
Absolutely. I mean, he'd certainly got the better of his defender, but maybe just out of his reach.
And, again, talking about the way that the games go, they've sucked the defence down by running 4 hitches or 3 hitch plays there, really baiting them into come and play us up tight, and then they take that shot.
Yeah. I mean, that's the classic tactic, isn't it? You want these defenders to bite down on the short options and leave those big long options open for you.
Nice little solid grab there on 2nd down. And I heard a whistle. I'm just trying to check if it's from our pitch. That is the 2-minute warning. So again, for viewers who are not close to the flag game and don't follow it close and are not so as au fait with the rules, running clock up until 2 minutes, and then at 2 minutes we go into NFL style rules. So out of bounds stops the clock, time out stop the clock, and 1st down will stop the clock. Other than that, the clock runs. Good check down there from Joe.
Yeah, it's a sensible option from Joe. He's not risking the deep pass against these safeties. He's got nice and close to the end zone now, and he gives himself a slightly easier shot here to tie things up.
And Costas there with a corner in behind what Dylan was running, but he probably had a step in it against other teams. Joe probably takes that option, but as you say, such aggressive and athletic safeties, he's chosen the wise option.
Well, they've done a pretty good job of hanging on to Costas today.
Joe working away and getting some space. And that's a touchdown in the right corner.
As the curse of the commentator for you. Costas Carras with his 3rd touchdown of the game.
I mean, it's an outstanding way to extend the play from Joe Cottrell there. And under pressure as well, given all the context of where we are in the game and at the time and the score.
It was not a good snap from Dylan Bowditch.
It really wasn't.
Joe had to reach down low to his left to catch it, and then he's done well to extend the play, and Costas, as he so often does, if given enough time, will find space.
This is quite a crucial extra point here, and Cardiff will go for a 1-point attempt. This will tie the score up if they get this. Throws it across his body.
Oh, and he does on the 2nd attempt. I think he hauls that in, and the refs will agree.
Manchester Titans doing a fantastic job there of trying to pretend like it hit the floor. You're a DB. You must have played that trick a few times.
I've played that trick successfully a few times, but that was great concentration to bring that in on the 2nd attempt.
Why make it easy when you can make it hard? So that ties the score up at 27 all. Alan Mead will take the field with probably about 1:40 to go. Oh, that's a pick by Reece Jackson. A huge play in the context of this game.
Oh, that is an enormous play, and it's so unfortunate. It's bounced off the receiver's hands and just into the waiting and grateful arms of Reece Jackson.
I mean, they've been so steady the whole of this game, and actually that's a simple little slant pattern, nothing complicated, and it's just a slight missed time. And there's a big turnover in the context.
It's a huge turnover, and you have to feel sorry for the Manchester Titans. They've played so well. Admittedly not out of this yet. They're going to get a chance to come back if Hurricanes are able to score here.
And situationally, from Joe's perspective as the quarterback now, he'll be thinking, how do I kill the clock and how do I score?
Yes, absolutely.
Because, I mean, even in flag, I'd say if you're giving a team like the Titans 20 seconds, still capable of scoring.
Without a doubt. I mean, Joe will try and run as much time off the clock as possible before punching this in.
And what's your view of here as a defensive person? You know, I've heard lots of theories on this. When you've got situations like this and a team have potentially got the opportunity to run down the clock, should you just let the team score?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, the Titans still had 2 timeouts, so I believe they've just used one here to stop the clock, and they can use a second one provided the ball stays in bounds. So I think there's a good chance that even if the Hurricanes score, there's going to be some good time left on the clock for the Titans. But you can never assume someone's going to score. I mean, you look at that last play from the Titans, it looked like a fairly routine slant play, and it only takes one little bobble, and suddenly the game's flipped on its head.
So Cardiff will have a second down here, and we think the ball's probably going to be placed just inside the 5, so they can't run the ball. We're going to get a condensed set from them. Good snap. Definitely impeding the blitzer there from the centre. Ooh, and a risky throw knowing that he had a penalty there, and probably just more sensible for Joe to throw the ball away.
Maybe, yes. Lee Kerrigan there making an excellent play on the ball for the defence.
Apologies for us going quiet there. We're getting asked by some supporters what the score and time is. Obviously, we've got no idea on the time. Just trying to give the ref an opportunity to explain what's going on there. So I think we had an impeding the blitzer call, which was thrown, and then the quarterback's thrown a pass which was incomplete, and Manchester have declined the penalty as a result of that, because they'd rather have less downs to work with than being pushed back. Obviously, given the time constraints, that's probably the right decision.
It's certainly the right decision. You don't want to give Cardiff more plays to run out the clock and more plays to hit the end zone, because Joe can hit the end zone from anywhere, as he's done.
And wide open there for Costas. And he was open for 3 or 4 seconds. Joe decided to roll the wrong way and then throw it across his body. Why not? So that gives them 6 points, which is going to give them 33, with an opportunity to go for 1 here. In your opinion, 1 or 2 here?
I think it's got to be 1. I think the Hurricanes have gone with 1 the whole time. It's been working reasonably well for them. They've only missed 1 extra point. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll go for 1 here. Indeed, it looks like that's what they're going for.
Good snap. Joe rolling to his right. And that's that slant again. Oh, and some contact after the play.
I think that's probably going to be waved off.
I think it's good. What you've got there is 2 players absolutely going for the ball, and it seems fair. There's nothing untoward about the way he's gone for that.
No, I would agree, but we'll see if the refs differ in their opinion.
For context here, in terms of the refereeing, we've got MAFRA approved refs for the head ref, and then teams supporting on the sideline. So I think we've got we've got the Northants Titans, and a flag has been thrown. There's going to be contact on the defence. That's a huge shift.
That is a big shift because now
getting some feedback from the supporters below us. And obviously, with extra points, you get that extra bit of yardage back. You can't change from a 1 to a 2 because you've stuck with a 1 now.
No,
but you could, in theory, have a 2 from the 5-yard line.
Yes, which I wonder if the Hurricanes would choose to go for that if that were an option. But you would imagine that the Hurricanes should be able to punch it in from 2 yards out. But Joe's still in the shotgun here, so he's going to have to throw it a bit longer.
Oh, and to Reece Jackson.
Good hands.
Absolutely calm as you like.
Increases the Hurricane lead to 7.
What I saw there was interesting. We see the blitzer, Cooley Joy, lining up right to the far right, even though the strength of the formation was to the left. Is that something you consider in your defence?
Not often, and I certainly wouldn't consider it against someone like Joe, who's so agile in the backfield. I mean, I think you want to be in his face, and if you come from one side, Joe has so much time to escape to the other side.
Big play there from Jonathan Stevens, blitzer, to affect the pass.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that from Jonathan or Chad, as he's affectionately known by the Hurricanes. He has a habit of doing this all season, and he's second in the country in sacks behind Jay Cooley-Joy, the blitzer for the Titans. So not only does he get in the quarterback's face and get that sort of 6'5" frame plus arms in the way of those deep throws, he also gets quite a few sacks.
So if you tuned in for a blitzing masterclass, this is absolutely the game for you.
Oh, without a doubt.
That brings up a 3rd down now for Alameda. And that's a great sideline pass. Simple flood concept there. It's probably in every playbook up and down the country. And even at this level, an effective play.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the way you want to take apart a 2-2 defence, is by flooding 3 or more players to one side of the pitch. And then you've got that numerical advantage, and inevitably one of them is open.
It's still an excellent catch on the sideline there from, I believe it was number 85, Danny Hardridge.
He's had a good game, particularly this second half. He's been quite influential.
That brings up 4th and short, and we're going to get to see George Slade throw the ball. And that's a pick from Reece Jackson.
You've got to feel he's just won them the game.
I mean, without understanding how much time's left on the clock, it looks like Joe is signaling to the official that they're going to kneel the ball out. And that is the game. Final score, 34-27.
And in the end, it was those 2 interceptions from Reece Jackson that have scraped the Hurricanes through to the national final. They really made that difficult for themselves. And not to take anything away from Manchester, because the Titans have done really well to push the Hurricanes here, and they've come so close to upsetting the apple cart. Some phenomenal plays from everyone on that Titans team.
Yeah, Manchester will be disappointed, understandably, but to come 4th in a national competition, or potentially 3rd, because I'm sure they'll have a 3rd, 4th playoff, they can't be too disheartened by that, and they've pushed the Hurricanes, who are typically the best team in the country, all the way there.
Absolutely.
And I believe now we're going to have a small break until we see the under-17s national final, and we'll join you in moments. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Under-17s National Final. Match-up between the Nuneaton Jaguars and Northants Titans. I'm joined again by Gareth Price. Gareth, good intermission?
Yes, I mean, what an exciting game that last one was. Hopefully we get the same. We had a fantastic Under-14 final earlier that went to the shootout. So hopefully we get something similar from the Under-17s. Now, I don't know a lot about either of these teams, but they've beaten some fantastic teams to get here. I know a lot about Waveney, as a lot of those players have played in the adult league, and they're not here. And the defending champion Spitfires, of course, have been knocked out by these teams. So we should see a very good quality game.
Absolutely, and it looks like for us that Nuneaton are going to start with the ball. Number 3, the quarterback. And just short of his target there. We do have a roster for Nuneaton, so we'll try and use names where possible. Number 3 is Anthony Agravonsky. Yeah. Anthony. Slightly short pass there, slightly underthrown.
He's the captain. We could just call him Cap.
Just call him Cap. Slight differences between the adult game and the youth game. Slightly smaller football. Other than that, all the rules are the same. Nice routine pass out to number 20. That's Max O'Grady.
I'll start helping out with those as I'm next to the team sheet. But yeah, that'll get him in rhythm now, I think. And first pass was a bit low, but he seems to have recovered there with the second one.
And all you want to do is really settle yourself down. And I'm sure as a quarterback, age 16, 17, there's lots of things going through your head. Being relaxed and being comfortable in the position is probably what you want to do. Buying a little bit more time here. Number 3, finding number 99 halfway down the field for a big chunk.
Cap's done really well there, leaning back and just launching the ball across body, but it found his man in plenty of space.
We know less about the Titans, obviously, because we don't have a roster for them. We obviously know their adult team particularly well, and as a programme, you'd say it's pretty impressive. They've got teams at every level.
Without doubt. I mean, I can see the adult team from here on one of the far pitches playing in the plate final, so it's an impressive setup they've got there in Northampton and across the Midlands in general. It has to be said, you know, you've got Coventry as well, who've had a very successful youth programme and have an adult team in the Premiership, as number 45 there drops a potential touchdown.
And we've been joined in the studio by Mr. Neil Henderson.
Afternoon all.
Who's slightly out of breath, so we'll let him get his breath back from climbing up to us. Yeah, it's a slightly uncharacteristic error, I'd say there. Ball's up in the air and it's kind of uncontested catch, right? Slight bit of defender putting him off in front of it, but you'd expect him to come down with that football.
You would. And as we've got Neil here, Neil, you are somebody who knows a bit more about the youth setup. What can you tell us about Nuneaton and Northampton?
Oh, great catch in the back of the end zone by number 45 there.
Certainly redeemed himself there, hasn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He heard exactly what I said and just went, I'm going to switch on.
Both very experienced teams. I think possibly quite unexpected that both of these teams, that either of these teams are in the final. Nuneaton beat Waveney and somebody else, the South London Renegades, in the group stages, and the Northants Titans beat the Brighton and Hove Scorpions and my own South Coast Spitfires.
Not that you're upset about that at all.
Not at all.
I think that shows the level that this under-17 game is being played at the moment, because I watched the Brighton and Hove Scorpions play the Spitfires, and it was a great game. Both sides of the ball looked there was a lot of offensive talent, and neither of those teams are here, so it just shows what the standard of under-17 football has got to now.
And a slight false start there on the extra point, you know, and it's something I've noticed throughout the under-17s game and certainly on the under-14s games. We are dealing with slightly younger athletes. There's a lack of concentration in some areas. Certainly to false start on an extra point is unusual. There's not necessarily a need to get off the line nearly as quickly.
I don't know, if you ask Neil about that at Sharks practice, he'd tell you that I false start a lot.
There's a pick on the extra point there by number 3. And he's got through. And finally tackled. Just for our, again, those of you who have not been watching the whole stream, extra points can be returned for a 2-point conversion on the other team. But if they're tackled in bounds, then we just pick the ball up as normal. So Titans will get the ball on offense here at the 5, attacking towards us.
The shout out for number 77 on the Titans there, Taylor Wrigley, with the interception on the extra point attempt by the Nuneaton Jaguars.
And if nothing else, Neil, it's lovely to have you in the commentary box for the sake of bringing a roster with you.
I think I've got everybody. It's been quickly written down as I managed to get into their pre-game huddle.
We get a jet sweep play from number 7. A tiny bit of contact going through, but again, nothing that the refs won't let go. One of the key differences I sort of observed between the adult and the under 14s and under 17s game is the offenses seem to be a lot more pro style, right? Similar to how you would run a contact offense.
There does tend to be a little bit more running back action.
Yeah.
Whether the running back actually runs, but putting somebody back there in the backfield, definitely for like the option play that we saw there from the Titans.
And is this Titans youth setup a new thing, or have they been sort of on the fringes of being successful for a few years?
I think we know the Titans have been around for a good few years. The adult team is made up of their former youth players, and they just have a bit of a group of parents and players who just continue to develop. They just seem to players coming out of the woodwork in Northampton, and they're not the only team in that part of the world, and they're a massive club. I think we've got teams at all the different age levels.
And first down there for the Northants Titans, under centre to number 18, and again jet sweep, sussed out by number 8 on Nuneaton this time.
Yeah, it's a really good tackle by Isla Casey of the Nuneaton Jaguars, getting into the backfield quickly there and breaking that play up.
And having watched one of the games that Nuneaton played against Waveney earlier, Isla was all over the field making plays every which way. Definitely a lot of range and speed on this Nuneaton Jaguars defence. Two blitzes signalled for Nuneaton. Number 1 comes in. Got that fake handoff. Oh, and a pitch back and just slightly overthrown there from number 7. Quite clever.
I was going to say George Hatfield there on the option play, throwing the ball. Quite overthrown there to number 7, Hector Hollingsworth.
George Hatfield with a lot of height for an under 17.
Yes, yeah. I think we might want to check his birth certificate.
I mean, he's going to see well over a lot of these blitzes.
And again, similar concept there, pitching it back to number 8, who throws it back across the field to number 24. Fails to make one tackle a miss.
Solid tackle there from Ben McNeil of the Jaguars.
Certainly a well-coached unit, this Jaguars team.
I mean, I think it's got to the point now in under-17 football where you don't make it to the final unless you're well-coached. We've got a lot of fantastic teams here today, and for these two to have ousted them shows that they must be well-coached.
Similar action, number 8's back in the backfield and has the ability to run. It's made the blitz a miss, got all the time in the world. Back in the corner of the end zone, and it's dropped. 2 players there to make the play potentially, and potentially number 6 getting in the way of the number 7 coming around the back.
Quite possibly. I mean, it was the right throw to make, and so nearly a score for the Titans.
That brings up a first down for Nuneaton, already with a 6-point lead. Number 3 is going to take the snap again. Rolling to his left and checking it down to number 99. He puts a little step in there and makes a number of defenders miss before finally getting tagged just before the first down marker.
Very sensible throw from Agronovsky, and he's been rewarded for it.
Great pronunciation. He's very calm in this offense, it seems, number 3.
He does. He seems very poised, very composed.
Using a couple of different snap counts there to try and confuse the blitzer. And the blitzer's got him. That's a sack, number 13. And points towards the camera in celebration. He's
John, I didn't get his surname.
It's John. Big play for John.
Big play, John.
Big play, number 13, John.
Big play, John. Is now his name.
He's done an excellent job there, sacking the quarterback. Very elusive quarterback, number 3. And
yes.
That brings up third down. Again, using multiple snap counts and rolling to his left. Checks that down into the middle of the field to number 99.
It's a popular play for the Jaguars, and the Titans are going to need to find some way to stop that because it's 5 to 7 yards every time.
Absolutely, and we've got a great vantage point here at the end of the field, slightly raised. We can see the concepts going on, but we've probably seen that play now 3-4 times at least.
Looks like they're in the 2-2 box zone with the blitz. That's that soft spot right in the middle.
And rolling to the left, all the quarterback's doing is giving himself a better angle to find that soft spot. Not in the same set, rolling to the left.
This time
They took his first option away.
Number 4, Dan Middleton with the break up there on fourth down.
Dan Middleton's listening to the stream because he's spotted that now.
He was the one that made the tackle on the previous play, just short of the halfway line, and he's got
a turnover.
The back down. That keeps the score at 6-0 to Nuneaton.
And in the scope of the fixture, you know, those types of stops are huge, really. Trying to steal a possession back, and it really gives Northants the opportunity to bite back for that 6-0 point. The right scanning the field and finding 24 in the flat, who makes a reasonable game before being tackled. A lot more conventional from Northants, just taking a simple snap and throw rather than a lot more of the option stuff that we've seen from them already.
Yeah, but I think it's a case of giving what the defence gives you, and there it does seem to be a little bit of space on the drag routes.
Oh.
They left it for each other.
Too polite there from 24 and 6. Good move by the quarterback number 8 to move around the blitzer. Got the blitzer jumping, always.
You like to see that as a quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely do. The eyes light up as soon as you've got that, because you know you can slide up into the pocket and move around.
Yeah, but you do not like to see it as a defensive coordinator.
I know, I can feel your wince next to me, Gareth. Little fake handoff from number 6 and a routine out class. Oh, that's a good tackle from number 20 there. Potentially a little bit more contact than I would have liked to have seen.
Yes, I would agree. I'm surprised, to be honest, that wasn't flagged. From this vantage point, it looks like he got more chest than flag, but we've not got the best view from here.
No, of course not, and there are multiple calls that the refs can make. It can be a hold, it can be contact. I think probably in that instance we would have probably said that was holding, but he did release him at a point. Fake handoff again from number 8, who's rolling to his right, puts the ball up in the air.
The receiver's looking for pass interference, but I think the feet might have got tangled, but there was no way he was catching that one. It's another turnover.
That'll bring up a first down again for Nuneaton.
Defence for Nuneaton really has stopped the Titans doing anything so far.
And it's interesting, a lot, you know, across the scope of this competition, certainly in the youth levels, we've seen a lot more 2 high safety looks, and Nuneaton going with the 1 high safety look instead. Rolling to his right and finding again that soft spot from number 99, making a couple of defenders missing before just getting tackled.
Morley Nightingale on number 50 for the Titans with the tackle that time.
It's Ben Coolan, number 99 for Nuneaton, who's certainly being the workhorse for this Nuneaton offence. 99's a great number as well.
Reminds me of a Jason Witten style player, doesn't he? You know.
Your classic tight end.
Absolutely, and although you don't strictly have tight ends, there's an uncharacteristic drop there from number 20.
Well, you don't have tight ends in flag, but I mean, for a lot of teams, I feel the centre is often more of a tight end than they are a centre. Yes, they're responsible for snapping the football, but they're often that big-bodied receiver that you can rely on to make a contested catch. It's not always the case, of course. Some teams opt for a very small and elusive centre, but I think it depends what you've got in the other wide receiver positions.
Absolutely, but he's been using that tight end manner, hasn't he? He's got short routes where he can work the defender in front of him and sit down in space. A long pass. Oh! And interesting there, we've said 3 looks really comfortable in this offense, and he had number 99 again sat in the middle of the field in acres of space, but he's gone for it.
He opted for 45, Gabe Butler-Clark, who has already scored once today and got loose in the end zone a couple of times.
That brings up the 2-minute warning.
Certainly flown by that first half.
Yeah. 4th and halfway.
Not a manageable distance for Nuneaton.
About 6 yards.
They're going with that favourite tight left set. Would it shock me if they ran the same play again? Quarterback rolls to his left and we get an out from number 20, who checks it off. Oh, and it's incomplete. Quarterback holds his head. Can't believe it.
On the defense getting in the way there.
Titans finding a way to get stops.
Well, we've seen a lot of offensive clashes today from this vantage point, but it's nice to see a bit of a defensive battle for a change, at least for me as a defensive-minded player.
Absolutely. I mean, personally, I'd rather see the ball being slung all over the pitch, but no, you're absolutely right. It's good to see players playing in structure. Again, fake. Oh, outside zone play.
Nice spin move.
Good move. Scoots up the sideline. Gets about 2 to 3 yards on that play. Obviously, clock rolls now in the 2 minutes.
I think that was
Gabe Butler-Clark on the tackle. Gabriel Knoll with the run.
Not the quarterback under centre this time. Gets the ball flung back to him.
Again.
And he's going to run for it. He's made one defender miss and they stepped out of bounds. He had acres of space there if he'd managed to stay in.
Stops the clock, but he only got 2 yards from that one. That brings up 3rd and long.
Northampton need to find a way to get bigger chunks of yardage against this Nuneaton defence. It's very stingy.
And again, they go under centre with one in the backfield. Pitching it back to number 8, who makes a defender miss. Blitzer's now sat down, and number 8 takes off. Puts a move on one, puts a move on another, and gets tackled just before the first down marker.
I'm not taking a timeout, that clock's going to roll. 4th and about 2, maybe?
And they get lined up quickly. Number 8 takes the snap, scanning the field, dumps it off into the middle. And that's a first down, which stops the clock.
Good hands from 24. Had the attention of a lot of defenders there.
Getting a little cuddle by the defender there.
And number 8 looked so relaxed on that, didn't he? There was no panic whatsoever.
No. No, he knew he only had a few yards to get, and he knew where his player would be.
And we were just saying they needed to pick up big chunks, and they rip off a big chunk play. It's going to bring up a first down and goal for the Titans, looking to get back into this game. Pitch it back to number 8, who avoids the blitz, and now he's got acres of space and dips out of bounds, stops the clock. Very mature play.
George Hatfield.
And most of the yards on this drive seem to have come from the quarterback running.
Well, I think the highlight of this offense is the 2-snap back to the quarterback, which of course allows them to scramble. It just gives the offense an extra dimension, and it appears to be the dimension that's working at the moment.
Get the same look again, and with the same pitch back. And number 8 just checks it down to number 24 in the flat, who makes good yardage and brings up a 3rd down on the 5-yard line.
Suraj Patel with the catch there, coming out from centre.
And the clock's still rolling. Doesn't look like any team has taken a timeout.
Just outside, I think.
30 seconds left, according to the ref, fellows. Fake outside zone. Dumps it down in the middle. Oh!
Well broken up there by number 24, Ben McNeil.
Fantastic break on the ball there. You can see it, his eyes definitely lit up because he thought he had an opportunity there to take one back.
He's made a couple of key plays for this defence so far, Ben McNeil.
I don't think that was George Hartfield's best pass there.
This is a big play, 4th and goal. The snap goes back and pitched back to number 8, who runs it with a lead blocker, it looks. And it's a score. Well, let's
see.
No signal yet from the ref. Or we'll let them sort it out.
Well, I don't know if he got the ball in, but it looked like a downfield shadow block to me.
Absolutely.
There are a couple of difficulties with this one. The ball has to be reached across the plane of the goal line for it to be a score. We're not sure if that's happened. And there was a player running downfield in front of the quarterback, which would be considered blocking if it's field that person.
And they give a touchdown,
which it isn't. Which is a debatable call, to say the least.
Look, I mean, the refs know better than us. They're closer to the action, and they're not disturbed by the lamppost in our way as well.
Yeah, I could see perfectly, and it was definitely downfield blocking from where I was standing. I think they got let off with one there, I think.
And they'll go for a 2-point conversion. Very aggressive tactics from the Titans. Ball thrown, number 24. And it's a catch! What a play!
Great hands from number 24.
Here is Suraj Patel.
What a fantastic catch.
And he's excited.
As he should be.
We'll make that 8 points to 6 to the Titans.
As he should be, he's on YouTube.
Absolutely. Oh, excellent catch in traffic there. Used his body well. That's going to leave Nuneaton with probably about 20 seconds left on the clock to go the length of the field. They have both the timeouts to be able to take.
They've got a chance to move downfield.
And we've certainly seen with number 45 and number 44 that they can stretch the field, and 99 taking things underneath. They'll be able to work this Titans defence quite well. Using multiple snap counts. Number 3 running around, the blitzer. And he sets and launches deep. Number 45, oh, and it just drops in front of him. Number 3, too strong for his own liking.
Gabe Butler-Clark is clearly the deep option on this Nuneaton offence, and he's come close a few times now.
I'm not sure quite how far that was in front of him, but it didn't look like he really reached for that one.
No.
Good feet from the quarterback.
I mean, going to your right like that to set yourself and launch a ball the length of the field is impressive.
For somebody who's only like 16, 17
Exactly.
years old.
He's probably got more range than I have.
No comment.
He's definitely got more range than I have.
That's a sack. It's a huge play from John.
Big play, John.
Big play, John, with another big play. And that's the half, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Gareth, Neil, an exciting half
Let
of...
me try and get his surname. You can see what it says on his shirt.
Probably says Titan.
Big play John as well.
I think he'll enjoy being called Big Play
I
John.
think he'll love.
He's doing what he can to earn it.
That's
So.
half time. I've got that Titans 8, Nuneaton 6.
And look, as we look back at that first half, kind of a slow start from the Titans, I'd say, right?
Definitely. That was the only drive I think they might have even got a first down.
But finding the ability to work that ball down the field in tight situations and get a score, and then, you know, to have the courage to go straight for 8 points.
Going for 2.
We'll go for 2, yeah.
They've gone for 2. They've taken the lead. I know who's going to start with the ball in the second half?
I believe it's
going to be the Titans, because Nuneaton scored on their first drive.
Indeed, yeah.
You know, if they get that second score, get their extra points, it already becomes a 2-score game. Those extra points.
And Neil, you're a man of experience.
And I can play football.
And you can play football.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a coach in this situation, if you're for Northants to start with, what changes are you making?
I don't think they really need to change anything, really. I think they were slow to start. They've started to move the ball. Those little option plays, that little, double snap, as Gareth called it, with George Hatfield in the backfield, with the option run from the quarterback. Those dump offs to the centre. That's what's been working perfectly. I can't see them changing very much.
And Gareth, the same question to you. If you're the head coach of the Nuneaton Jaguars, are you making any changes at half time, or are you sticking to it?
No, I'm sticking to it. I'm saying more of the same. I've seen number 44 take off from the left-hand side of the wide receiver set, and he's not yet really been targeted by the quarterback. And he's clearly got speed. He's clearly got height. So I'd like to see a few thrown in his direction. They've gone to Gabe Butler-Clark a few times, and he's made one fantastic catch in the end zone, and he's nearly got clear a couple more times. So I would expect to see a few more shots to him. But maybe my message to the Nuneaton Jaguars would be to mix it up a little bit more on the deep shots.
Going down that left-hand side, everything would be down the middle, or with the quarterback rolling to the right. But I think you're right. There's been nothing on that left-hand side at all.
And of course, for quarterbacks, it's harder, you know, rolling to your weakest side, as it were, to try and get that deep ball. But maybe giving the option of a crosser there, with 44 coming across the field, might be of aid. Little pitch underneath, number 7, and that's a great tackle from the blitzer, number 1. Very alert on the spot.
Kean Hope with the tackle for a loss there.
Yeah, very alert there from Kean.
And he looks like a guy that's locked in.
He looks ready to accelerate.
Yeah.
Big shift, Andrew Luck style from the Titans.
Changing to go to the weak side.
Number 8 takes a snap.
Snap count, that's a forward pass.
Number 18.
Number 18, that's Gabriel Noel on the run there with the catch.
Making decent yardage, probably about 5 to 6 yards. Brings up 3rd down for the Titans, who are going quick.
Change of blitzer.
Number 8 coming in as a blitzer.
Oh,
He's launched it deep. Oh!
That was a lovely spiral from George there.
That brings up 4th and long. You know, in the grand scheme of this, to take a shot on 3rd and quite long there, he's probably better off taking a chunk.
He was open. I think he just, I don't know if the receiver possibly hesitated a fraction of a second.
I think he did. I think he looked back at the quarterback,
he'd lost his
paused for a
momentum,
minute,
yeah.
and you've got to continue those deep routes.
Similar to how a lot of my receivers act, you know, they're not expecting me to throw it deep because I never do it.
Isla Casey on the blitz again.
It's good movement from George Hatfield.
Who finds a wide open number 24 in the middle of the field. How calm of number 8 there.
Very close to the line of scrimmage and then throwing it back across his body for the first down. That's that centre Patel again.
Huge chunk to pick up on a 4th down there, and still the quarterback just looks completely unwavered by any of this. And he's going under centre for, I think, the first time today with 18 in the backfield, who he pitches the ball out to.
Just
And
a straight pitch to the running back.
quick tackle, short gain. That brings up 2nd down. Number 8 there, communicating some instructions. As we get to see a trips to the right.
Silent snap count.
Oh!
Number 1, Kean Hope.
It's 2 on this drive.
That's another big play from the Nuneaton defence.
Lost them a few yards. They don't look overly worried though, do they? From the body language, the tight ends, the quarterbacks, like kind of like, yeah, whatever.
It's like a Sunday walk.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he needs to be a bit more worried because he's getting sacked a fair amount now.
This brings up 3rd down. Number 8 finds number 24 on the sideline. That's a nice big chunk play.
It's Patel again.
Inside the 9, I think that's about the 9-yard line. 4th down and goal from about the 9.
And that obviously allows, if they so choose, the Titans to run this in.
They could do.
Which they seem to have had quite a lot of success with so far.
They're going to that option is there. Oh.
Whistles on the field and the refs waving their hands above their head.
A little chat about something.
They're not sure, they want to have a discussion.
There were no flags.
There were no flags on the play.
Sure what it is.
They just simply want to discuss plans.
Whether he was out of bounds and what the spot is, possibly.
Obviously gives the Titans a little bit more time to figure out what they're going to do on offense here without having to rush.
A good couple of yards outside the 5 because I'm not sure it's about the ball spot. But CK Nam on that left-hand sideline from our vantage point was the one that blew the whistle. I think they might be trying to decide what down it is.
I think it's 4th.
It's definitely, we've got 4th. We all thought it was 4th. Because there was the pitch to the left-hand side, then there was the sack, then there was that pass.
And the receivers get set.
They're going for that option again. Is he going to roll?
Toss it straight back and
again.
He's got a man open in the end zone. He decides to go for it, puts a spin move on, and he's tackled
tackle.
short.
Like it's number 8. It's Isla Casey again with the tackle.
Second time we've mentioned her name. And another critical
I
stop.
believe that's a turnover.
We think it is, but they're putting the ball in the middle of the field.
Oh, I think they've been let off with one here. I reckon that's 5 downs.
The sign's gone up now for 4th.
So this is the real 4th now.
Yeah, we were unsure.
Number 8 takes a snap and he's got. Oh, there's a lot of contact.
I don't think
That's drawn some penalty. And I have to say, I think I would have thrown that as well.
Well, as a defensive player, I would not be throwing that flag on Ben McNeil.
As an offensive player, I didn't think that was a penalty either. If they're calling that as defensive, what was going to be DPR or illegal contact, that looked like somebody going for the ball on defence.
I think that was a good play by 24.
That defender's got as much right, yet defensive pass interference.
That's a disappointing call, I think.
And that will bring up an automatic first down. That's a backbreaker as a defence.
I think that's harsh on the Nuneaton Jaguars.
And just while they're getting this play set, I mean, these guys being the under-17s, they're probably the age group most likely to be able to represent any flag team that might go to the Olympics in the future.
Quite possibly, certainly the older ones. Oh, that's a drop.
That's the first time we've seen Patel drop.
Yeah, he's been solid hands until this
Certainly
point.
has.
I know they've
got plenty more chances though.
Flag at the Olympics potentially in 2020 in Los Angeles and 6 years away. Some of these kids, the older ones, 16, 17 years old. I know. In their early 20s, that's quite possible. That's certainly something for them to work towards.
As the evergreen face of adult flag football, have you any plans to...
Hashtag one more season.
Hashtag 6 more seasons, I heard. And that's a pass into the back. Oh!
That has to go down as another drop.
It's a nicely lofted wheel route there.
Excellently drawn up play there. 7 acres of space.
Hector Hollingsworth, number 7. I don't think that they've had some chances. These chances aren't. They need to take at least one of these.
Two more.
And bring up third down. Certainly making life harder than it needs to be, the Titans.
Kean Hope ready to blitz again for the Jaguars. That could be possibly a block.
Impeding call.
Oh! That's another off the fingertips. It looked
24
like
looking for a
that
penalty
win.
there.
Number 6 in the far left corner of the end zone, looking somewhat
Yeah.
unhappy. He hasn't been spotted
Yeah.
in his acres of space. But as soon as you roll right as a quarterback, it's very, very difficult to throw it to the back left corner. I hear.
No, not really.
I hear. I wouldn't know.
So that brings up 4th down for the Titans. They've had 5 or 6 shots at this. Number 8 takes a snap. And he dumps it to Patel. Oh, it's a great
And
breakup.
it's 24 again, who was the one that had the DPI called on him.
Yeah.
But he's made a big play to keep him out again, Ben McNeil.
And an
24
excellent,
on 24 there.
an excellent redemption arc for him.
That was a long drive.
That was one of the longest drives I think we've ever seen in flag
I
football.
think we had 4 downs, 5 downs, and then another 4 plays.
So finally, Nuneaton gets to take the field on offense and manages to.
Very nearly a sack from Big Play John.
Look, you know, I don't have a problem with that as a quarterback. He's clearly under pressure and he's taking the check down. Sometimes those plays go for huge yardage. It's not negative.
Good experience not to just throw the ball up in the air. Those get picked off and returned for 6 points.
Now they come up with a single back formation. 2nd down. Lots of different snap counts being used by Nuneaton. Rolling to his left and finds number 20, who catches end. I think
O'Grady on the catch there.
gets knocked out of bounds with about 10 to go. Miraculously, the score is still 8-6 after all of this excitement.
After the longest play in flag football, the longest drive in flag football history.
Excellent possession catch there by number 99.
99, Ben Coolin.
That brings up a 1st down for the Nuneaton Jaguars.
That drive must have taken at least half the clock off.
Oh, it's a ball control drive for sure, isn't it?
But they didn't manage to get those points, so that might come back to bite them.
Rolling to his left, the quarterback there. Finds number 20 on a nice little out again.
Good tackle by number 20, that's Imogen Bailey.
Is that 20 or 28?
28, I think. His sister Amelia. I can't even read my own writing. Amelia Bailey, number 15, also plays with the Titans. That's what the sisters who play. I know. We see that with the Titans quite a lot. I know lots of siblings in the Titans.
Oh, you do. It's a great family club. You've obviously got the Tibbles dynasty in the adult.
Oh, it is a big sack. Big play, John! He's absolutely smashing it. And he points back at the camera. He knows he's the big play guy. And he's really probably been the best weapon that this Titans defense has had, right?
He's certainly rushing the quarterback who has seemed quite composed, but when you've not got much time, there's not a lot you can do. Certainly hard to take those deep shots if you've got a blitzer in your face.
That sets up a 3rd down. We don't see the same quarterback in there. And pitch back to number 3, who's obviously got all the time in the world. Wants to run and finds number 99 across the field. Number 50 tries to arc it up. Oh, that looked to me as a flag guard.
Don't see any laundry on the field.
No laundry, it's giving us a touchdown.
We were just checking whether we'd gone out of bounds or not down that sideline.
And that makes another change of lead. Jaguars now 12-8 leaders with the extra point to come, and it looks like they're going to go for 2.
Yeah. It certainly looked like flag guarding from up here.
It certainly did, but I mean, Ben Coulin's had an excellent game, so he deserves the touchdown. But
a well-designed play.
Indeed.
Number 3 rolling to his right and settles down, throws a ball up. Oh, and it's dropped.
And
I don't think we could call that would be a bit harsh on number 44 to call that a drop. I think that's really good defense. Try to take the ball at its highest point.
Absolutely, and I think it was number 50 Nightingale who made the stop there.
Impressive height from number 44 there.
Yeah.
Wasn't he? He got good elevation as well, and it was an excellent attempt at the catch, but just great defence.
So as I say, that makes the score 12-8. The Titans having a first down now. Hand it off in the jet option and misses a tackle. That generates forward motion of about.
Casey with the tackle again.
Against
called her number a lot today.
Sideline to sideline, such an impressive range. It's about a 7-yard gain there.
She's the blitzer, and she was the one that made it back to make that tackle on the sweep.
You've got a lot of engine from your blitzers, haven't you?
Pass.
Oh,
she's there again.
Maybe the next Phoebe Schechter.
Could well be.
That's going to bring up third down and about 7 to 8 yards to get to the halfway line. Again, number 8 looking not really that fussed about all the pressure that he's probably under. Takes a snap and rolls to his right. He's got a man deep if he wants to take it. Oh, it's a great breakup from number 20.
Number 20 is Max O'Grady.
Max O'Grady, though, may have taken the interception away from number 44.
And they're having a laugh and a joke about it now,
David Myrie was just waiting for that one.
He was lurking there.
Just having a conversation.
Christmas is coming
and he
once
knows
there,
it.
yeah.
Say, hey mate, if you could let that one come to me next time, that'd be brilliant.
Looking like the option play again.
Number 8 puts the move on. Gets wheels. And extends.
Oh, he's still going.
Still going, but did he step out of bounds?
Might be out of bounds.
Where's the ref going to stop? He's short.
Just out.
Wow.
That was fourth down.
That's huge.
That's
another big call.
That's going to turn over.
The Titans are now. He's starting to get a little rattled.
He's not impressed with that call.
A big call. There are 2 officials standing on the sideline. They're the ones looking down the line.
From our vantage point, I think I agree.
Yeah. I thought he'd been tackled.
He's an elusive runner.
He is. He's a big lad that uses his size well, isn't he?
And number 3 for Nuneaton, rolling to his left and finding 20 on a little out again.
By number 20, Imogen Bailey again.
We should have really done a sweepstake for how many outs we were going to hit. It's a comfortable play for them though, and it's working. You know, if the Titans don't adjust to it, then why would you go away from it? And some whistles on the field from the refs.
2-minute warning.
2-minute warning. So Nuneaton with the lead and the ball.
That was what we on, second down.
Yep.
2 timeouts left each.
It's time for the Titans to have another drive.
Yeah.
They just have to stop them here.
And I think we're going to look at our man, Big Play John.
We've only had 3 drives. This is the 4th drive. That was an early
yeah, and he cleverly retreats.
Well,
Number 3 retreat, and that's a big play over the top. Number 21 brings it in.
Huge catch from 21.
And Nuneaton,
Archie Campbell with the post route.
and the Jaguars sideline, understandably elated with that.
Got behind defensive back Marley Nightingale, number 50. Really great concentration to reel that one in.
I mean, we've not seen the Jaguars stretch the field in the second half like they did in the first, but that's you know, the first time they've gone deep, they've had success.
George Hatfield now in on defence for the Titans.
For a bit of height.
Different set of receivers as well. Using multiple snap counts again.
By the blitzer.
And number 99. And a little bit of.
Ben Coolan. Oh, there was a bump, but no, they're cool down there.
Ben Coolan in for his second score.
Little bit of pushing and shoving, but nothing too massive. Number 99 looking up at the stream as if to know, yeah, you did score on live BAFTA television, or on-site productions, I should say. So they'll just go for the 1 extra point there. So, Gareth, you've got the score in front of you. We've got 18-8.
Yeah, it's made it a 2-score game. I think this is going to run out of time now. No onside kicks and flag, remember?
No onside kicks, no field goals. So, looked like a false start to me there. Number 3.
Oh! He reels it in.
Max O'Grady.
Pointing at the camera.
Was that 1 or 2? That was 1, wasn't it?
45 trying to.
Posing for the camera, isn't it?
They know the score. Yeah, just a 1-point attempt.
Yeah,
19-8. 19-8. So there's an 11-point difference then, ladies and gentlemen.
Game. There must be about 1:30 left, maybe.
Still some timeouts, I think. So need a touchdown quickly here, the Titans.
And the sideline for the Jaguars is definitely lively now. Number 8 rolling out and slinging it deep.
He's there.
Oh, and it's a dropped pick.
44.
It's Devon again.
Devon Myrie. He didn't get the interception, but he knocked it down.
And just while the players jog back, I mean, let's reflect on it. What's been a great day of flag football here in Manchester. Day one of the BAFA playoffs for both the Premiership adults, the under-14s, under-17s, and we'll have Division 1 of the adults tomorrow. The sun's setting and we're getting these final games, but it's been fantastic competition throughout, hasn't it?
It has, and that was very poetic, Jay, thank you. I think, you know, we saw a massive crowd for the under-14 final. This has been a hugely exciting game. We've still got the adults final to go. I think it's great to see. I think we've got 4 ladies here in the mixed final, which is great for the women's game as well, to have them playing at this level. And we've called all their names as well. They've all been making huge impacts.
I think
in
just
this
about
one.
every team's got. Oh.
Good move by number 8 there, who sets himself for a deep ball, and I think he might have underthrown it.
And that's Max O'Grady, surely to seal things.
Yeah.
And the Jaguars sideline is elated. Again, they point up at the camera.
Yeah, heads have gone down. I think that's.
There's about 1 minute and counting from the referees there.
They just need to be sensible, keep the ball on the ground, let the clock run.
I'd be surprised to see anything other than a run play here, but hey, even at the adult level, when people are told to run the clock out, they do silly things. So.
Absolutely. So it looks like they got a running back in place who's motioning, and they hand it off to him.
33.
And he goes out of bounds, which does stop the clock.
Simon Olefa. Let's see, Simon. 33.
It was a good run, you know, very effective, but did step out of bounds. That stops the clock.
He's gone off. Isla Casey's come in again. She's in at running back now.
And she.
Would be surprised if she ran around everybody and scored before.
Absolutely not. There you go, the handoff to Isla, and she steps. What a brilliant step, and gets through traffic there.
Number 99, Ben Coolan, did well to stand still there.
And that's a first down, and again stops the clock.
Yeah.
And still.
They're letting everybody come in now. Number 12 is now in. That's Izzy McNeil at running back.
Fantastic boot and flag combo.
Straight line, yeah.
Great run.
Stays in bounds, keeps the clock moving. Nothing wrong with that.
They're letting the clock run.
And Titans not choosing to use their timeouts. I mean, mathematically, we know what the result.
2 scores down. Unfortunately, they're not going to get it back at this stage.
And if you're the Jaguars in this position, you kind of know the wind's in the bag at this point.
Nothing silly. Keep the ball on the ground.
Don't get it too excited yet, but obviously there's going to be big celebrations when this whistle goes.
Yeah. It was a stellar performance from the Nuneaton defence, holding a team in the finals of a flag football tournament to 1 touchdown. As we've said, it's a very offensive game, flag football. It's designed for high scores.
The Titans had their chances.
They did.
That long drive, they got like 7 chances from about the 10-yard line.
2 missed tackle there, and tackled.
Number 77, Taylor Wrigley with the...
And that is the final whistle. The Nuneaton Jaguars are the under 17s national champions. And I think they're pretty pleased.
They look like they've had a good day.
You know, these trips up to Manchester, and there's all the parents that sacrifice to contribute towards these types of wins, and they'll be pleased as we see them on the sideline there, also clapping their children on. Certainly a very mature performance from Nuneaton. They're getting the flag out on camera there. And it's lots and lots of work that goes into the season to get this result. They must be so proud.
Yeah, as we've said, I mean, they've beaten some top quality teams to be here. We've got the defending champions Spitfires, well, no longer, of course, but they were here. The Scorpions, who looked very good in their game against the Spitfires.
You don't get handed a winner's trophy, by accident. And they've qualified for finals. They've beaten some very good teams, so fully deserved.
Absolutely, and good to see good sportsmanship at the end here. I know all the games finished with this handshake between all the players and the coaches. And you can see some of the Jaguars, coaches commiserating some of the Titans players. All round good sportsmanship. But now I would assume it's time for the Jaguars to party. And they're excited, giving themselves some chip hips hoorays. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? I'm not sure I would be sliding on 4G like that though.
I'm not brave enough, but
They're young, they'll recover.
And styling as well.
yeah, looking good doing it.
Oh, he's missed his job.
Fantastic. Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, we'll join you back for the men's, or mixed, I should say, national final in just a few minutes. But until then, I've been Jay Bellamy, joined by Gareth Price and Neil Henderson, and we'll catch you in a bit. And good evening, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Jay Bellamy once again for the adult mixed national final for the Premiership, joined again by Gareth Price.
Hello.
And special guest Alan Young, GB head coach. Welcome.
Hello, third time today.
And you've done 2 youth games so far today, haven't you?
2 youth games. I knew very little going in, and I've probably not done them justice, but I'll try with one that I actually do understand.
Yeah. And you've got to know quite a lot of these players quite well, right? Because a few of them are in your setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the likes of Joe Cottrell and Costas from Cardiff, and then Charlie's been around my setup for GB. Henry, I would love to come back to my setup in GB. So if you listen to this back, Henry, come back. But there's a few interesting players here. Chris Jones, who's not here today for Cardiff, and Chris, who has moved across from what was the Button Hookers to Cardiff as well as part of the Silver setup at the moment. So there's a good amount of GB interest in this game.
And it looks like with the toss, we're going to get Cardiff to start. And just before we kick the game off, it's been a great day of flag here with the Premiership finals and the under-17s, under-14s. The sun's setting and they've got the floodlights on, and this is the big stage and the big game, isn't it?
I think this is the game a lot of people wanted to see. These were obviously not my guest Alan Young, but
don't know what you mean.
With interest in the Glasgow Hornets, but I think at the start of the season these were the 2 teams that we thought were the elite of flag football in this country. So let's see who comes away with it.
Yeah, I would obviously rather have been in the final, but I think realistically this year there has been 3 teams that stood out well above everyone else, and then you've kind of got a second tier of like the Northants Titans, the London Rebels, and maybe the Manchester Titans just kind of tucked in behind. So there has been kind of a bit of I feel like the gap is widening, but yeah, I'd rather be in this game. But the Smoke played a perfect game against us. That is a hell of a grab.
That's a great catch from Nick Keese there in the middle of the field.
And to be fair, I should have mentioned Nick. Nick's my Silver Lions offensive coordinator. Like, I'm just forgetting about the ginger hero over there. Like, he's doing a good job.
Too much talent really to talk about, isn't there?
A little bit.
So that's going to break up a third down for Cardiff, just about halfway to the halfway line. And pretty standard progress. Certainly on that first play, it looks a bit of a contested catch. Simple 4 hitches play to start the game.
The amount of teams that start with 4 hitches. Just let's feel the defence. Let's see where we're going. But as a defence, you don't want to attack in case somebody's bold enough to call hitch and go.
It's certainly always a risk. And Joe Cottrell there backing up and taking a shot downfield to Costas, who can't quite hold on. Great defence on the field by number 1 for the Smoke, who is Jim Bailey.
You know, it's funny. I think Jim is one of the weaker Smoke defenders, but a weak Smoke defender's still a good player by the looks of it. He made a nice play there. Costas will be frustrated watching that back.
Absolutely. I mean, a weak Smoke defender, he can certainly come and play for us at the Kings in Keynsham. So this will bring up 4th down for Cardiff. Joe Cottrell won't be too flummoxed by this situation. It's certainly one that they're comfortable in.
I think he'll be disappointed if he goes 4 and out on his first drive, and that's... He's certainly been put under pressure there by Henry Williams, who not always the Smoke blitzer, but he's got to Joe there.
He's one of the quickest players in the country, Henry, and if you want to mix it up and put him in a blitz or put him in a safety or have him pretend to blitz, it changes your offensive scheme, and you just seen the impact a blitzer can have there.
And that's a great first stop for the Smoke on defence. You know, they had an interesting game against the Manchester Crows earlier today where the defence didn't look as clean as probably they would have wanted, but to get that early stop against quite an aggressive Cardiff offence is a good sign.
Well, this defence can't afford to play like it did against the Crows, against this Hurricanes team, and that's a good start for them.
Yeah, I mean, the London Smoke offence there, led by Charlie Williams, an absolute cannon for an arm.
Yeah, he throws a nice bullet to the side. He throws some nice absolute darts in the middle. The one thing I would say is his deep ball is a little bit underwhelming at times. It could definitely do with some work, but it's still an excellent arm. That is interesting that was called inbounds. It's interesting. I couldn't see the feet, but great catch if you managed to get those down.
That brings up a nice second down for the Smoke. Charlie, one of the few QBs in the Premiership that goes under centre most of the time. A quick little pitch there to make it just in front of the first, just across. It looks like they're giving it just across. One sideline's across, one sideline's not.
Let's call the whole thing off. It's I think that did look over to me, but I didn't really like the decision to knee it if he was over, so I'm hoping that probably he was just short. Interesting football, but...
And if you've not been watching with us, ladies and gentlemen, the whole day, flag football obviously differs from contact football. You've got 5-on-5. Everybody's eligible to go downfield. The quarterback cannot run. About 20-minute halves each way with 2-minute warning, and then we get NFL Pro-style clock. 1 foot in bounds, and the blitzer must blitz from 7 yards with a hand up.
To be fair, the blitzer doesn't need to have the hand up.
No, true, yeah.
If they don't have it up, then they lose the right of way. And Chad, God, I missed about Chad talking about GB players. Chad is one of the best blitzers in the country.
As we see a pitch back to Charlie Williams, who's running in and aiming for the pylon. And the ref signal touchdown. Another sort of nice little wrinkle you can have in flag football there, where pitching it back to the quarterback allows them to run the ball and also eliminates the 7-second window that they have to throw the ball. Charlie taking full advantage and running that one in.
See, this is the thing, it does take away the 7 seconds, but actually the official that called that touchdown decided to throw the flag in 7 seconds earlier after a pitchback. So you've got a little bit of a disconnect on BAFTA and the rules sometimes, but he did make the right call there with that touchdown.
And it's good to have a full reffing crew for the final. And another nuance of flag, teams can go for 1 point from the 5-yard line or 2 from the 10. Smokey going for 2 points. Throwing the ball into the back corner of the end zone. A one-handed attempt there by number 10. That's Nick Rope, who couldn't quite make the grab.
I think this is something the Hurricanes are really going to have to watch. The Smokes 2-quarterback scheme seems to draw Joe Cottrell in to have to blitz the second quarterback, and without Joe in the safety, that leaves a big hole in the Cardiff defence.
Absolutely, and that's only incomplete, to be entirely honest, I think, because Nick's had a little stutter step in the middle of his route, and if he doesn't stutter step and just goes, he's probably got that.
So it's first down here for Cardiff, and Joe's taking a shot downfield. A lot of contact there from the defender, and a flag comes in from the ref. Alan?
You know, well, I'm very critical of some of the BAFTA officials. Tim Ockendon's one of the best in the game, and he has absolutely called that correctly there. That is a huge contact penalty.
I think that's it's quite an intelligent play from Costas there, because not only has he got his body in the right position to draw the contact, he's also made it very obvious that he's being held.
Oh, even as a defensive player, I can't defend that.
And you would try.
I would try.
It's always good to see a penalty that Jed has called for automatic first down actually being an automatic first down penalty, not just one that he's decided it will be. But it's a shame though. I do think that pass interference should really be a spot foul. Like, because if Costas gets the chance to catch that, it's a huge game.
Of course, they're one of the key differences between probably the American football that most people are used to in the NFL. That would obviously be a spot foul. In the UK and certainly in college, we run NCAA rules, which means it is a 10-yard penalty from the original spot. But it is an automatic first down, and Joe takes advantage of that and checking it down to Dylan Bodwich, who shimmies up the sideline, just stopped before the first down marker.
Dream situation, you're just short of first down, your whole playbook is open, and I would not be stunned to see Joe Cottrell have a shot deep to Costas here. It's free basically, because third and short, you just do a quick pitch to your centre and get the yardage. I would bank on a 2 QB play here. Just watching the Hurricanes over the course of this day, giving Joe an opportunity to run about.
You'd be wrong, Jay.
I clearly know nothing about football. Definitely not being laughed at by my counterparts.
To be fair, I was wrong as well. He didn't go deep to Costas. He threw an absolutely hideous pass out to a receiver
what
on
do
the
we
right-hand
know?
side. I am not particularly delicate with my feedback to the players, as you'll notice.
Well, I guess that's when you're GB coach, you expect a certain level of performance.
Yeah, maybe a little hypercritical, but Joe be annoyed with that. He's better than that. He just let that ball sail on him.
That brings up third down, a pass across the middle, a slant to Costas Karas, who settles down and is tackled.
I don't know why there's booing over there. I just assumed we were booing Costas' lazy catch, but actually it was a good catch.
Just as long as this game is going on, some of the youth medals being handed out at the same time as well.
And BAFA CEO Pete Ackerley here to hand them out. Delighted to see Pete here, although at the moment that looks like Kenny Bello handing them out, so they're really just letting Andy do it these days, aren't they?
That brings up a first down for the Cardiff Hurricanes and a good amount of real estate to work for Joe Cottrell. Scanning the field and checking it down. Smoke defender there, closing really quickly. I can't see from this length of which defender that is. Anybody else got any better eyes than me?
It's difficult to read the numbers from back here, but it's either Felix or John.
And it's a common theme. I remember watching the 2019 final all those years ago, pre-COVID, right? And it was the Smoke and Cardiff again, and there was definitely a problem with reading the numbers in that occasion.
Oh, definitely. The Smoke's kit is not conducive to being able to read their numbers. I don't know if that helps, but
one of the least attractive kits in football, to be fair.
I quite agree.
Oh, I don't know. I quite like it. Oh, it's a good play.
Should be contact. No? Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong many times. I'll be wrong again.
They've adjudged that he's played the football and not gone through the offensive player. From our vantage point, you could see either way, I think.
Yeah, it was very tight, kind of bang bang. But for me, if there's any contact in the receiver before you touch the ball, it should be a penalty. I was told by a BAFTA official earlier that not all contact is contact, though. So who knows anymore? Who knows?
Nothing like false contact. That brings up third down for Cardiff. Again, haven't moved the ball as well after that first down gain. And Joe scanning the field, and Costas, has he got a foot in?
He's in. He looked in from here.
Referee calls a touchdown.
I think it is in, but God, that referee's making his wait. What's he doing? Trying to have a think if he wants to give the touchdown or not. Just signal a touchdown and move on. It was an excellent catch by Costas.
Don't knock him. He's relaxed, that referee.
It's handy having such long limbs when you can keep your feet in bounds and reach a good metre outside of the field.
Yeah, if only we were all that long. And Cardiff will go for a 1-point attempt here, and it looks like they're going to go for a condensed formation, something we've not yet seen from them.
Yeah, you know, interesting with the kids' game, there was a lot of bunch formation, and I've started to fall in love with the bunch formation a little bit.
Oh, great catch and technique there from Nick Keys to secure the 1 point.
Nice. Yeah, I've not always been a fan of the bunch formation, but what it does do is it forces the defence generally into a basic zone. You can't risk being in man from there, and to be honest, the zone kind of has to be 2-2 because it's the only one that lends itself to that kind of shell shape. So that formation does dictate the defence a little bit.
And of course, a quarterback as smart as Joe Cottrell knows that you're in that 2-2 zone and will exploit it by sending 3 receivers to one side of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, on that conversion there, it was really just a nice burst out and a little bit of a flood on that side. It was a very well designed play.
We've seen quite a good trend across a lot of the Premiership games today of teams going to that bunch formation for extra points. I don't know, Alan, in your experience, obviously playing in the Prem in Scotland, is that a trend that's being replicated across the whole Premiership, or is it a London thing, or is it a Southern thing?
No, it seems to just be a bit of a trend. Basically, successful teams get copied. So the Button Hookers had a great deal of success with bunch formation. GB then adopted some bunch stuff, and it trickles down. Joe's obviously part of the GB setup, and Vince and Joe have worked together a lot. So I imagine these things do filter down. But to be fair, a while ago, trips was the big thing from extra points, and I'm still a huge fan of trips. And then you just have somebody come out to that other side and hope the defence have napped. So it's all trickery and these extra points. I would say that I think the least common formation in XPs now is just twins, to be fair.
That's good, because my whole XP package is from twins. This brings up third down for the Smoke. A couple of nice big gains there, and Charlie evading the blitzer very effectively. Nice and calm, getting put under pressure from Chad Stevens, but still finds a receiver open who's working the field. Little potential of flag guard in there. 24 leaving his hand in.
You're so generous. Potential flag guard. Absolutely one of the worst flag guards I've seen today. Should be 5 yards back, but hey ho.
I'll be generous and you be to the point, shall we say, Alan. Brings up a first down for the Smoke. They've looked pretty much in rhythm in these 2 drives.
What I will say is number 24 for the Smoke is one that's caught my eye today. I'm definitely looking to see him at a GB camp.
And a side snap to Charlie. Just changing the angle for the blitzer. Makes Chad miss. Oh, and a pick by Drew Smith. Sprinting down the sideline. And a tackle made at the 5-yard line. That's a huge play for Cardiff.
That's a huge play from someone who historically hasn't had the best hands on the Cardiff defence. He'll be delighted with that.
He'll welcome that feedback from you, Gareth, I'm sure.
He'll love it.
Hey, it doesn't matter if you've got good hands as long as you have good hands at the right time, and he certainly did there.
If you're going to choose a time to make an interception, that would be the time.
Now, for a little bit of history from this season, I've watched a lot of footage with Cardiff and Smoke. Obviously, I was prepping to play both the teams. That exact thing happened, an errant throw from Charlie where he just trusted his receiver would be open without really reading the defence properly, and they got a pick 6 last time. That is huge. If they convert this touchdown, the Smoke are starting to bury their own grave here.
Ooh, and a little bit of contact there.
Great hands from Costas to hold on to that.
Really strong, fought through it.
And you know, sometimes you just got to go and make a big boy play and go and take it in, but I would like to see some flags on the floor there. You need to get that out quickly, because the longer that goes unchallenged, the more aggressive this game's going to get.
And I guess the referees are taking an approach of letting these players play, right? But these 2 teams will take advantage of any small alterations to the rule that the referee decides to give. That brings up second down for Cardiff. Short field. Scanning the field, Joe, and zips it out. Costas not quite.
No, I think that one's on Costas. He's drifted a little further into the end zone than he had to there, and his cut's not as sharp as I'd like Costas' cuts to be there. I think Joe's thrown a nice ball that he should be making a play on.
Certainly a lot of zip coming from Joe's ball there. So this will bring up a third down for Cardiff, and they've probably got about 4 yards to hit. They condense Costas on the right-hand side of the formation. Joe rolls to his left, puts a ball out there, and that's Nick Keese with the touchdown.
It's a lovely step from Joe Cottrell to throw the blitzer completely the wrong way, and that's what's opened the space for him to hit Nick Keese for the touchdown.
Yeah, and then the standard and an extra point, you've got player at 2 levels, one at the back, one at the front. There's usually a containing defender who's got to make a decision, and Joe's just slung it. To be fair, he could have slung it to either. Realistically, the defender just...
They both looked open.
Yeah, it's one of those where you've got a decision to make as a defender, and we'll call it choice paralysis, and you just don't bother covering either.
And that puts Cardiff on top, 13-6, with the extra point to come. Obviously, they're going to get the ball at the half as well.
It's interesting because Smoke played an almost perfect game against the Hornets. Like, there was flawless, there was no picks thrown. I don't think they were ever stopped at any point.
That's the extra point.
And in this game, they've kind of thrown away a wee bonus start. We're getting a stop on Cardiff, and they're now behind. Let's see how the Smoke adapt to having to chase a game, because they've not had to do it since the Crows earlier on today.
So that makes the score 14-6. Smoke with the possession. We're obviously not aware of the time because we don't have a live clock up here, and I'm sure Jed will do a really good job of sharing the 2-minute warning with us. I don't think Charlie will be too phased with this. There's still a lot of time left to go in this game. Chad there making so effective in his blitzing.
Making a nuisance of himself as normal. That's why he's got the second most sacks in the country. He's so good at that blitz.
Charlie slightly more flat-footed there with his approach in throwing. Potentially could have shifted to his right to just gain that extra few inches to make that throw.
I think it's one of those where Charlie is very rigid in his reads. I think he knew what he wanted to throw it to, and when it wasn't there, he got a little bit stuck, and that just makes you absolute sharp bait for Chad there.
Does a good job there of coming off his first look and coming back to his second as a check, and number 10, let me find his name, Nick Rope. Doing a good job there of just picking up some solid yardage and moving the chains onto third down.
So no, Charlie is a master of managing the clock. I'll confess, I've learned a good bit from Charlie managing the clock. I've tightened up my clock management, and I've thought about it in a different way since I've did some work with Charlie. I don't think that being down will phase him. I think he'll be trying to find a way to maximise his possessions.
And that's an excellent throw into a tight window, though.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed by the play design because there seems to be 2 receivers very close to each other, so much so that one receiver almost got in the way of that. I'm one of those that Charlie will be happy with the completion, but I wouldn't be shocked if his receiver heard about it when he got back.
and Jack Jarrett there with a very focused catch, obviously in traffic, and a ball that's in a gap where only he can go and get it.
Well, Jack Jarrett sort of burst onto the scene a bit last year with the most touchdown receptions in the country. I don't think quite that productive this year, but the Smoke don't share their stats with us mere mortals. So,
to be fair, I watched a lot of it. So Jack does get a lot of targets from Charlie, but I think people, like you said, he exploded onto the scene last year. At GB, we're talking a whisker away from making the gold squad. Granted, the gold squad didn't go anywhere, but that's another conversation for another day. But he was a whisker away from it. He's an excellent receiver, a bit raw. He's got more to learn. His route tree's a little bit limited at the Smoke. They only really seem to give him a fly, a button hook, or a kind of sharp slant. That's it. So I need to get him doing a bit more, some double moves and things. But that kid is, big future.
Definitely got football talent. A couple of really simple plays there out to the centre, very close and under centre, rolling with the play, converting to the first down and then getting a nice big chunk on the first down. Side snap to number 19, who checked it back to Charlie. Second blitzer comes in as Joe Cottrell. Charlie flings it out, and it's a bang play. Ball catch. Tackle
excellent
made.
By Chad. That's excellent coverage. One that won't show up on a stat sheet anywhere. Nobody's going to crave about that play, but that play was a big one from Chad, because that would have been easy for the miscommunication in the blitz to let that go.
And I'm looking at you, Gareth. You know, that's a really disciplined defensive play. That's got to warm your heart.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Chad is a fantastic blitzer, but one of the great things about him that you don't see from all blitzers is the play is not over when his
shots
job
to the end zone. Jack Jarrett in the back corner, got his feet down, very relaxed, doesn't want to celebrate, business as usual.
No, and to be fair, I like that from Jack. He's a little fist pumped himself. He knows that's a big score, but he's not going to have a dance and anything like that. He doesn't need to tell everybody that he scored. He knows how good he is, and he's done the job.
And it looks like Smoke will go for 2 here again.
They're down by 2, so that would make sense.
And they always go for 2. Literally, mathematically, it doesn't seem to matter. They just go for 2.
Well, when you're good, it works. Ball's out and caught by number 87. That's Rob Hewlett.
That is an elite level pass. And it's funny because it was so open, it was easy to throw.
And that's a 2-minute warning from Jed.
He could have pushed that a little further outside. There was even more space, but he didn't have to. Nice crisp route, good timing in that. The Smoke work hard. This is one of the things we don't talk about so much. Every team trains a couple of hours a week. They do their best, but the Smoke, the hours and hours. They came to play GB one year. They played us in 2 games, and then they trained for 4 hours afterwards. Those boys put the shift in, not just in the flag side of things, but the fitness. They are an outstanding team, and I think we're in for a hell of a match here. It's shaping up good.
It's certainly not going to be a scoreless second half.
So the Smoke this year, they've been King Bowl champions. They've come 3rd in Big Bowl. They were the runners-up in this competition the last time we had a national final, but that national championship to this point still eludes them.
And the Hurricanes working with about 2 minutes on the clock here, both timeouts. You've got to think there's probably a couple of possessions in it. But Cardiff, they'll want to score here to really push home that advantage of the pick that they got.
I think you're right. So Charlie will manage this very cleverly because he doesn't want to give Cardiff a comfortable drive. You don't want to stop the clock too early and let Cardiff think that it's nice and easy. But I think once we get under about a minute...
Oh, and it's a missed tackle. And another. Nick Keese is loose. Sprinting down the field, reaches it out. And that is a touchdown from an unauspicious check down of a hitch.
That is vintage Nick Keese. That is 2015, 2014 Nick Keese.
And just like that, the advantage is pushed home, but it leaves a lot of time on the clock for the Smoke to come and have an answer back.
Yeah, it is a tricky one for Nick because there's too much time to kneel it just short and try and kill clock. So he's done the right thing in scoring, I think, with the time, but you've now given Charlie and his offence a lot of time to work. I actually, if Cardiff want to be aggressive here, they could call some timeouts and force another possession themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great call. You know, I'm not personally a fan of taking the knee. I think if you've got an opportunity to score, you should always try and score. And I'm getting a mixed reaction from up here in the booth, but we'll leave that for another day. Joe Cottrell working around the field and doesn't quite manage to get the pass off. That's an incomplete pass for the extra point. That makes the score 20-14. The Smoke will come back on offense, and they'll, again, be pretty relaxed. This is a common drill you're running practice, right? 2-minute drill?
Yeah. No, absolutely. And Charlie runs it well. Again, time management is one of his strengths. Anytime time management goes wrong for Charlie, though, that's the games they tend to lose. So we've seen them lose flag and Ironman at the start of this year to the Hornets. No, I wasn't playing with the Hornets that day, so it's not a humble brag or anything for me. But it was the time management that shocked me that game. And if he gets unsettled, it can go wrong. But I think today, with a full-length game, he'll be in the zone here.
Of course, those tournaments running clock, isn't it? Which is a whole new ball game.
Yeah, running clock, 12-minute half, you've got no control. The final, we've got a little bit more control that we could stop for an injury and things, and we can do little bits and pieces, but generally 12-minute half rolling clock. Charlie's excellent at managing it, and that the format of Ironman with only 6 players suits them perfectly.
Yeah, side snap to the slot receiver who hands it off to Charlie, and that's a decent game, goes out of bounds and stops the clock.
That is an interesting decision to stop the clock. I'm now wondering how much time's actually on that clock.
Absolutely. One of the advantages of being up here, we have no idea what the time actually is.
No, and to be fair, at Flag and Ironman, we've got a visual clock so you can see it throughout the day. I don't see why we couldn't have one here. Just something needs to get a wee generator, roll out a TV, stick it at the side. Come on, Baffa, you can do better. I'm kidding, obviously.
And I believe that brings up 3rd down for the Smoke. They've got probably about 7 yards to go, and Charlie will probably be looking to take a decent chunk here. Double QB play. Works back to Jack Jarrett, who looks and considers running, flicks the ball up, and that's a pick from Joe Cottrell, who evades one defender and gets tackled just over the 1st down mark. And that really is a huge turn in this game.
An interesting decision from Charlie to leave the throwing to someone else in that sort of situation.
The only person you can accept throwing an interception in your team is the quarterback. Anyone else, if there's a hint of a chance of an interception, just don't throw the damn ball. Jack has killed his team there. Every touchdown he scored, he's just nullified with that one, and you'll hear about it from Charlie, because Charlie is not the calmest gent when things don't go his way. So I'm expecting a boot up the very early old backside.
And Cardiff really will be looking to stamp on the throat here and really push home this advantage. It's a first down with about 15 yards to work with. Joe Cottrell with a short slant off to Costas, who makes a small move and keeps the ball moving. Clock's obviously running in this, and Cardiff don't look too fussed about making the time go past.
I'm going to comment on the Smokes defence a little bit, because against the Hornets in the semi-final, they played a completely different defence. It was so hyper-aggressive, but from a conservative lineup, it was so interesting, and it was hard to do anything. They crushed us, they pinned us in. Without the occasional mistake, we would have had no yardage in that game at all. It's interesting to see them, even though I don't think Joe and I are that, Nick and Joe are that dissimilar from a quarterback style, that they've completely changed their defences back to a bog standard, bland defence, and I think it shows that Cardiff are moving the ball easily.
They've had some defensive difficulties this year, the Smoke, in comparison to the other top teams in the country. Their defence ranks about 7th, and for a top 2 team, as they are now in the final, that's arguably not good enough. Do they rely too much on their offence?
I think they probably do, but we really left that semi-final going, sugar, that's the Smoke. They've worked out defence. How are we going to stop them? And for some reason, they're not playing the same level of intensity in this game, and that's out of bounds.
Great timing route to Costas Carras.
He's out of bounds. Like,
the referee would disagree.
I mean, I don't want to get personal, but this official today told us at the start of the day he doesn't know why they're here, because we know the rules better than they do. Well, apparently we can see a sideline better than they can as well, because that is a catch out of bounds. I'm going to get sacked this weekend. I can just tell.
I'm allowing you to be so honest, Alan. In reality, it's my fault. What is interesting for me about the Smoke defence as we bring up a third down play for Cardiff is actually they've obviously moved Henry into blitz. Luke Champion, our colleague, and that's a touchdown to Nick Keese, again on a short little out route.
It's too easy. You're a man marking. One cut beats you, and I just don't understand why we've ended up in this defence here. I don't understand, and I feel like the Smoke are killing themselves.
It seems to me that Henry Williams, although I'm sure he's a fantastic blitzer, is by far their best tackler and probably their best defensive back as a whole. And yet, having him at blitz means that somebody doesn't have to go up against him in one-on-one coverage.
Also, as fast as Henry is, and he is electric, it's that one step to full speed. He's not tall. Like, it's easy enough to throw over him. There's less of a lane covered up.
Ooh, it's a good bat down as Joe rolls to his left and throws to his right.
So that's Johnny Kerr in defence there. Johnny is not the greatest defender in the world, but he managed to get in the way there. Johnny's a solid receiver, great hands, and you know what? He can. At one point, he was the Smoke's main weapon, and he could put that team in his back. He doesn't have to do that anymore.
I mean, the Smoke just have an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver. We've talked about Jack Jarrett already. Nick Roop has been fantastic for them for the last few years, and as we mentioned earlier, Jam Chan, number 24, over there on the right hand side, he has had a fantastic season. I've been lucky enough to see him play a couple of times, and he is absolutely electric, and they haven't used him yet today, so I'm waiting to see if they can get him involved.
They used him plenty in the semi-final, don't worry about it.
Alan knows all too well. Just to finish the point I was going to make earlier, obviously Henry's gone into blitz, but also you're missing our colleague from the First and 15 podcast, Luke Champion. He's not started this game, and he's normally one of their regular corners and gets their best matchup. So you've got a couple of changes for the final on defence, and we talk about them being in a more basic structure. Is it more symptomatic of trying to overthink the game?
I wonder if it's a case of a little bit like ourselves. We watched a lot of footage and we made a lot of...
Ooh, and a lot of contacts in the air, and I think in general a clean play. It's just a hard landing, and Jack Jarrett's probably been on the worst of that. And we'll get an injury timeout here.
From a technical point of view, the ball has been taken by the defender up top, but what's interesting is the main collision came from the defender that did not make a play in the ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
But genuinely, this isn't even a criticism, I don't know how you call that, because the ball's been tipped at that point and there's no impactful contact. It's happened from a game point of view.
And maybe this is years of watching NFL football as opposed to flag football, but for me it looks like a clean play.
I would be inclined to say that the referees have called this one right, and
that's a big call from Alan Young.
I know I'm not overly generous to the referee in this country, and to be fair, it's hard to be when they've basically themselves criticised themselves for their lack of flag knowledge today, so it's hard to give them any kind of credence.
And I believe that's brought up half time, although we've not heard a half time whistle.
Excellent communication. Top.
And I'm going to look at Gareth first, really. If you're the Hurricanes here, you're up by 2 scores, and remind me on your special piece of paper what the score is.
The score is 26-14.
So 26-14, you've got a couple of scores up. What adjustments, if any, are you making at half-time if you're the Hurricanes?
I don't think you make any adjustments at the moment. I mean, they seem to... They've limited one of the highest scoring offences in football to two touchdowns. They seem to have the better of their defence. I would say it's the smoke that's got to change something now.
And Alan, I'll come to you on the smoke because it's the harder task. If you're the coach in that huddle right now, what are you doing?
So for me, there's a couple of things that need to change. So I think offensively, they're a little bit stuck. They're stuck with the short outs or flies up the sideline. I think they could attack. The heart of a 2-2 is always the weakness. Now, I appreciate Chad is huge, and he takes that gap away, and I love it at GB. But Charlie needs to work like Joe did, with a big hard step to the side and coming back across. Do something to make Chad move, because Charlie has looked flat-footed, in all honesty. And maybe it's a come down from how well they played in the semi-final, but he's not doing enough to move the blitzer. He's running about and scrambling. A little bit too much double QB for me, to be honest, because it's not really been advantageous. And they did it with Jack Jarrett, who's arguably their best receiver. I don't understand the decision. So they had to cut that nonsense out, get back to basics, some quick passes down the middle, and defensively, whatever the hell they're doing this game, switch it to what they were doing in the semi-final, because I don't think Joe will have an answer for that if they can do it. But yeah, 2 scores is nothing in this sport. Absolutely.
No, absolutely not. And both of these teams against any other team probably in the country, we'd say 2 scores, they're ruthless enough to see the game out, but actually they're both capable of scoring multiple on each other very, very quickly with quick turnovers.
I'm trying to think of a time where the Hurricanes blew a 2-score lead. Hasn't happened in a long, long time.
Absolutely not. And the smoke will start us off in the second half here. We'll get a first down. Charlie in a gun here, takes a snap and whips a deep fade to the outside. Might be a little bit too far out. One of the spectators there offering up his hand to see if he can catch it. I believe that's Chris Green of the Keynsham Kings there. Just give him his shout out.
Going to point out though immediately, I've said at half time they need to get more passes in the middle of the field and take advantage of that gap, and what he's done is try and force one to a covered receiver up the sideline. We're doing the same. It's the absolute madness. Just do the same thing and hoping it works is not the answer here. He needs to do something to force Cardiff to make an adjustment.
Cardiff in that same shape with 2 high safeties. Charlie moving around and finds his centre in the flat, who makes a small move and makes his defender miss. It was a great tackle from Reece Jackson.
And there you go. He's moved out. He's slowed down Chad with the movement. Yes, he doesn't necessarily want to dump it off, but a huge gain. And it's not something he did in the first half particularly well. So if we can get a bit more of that, buy yourself some time, do something to get Chad out of his rhythm, because at the moment Chad has bossed it too easily this game.
So that'll bring up third down, slightly condensed on the left-hand side of the formation. Moving around and takes a check down to number 10, who runs forward and just gets over the first down mark. Number 10, Nick Roop.
That was a great diving tackle from number 8 on the Hurricanes, Chris Rowland, I believe.
Yeah, who's not on our roster, but we've been reliably informed by someone in the comment section.
Yeah, Chris is a good lad. He's a very versatile player, Chris. Chris himself is also an excellent blitzer, but when you've got Chad...
Yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches that they don't necessarily need to use. Charlie there checking it down to the centre, who falls over. Of course, in flag, if your knee is down, it's similar to contact rules. You are tackled.
Charlie enjoys a no-look pass, and it's all very well and good when it fools a defender, but you've got to get those on target, because if you don't, it's going to be a 2-yard gain instead of turning upfield and getting 7-10 yards.
I absolutely love a no-look pass, but
likewise,
I will say Charlie's rather predictable with it. When he's no looking at it, it's going out to the right. Like, he doesn't really do it for any other throw. It's going to the right-hand side.
And a simple little hitch to Jack Jarrett there.
What I liked in this drive, after the terrible first throw up the sideline, he had 2 short ones in the middle, got good yardage, another short one at the outside. And now you've, just by throwing a couple of the inside, maybe Cardiff have had to bring their shell in a little bit, realise that they're not just going to attack the sides, and you're seeing a bit of movement here. But I mean, it might be a little bit premature to say it, but if they don't score here, I'm not seeing a way back for them.
It's the curse of the commentator to say that, I think.
Agreed.
It's been much more methodical though, and certainly more comfortable. I don't necessarily think it's the hero ball that we'd all want to see from one of these top teams, and that's a strong pair of hands there to fight through a bat down, and they've called a touchdown. Alan Young, do you agree with that call?
Yeah, for the second time in this game I agree with the refs. I think that is a touchdown. Joe himself looks more annoyed with himself than the call, so I think he knows. One of those where if he just went for the tackle quicker rather than try to pull those arms down, might have stopped it.
There's always that great debate in flag, is should you go for the ball or should you go for the flag? Some defences have different approaches to it, and Gareth, you've got a certain approach to it.
Conservative would be.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a button for that on Madden, isn't there?
Yeah.
And to be fair, in a game that you've got 2 score.
Oh, and there's a pick on the 2-point. Can he return it? It's Reece Jackson running down the sideline, makes one defender miss, makes a second defender miss. Oh, that's an amazing. Even if he still gets caught, that's going to be on his huddle highlight reel for a long time. Obviously, again, viewers, if you've not tuned into some of our earlier streams, on a 1-point or 2-point conversion, if the defender catches the ball and manages to run it back, it is a 2-point conversion for their team. But in the case where they get tackled, nothing else happens. We just start as a new drive.
I think Reece Jackson is a player that is often overlooked on this Cardiff team that is filled with stars. But he had 2 interceptions in the semi-final that won them the game against the Titans. He's had another one there. He of course got the interception that sealed the game against the London Smoke in the 2019 final. So he's got a habit of coming up big when the Hurricanes need him.
And I would agree with that. Reece Jackson got the pick 6 that sealed the game. Well, not sealed the game, but flipped it the other time earlier in the season. So that score should put us to 26-20, I believe, after that one.
Yeah, that's correct. So, you know, Cardiff still got essentially got a possession in this with the ball. If you're Joe right now, are you trying to control this possession on the way down the field and waste as much clock as possible, or are you just going as normal and being attacking?
I think for me, it's...
Oh, that's a risky ball up in the air. And settled down by Dylan Bodwich, and they're calling him out of bounds.
A little bit over dramatic with the signal, but yeah, I would agree with the call. I think he is out of bounds. But interestingly, I think it's too early to even think about the clock. You just need to keep scoring every drive. But immediately, so Joe hates being behind the chains. He's talked about it at the BAFCA conventions. He likes to play the chains. You want to have a certain progression each one. That there is immediately behind the chains. And in a situation where you could do with a score just to settle your team, this could be a bigger drive than we realise.
And of course, it's their first drive out of the half. You know, a long time on the sideline there as he finds Costas Carras on a drag route.
Speaking of an all-look pass, that's
absolutely. He's a favourite of all quarterbacks, isn't it? It does make you feel like you're a lot better than you are.
Patrick Mahomes has been copying this for the last few years.
Absolutely. So. I mean, he's a big fan of UK flag football. That'll bring up 3rd down for Cardiff. Again, I would say slightly behind where they would like to be on the field, but always the potential with this offence that they can get a big chunk.
Yeah, in an ideal position, you're looking to have a short yard to get in here on 3rd down, but they'll just manage it as if it's 2nd down. They'll just try and get close to the half, and then that gives them the options when they're there.
There's a lot of leverage I noticed there on number 90 as Joe rolls out, and
it's very well covered by the Smoke defender there. Can't make out his numbers.
Johnny Kerr. Yeah.
Spotted Costas coming across the middle of the pitch there, picked him up very well.
And that's an important 4th down stop, because that essentially allows the Smoke to, if they do go down and score, tie up the score.
And that's the thing. So Johnny, I don't think he's the greatest defender in the world, but he's a physical guy. He will fight for a ball, does the job, and that's fantastic.
And that's a great move by Jack Jarrett there, and just stumbles. I think if he kept his feet there, he had green acres of 4G to run into.
I think you cursed him there. That was a great move by Jack Jarrett as he fell on his backside. It was unfortunate, but I like the attempt. I've not seen much of that from Jack. That'd be a great thing to add to his game.
Sorry, Jack, my apology will be in the post.
with a new stamp?
With a brand new stamp, absolutely. And it really makes it a 6-point game. And at this point, the Smoke have got to feel really confident as we get a side snap and a throw to 87, who ducks out just before the 1st down mark. Great tactical decision.
Designed play.
Yeah, I love doing that, to be fair, when you get all the side snaps where everyone goes back to the original quarterback all the time, and then suddenly you go, no, actually, I'm going to play quarterback for a play. It can catch defences off, and again, you tell that Charlie's got this team drilled out at 1 yard shot, have a free stab at the end zone, and then if it's not there, just dump it off and get the 1st down anyway.
Yeah, and if you're putting money on anybody, who do you think this is going to?
Oh, it's absolutely going to Jack Jarrett. Well,
goes to the other side of the field.
Could they stop making us look stupid? Come on, Charlie. Go to script.
Charlie does not care what we think.
That might be the truest thing you've said today.
Absolutely.
But a nice drive.
A nice drive, again, very, very well managed, and a first down well in front of the chains, and a great position to be if you're the Smoke. Side snap again, and Charlie gets the handoff, and missed tackle there by Drew Smith.
So that's a play design I don't like. It's too easy for a defence that keeps containment, but he's decided to help him out by just fluffing the tackle.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's got some moves, and he spins the ball there in celebration.
Yeah, that's enough said about that, to be fair. Celebrating like a 3-yard gain is just not worth it to me. If Jack can be reserved enough scoring a big touchdown in a big moment, Charlie can stop the ball spinning because he got 3 yards in a run.
So that's second down for the Smoke. Slightly condensed on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. I think the leverage is wrong for Cardiff here. It might be opening the outside.
And it's just that simple out route. You know, we do all of this football prep and probably the simplest route in the book. It's probably been 4 or 5 of the touchdowns today.
That's number 24, Jam Chan, and he's just got an incredible change of direction, and it's beaten the defender all ends up there.
I will say the defence just looked a little condensed there, though. It looked like the outside corners at the front had slid in, and it just felt, to be honest, well, he's thrown it there, and that's great. It's also opening the other side. It's that's a poor play by Cardiff, and this is a big one.
A big one, and it looks like they've gone for one.
Yeah, finally.
Charlie rolling to the left and then rolling to the right. Finds his receiver settled down in the middle. Again, I can't quite read the number.
That's the lead for the Smoke, 27-26.
That's Nick Group, isn't it? Yeah, Nick Group on the extra point.
Yeah. So as you say, Gareth.
Oh no, is it? Oh God, I can't see.
I think it might have been the centre, number 87, Rob Hewlett.
Let's just name anybody on the Smoke and give it to them, I think. But yeah, as like that, and as quickly as any other score, suddenly the Smoke are ahead, having been 2 scores down.
And it was just that relaxation of the offence. It was just taking your time, not trying to force things, but a little bit more movement from Charlie, and a bad drive from Cardiff. Oh, it's going to be a good game. I bet it's always the end of the game that's exciting. So.
And again, for those not so avid viewers of flag football, we do tend to get these better finishes because there's so many possessions, there's so many opportunities to score, and it's an offensively weighted game, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah, it's offensively weighted. I always feel that's the critical thing to say because I'm an offensive coach, but the rules do definitely lend themselves to the offense. If the offense is perfect, the defense can't stop them.
As we get a shot ball here. And off focus from Costas to bring that in. He had about 4 bites of the cherry at catching it, and he's certainly excited about it. The crowd below us have certainly gone wild. Why be methodical when you can just do that?
What can you do against that? He's faster than them, he's taller than them, and he's got that concentration.
2 defenders on him as well, and he's fought through a bit of contact, I'd say, there.
He's delighted. It's an amazing catch. It's cost us his concentration all over. But the only person that's going to care about that play is Johnny Kerr. He's not going to be happy watching that back. He should just have punched that damn ball out the way instead of trying to grab the receiver's arm.
And it's impressive arm strength from Joe Cottrell there. Not the prettiest ball I've ever seen, by all means, and it still got to its target.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter as long as it gets there.
Rolling out to his right and catching a slant across. That's Reece Jackson for the extra point.
So in my experience of the Smoke, which is, well, to be fair, today they took the lead against me overall, my head-to-head battles with the Smoke, but they get quite physical when we're starting to get towards this stage of the game. From my experience, we could see a lot of laundry in the field as this game goes on. I think we're going to see a lot more hands getting pulled down. I'm very, very excited about how this game's going to finish.
And as me and Gareth said earlier, you know, I had an old coach. It's essentially not a foul as long as the referees don't spot it, and on that occasion they didn't. First down in for the Smoke. Charlie Survey in the field and has Jack Jarrett down the field. That's a great catch, and he's definitely stepped out of bounds there. He's frustrated by it, but he's definitely out.
To be honest, it's a great ball, but to be a little critical, if it's a little lower, then Jack doesn't need to go up and get
Absolutely.
it. It's just there, and then Jack is going for a score. And he is. You know what I love about Jack though is he's furious, but only at himself on the way back there.
Absolutely, it's a great temperament to have as a receiver. You don't want to be having to go at your quarterback. You know he's done his job, and at the end of the day, Jack will tell himself that he could have done a better job of keeping his feet in bounds. To be honest, if I made that play, I'd be pretty impressed with myself.
It was a great grab, and again, we're just flipping this game on its head every time.
Short little dump off to the centre and swallowed up by a tackle from Joe Cottrell.
No, I like it. I think he needs to keep coming at the middle of the field just to keep bringing that defence in and bringing it down. it gives more space for Jack, because having a big complacent Jack, the defence is immediately going to spread itself out again. So no, I like Charlie's play calling here. It's working effectively.
And interesting that we've had a couple of progressively clever drives, you know, working and then suddenly out of nowhere 2 huge plays. And that's another catch from Jack. And the referee's delaying their signal, and now they give out of bounds at the 1 yard line.
I mean, it seemed pretty obvious he'd been tackled at the 1. Referees could have been signaled. It did, let's be honest. Jack's not reached it and the ball's coming back the way. It's obviously short at the 1. Why are the referees taking their age to signal it? Just do your job. Come on. You're keeping us in suspense here. False suspense.
It's like the argument with VAR, isn't it? Why wait for the decision to come? The short play and have a little flip out, and that's a touchdown to the centre, number 87, Rob Hewlett. And that makes the score all square with the XP to come.
Neil Henderson's getting very excited beneath us here.
Well, the man of Neil's experience, he's seen many games like this, but probably not one nearly as tight nor as high scoring.
You know, it's funny because I started playing with Neil in Strathclyde Park when I was a youngster. Neil was like 40 years old back then, so I don't know how old he is now. But I think you can tell we still both love the game, given that we've seen so much football and both at GB, and this is still so exciting.
And just a simple little flip underarm to get a 1 point conversion, and it puts them back in the lead.
That's straight out of my playbook. Charlie's like that one. Quick under shovel pass.
Copyright Alan Young, 2022.
We've got a play like that that's very similar called sausage roll, and that's it. And it's just a variation of it. The 2 receivers were differently placed, but it's so effective because if you're too aggressive onto it, you're just going to get popped over the top. It's beautiful.
And essentially, this game does come down to how do you pull a team in to hit them over the top?
That's my entire offensive philosophy: is dink and dunk until you can bore the defence into a state that they make a mistake. Now, to be fair, at the Hornets and Nicky's arm, we've got a bit more to do than that, but quarterback in my calibre, I'm just dinking and dunking.
Yeah, it tends to be my my approach to talking to people. Can I bore them into a false sense of security? Joe there on first down, taking a nice little short dump to number 83, Dylan Bodwich.
I wish we knew the time in the game.
That's a nice sidearm sling to Costas, who makes a big grab and dips. Oh, and there's a hold there for me, and one certainly. No laundry in the field from the referees, and even Alan Young, I might disagree at this point.
No, I think that is contact. He's held him. It's an illegal contact penalty. There should be 10 yards tacked on at the end, but it's our friend on that sideline, so there's no shocks for me here.
Hopefully you didn't pick up the banter on commentary there from one of the Reading players. But that brings up a big first down conversion for Cardiff, and again, driving towards the goal line with utter confidence. And a side snap to Nick Keys, who shovels it to Joe Cottrell, running around and sidearms it. And that's a pick from the smoke!
It's Johnny Kerr.
It's Johnny Kerr, who's a horrible DB, according to Alan Young.
Full defender.
Oh, he's not a horrible DB anymore.
He's made a key fourth down stop and now a pick.
I'm going to point out that he was out of position and he just handed out to him. But again, though, as I said with Johnny, he's got good hands and good reactions, and he's very physical. So that is an awesome catch.
And you know, if that is the deciding moment in this game, the Smoke will look back at that decision to put him on the field at defence and just go, well, actually, it was the right call.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not knocking Johnny being in defence. I just think he's a better receiver. That's all it is. I think he can be a weakness defensively, but not in this game. He's been outstanding, and that is a hell of a reaction play. And suddenly the Smoke have went from being 14 points or 12 points down at the half, out of control of this game, and we're going to a situation where they're 1 point up and they could seal the victory here. Or score with a 2-point conversion, and we're done.
It's a pretty good game. Let's be fair, and I think it's a great advertisement for flag football.
Yeah, and to be fair, so it was again a few years ago when they played together. They've always put on a show, these two. Obviously the Hornets would have put on a better show, but you know, that's no, I think I'm joking today. Smoke have been outstanding.
4 minutes left.
Thanks, Neil.
4 minutes left, and reliably informed by our colleague Neil Henderson. Deep pass over the edge to Jack Garrett, and Charlie, for the first time this game, celebrates.
Show some emotion.
I think that's relief. It's relief as much as it is celebration.
There's definitely a bit of relief, but this is the moment. He's going to go for two. He's going to try and ice the game. Oh,
7-point lead that gives Smoke, so the play here really is go for 2 points. If you don't get it, then the team has the option to come back and score 7. If you do get it, it puts you 2 scores up.
Yeah, and that is the way to go.
We're getting shouts of pick 2 from Neil Henderson.
It's an easy pick to make for Neil Henderson, though, because if he gets it right, he's a hero. If he does it, then the statistics obviously said it was unlikely.
And it's, feet in bounds. Touchdown, that's the 2-point good, and that is a 9-point lead for the Smoke.
And that, I'm afraid, is Cardiff's goose is cooked at this point. There's not enough time. There's just not.
And really, that deep shot all stems from the fact that on that first down play, Charlie decides to flip a short ball into the slot, take the knee just before halfway, and he allows himself a couple of downs to be aggressive.
Yeah, and generally this is how we coach at the GB. The guys know to stop before the halfway. If it's a first or second down big completion, and Charlie's running that philosophy here at the Smoke. It's excellent play, and to be honest, it's a bizarre drop and interception that's put them. Oh my goodness!
Playing with fire now.
I mean, we saw Kostas Karas in the semi-final pull off a couple of one-handed catches there, but do we think he probably could have gone with 2?
I always think he could go with 2, to be fair, but the one looks nicer. But to be honest, the cardinal sin there is knocking it up the way. Like
Absolutely.
If you're going to knock it down, yeah, it needs to
as that ball's in the air, it's anybody's.
Well, we've seen it with Johnny not long ago, like just even tipped up slightly, and the Smoke defence is athletic enough.
Second down here for Cardiff, and an underthrown ball by Joe Cottrell. Slight effect of the blitzer there, you'd say.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what the Smoke have done. They've recognised the situation, they've went ahead and they've thought, let's just screw the nut here, let's just put an end to it. And I think we're going to see the end of the game essentially fall in the Smoke's hands.
And the Smoke here, really, that's all they have to do is play pressure football. Don't let anything go deep, allow the short ball if you're going to allow anything, and let the clock bleed organically.
The only way for Cardiff back into this now is a quick touchdown, and it has to be quick.
Joe Cottrell rolling to his right. Short slant to Dylan Bodwich, and that's a tackle. Puts them onto 4th down with probably about 15 to go.
Yeah, it's dead on. Well, yeah, dead on 15 if Tim Hawkinson's spot is correct. So,
and that's the 2-minute warning from Jed.
So essentially, you need to score now, have the most aggressive 4 plays in your life, and hope the Smoke don't get lucky, and then score quickly again. I mean, to be fair, if anybody could do it, it would be Joe and the Cardiff Hurricanes, but my money will be firmly sitting in the camp of the Smoke for the rest of this game.
2 quarterback play here. Reece Jackson dropping into the second slot, takes the ball, throwing, flips it over to Joe, and the tackle's made short, and I'd say that is the game.
Williams makes the big tackle.
And the Smoke are pleased, to say the least.
You know, that is a hell of a play. Henry has come back this season. He took a bit of time off last year. He's taken a bit of time off from GB. I desperately hope he comes back because he's an elite level talent. But they have earned this victory. They've come all the way back. 1:48 left, Neil's telling us, which is still a lot of time, but it's Cardiff. How quickly do you burn these timeouts? To be honest, you probably can't afford to use them. You just need to go absolutely lock man here and try and get a pick or a back down.
Yeah, it's a 9-point game, and you've got the ball. From the Smoke's perspective, it's keep it secure. Nice little flip underneath there, gain some yardage, and hopefully get a few missed tackles and work the ball down the field.
We've seen that move a lot from the Smoke, that little flip pass from Charlie to Nick Roop, and that's the sort of thing the Hurricanes need to be jumping.
And that's a timeout taken by Cardiff.
So that's a little frustrating for me. I think Cardiff need defensively to almost be in a press coverage here.
Yeah.
You just have to sell out for the pick because there's no other way back into this match.
And the Smoke here draining as much clock as possible. Hand off to Charlie, who's going to run around the outside.
Stay in bounds and short of the first down, so the clock keeps running.
Definitely have the athleticism to probably try on the outside there, but he's not going to risk going towards the sideline, is he?
Too risky, and to be honest, the more out the side you go, the more tempted you are to flag guard or jump, and that stops the clock too. So sensible by Charlie. They just take what they're giving you, and it's the Smoker playing this perfectly, and Cardiff, for me, been maybe just a little bit too lax here.
And we said at the top of the broadcast, Cardiff missing a few pieces. Do we think that's contributed?
Chris Jones is a huge loss. If you look at some of the snaps that Joe has had to kind of handle today and deal with, Chris would not have put him under that pressure. And it was even in the third down play, I noticed it particularly, that Joe is picking it up off his shoelaces. I've not really commented on it much because it's not affected Joe greatly, but it's these narrow margins that are the difference, and Chris Jones a huge loss today.
I mean, when it comes to this, having a consistent snap as a quarterback every time, which you get from Chris Jones, is hugely advantageous because it means you can get the ball out quicker. And Chris Jones also leads the nation in touchdown receptions. Again, something you just can't replace. I think Dylan Bowditch has done an excellent job at centre, but he's not Chris Jones, and they've missed him today.
And unfortunate to see that Drew Smith picking up an injury at the end of there. But that is the game. London Smoke are our 2022 Premiership National Champions.
Who's your MVP?
And you've stolen the question out of my head.
I wanted to buy myself time, so I thought I'd ask you first.
Yeah, fantastic, thank you. I think it probably is Jack Jarrett for me. He's made pretty much every single big catch that he's had to make there. He's been relaxed. He's not gotten over frustrated with himself when he's probably made the mistakes that he wouldn't want to make. Yeah, okay, you've got some good performances there from Charlie, but you'd say early wasn't as effective as he would probably like to be. So for me, in my money, it's Jack.
So I'm going to go slightly controversial. I'm going to go for a man I've criticised and go for Johnny Kerr, because even though he's been beaten in some deep ones, he is the one that's made the clutch plays and the big tackles and very aggressive. The amount of fourth down incompletions he's forced today with some of his physicality, I think, has actually probably been the difference in the game.
I would agree. I'd go for Johnny Kerr as well for those defensive plays. I think he's the one that's been the difference in this and won them the game. I think someone else who deserves a shout out is Rob Hewlett, the centre, who, with all these fantastic athletes on the Smoke offence, sometimes goes under the radar. But he's had 2 touchdowns today. He's had a big 2-point conversion, and he's been there when they need him. So for me, it's Johnny Kerr. But if I'm picking an offensive MVP, Jack Jarrett had that one horrific interception which could have sent things spiralling for them, whereas Rob Hewlett's just been completely consistent throughout this entire tournament.
I think this will be a tough one for Cardiff to watch back, because I think as much as Smoke have made the adjustments we talked about at half time and they've done all the right things and managed it correctly, it was still Cardiff error that resulted in them losing the game, unfortunately. And I think, and I know Joe, bit of a perfectionist, absolutely elite talent, he will be very frustrated with the overall performance in that second half.
And we've got to put in a quick mention there. Smoke 2 scores down at one point in this game and have come back to win it with a 9-point margin of victory. I mean, that we don't just see that against most teams. Against the Cardiff Hurricanes?
I mean, they've really got a monkey off their back, finally beating the Hurricanes. They've had so many attempts at it and haven't been able to do it in any significant place. This is certainly a significant match to win.
Yeah, it is the most significant really for clubs. Like, we all love going to tournaments. We love Big Bowl and King Bowl and Flag of New Year, big up Flag of New Year, and Ironman and all that. We love all of that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, this is the one that we train for and work hard for. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many games you lose in the way there. You've won the one that matters. If we look at Cardiff, undefeated. Yeah.
Neil Henderson just disrupting.
He is. He's sorting our plans out for tomorrow. Scottish people uniting, that's all it is. No, it's difficult because I've completely lost my train of thought because Neil's distracted me with the nonsense.
You were talking about this being probably the most important game on the flag calendar.
Yeah, it is. That's it. This is the one that we bother training for. Cardiff undefeated before today, but they won't care about that because they've lost the one that matters. Glasgow Hornets were the same. We hadn't lost the game in 2 years because we won every game last year as well, but we lost the one that mattered in the semis. Smoke lost some games through the year this year. Do they care?
Well, probably, because it's Charlie Williams. No, not at this particular juncture, probably not.
No, and that's it. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I think London have absolutely proven that there. 12 down at half-time against a team like Cardiff, to not only come back and win it, but to win it comfortably with the 2 scores in the end.
And it's a great way to wrap up what's been a great day one of flag football playoffs. We've had some very worthy winners, and although I'll be playing in some of the games tomorrow, I know Gareth, you'll still be here for the commentary for the Div 1 games.
I'll be back for another day of commentary up here.
And Alan, will you be invited back? I don't know.
So, well, we will see if I get a call from Pete today going, stop mentioning Bafra. But No, my plan is to be back, and actually we're hoping the GB coaching staff, Alan Mead, Andrew Gibson, myself, will be all on commentary at some point to answer some, as well as commentate, hopefully answer some questions about GB and what they look for in their players and stuff. Part of the reason I wanted to be in commentary today was so that we could just, again, I think GB's kind of went quiet since what happened last year. We've had our peace, we've had our little rest things. I think we want to be back and getting folk encouraged to come and try out, and it's a new era for GB, and we're kind of just trying to be a bit more visible and give back a little bit more to the community as well.
Brilliant stuff. Well, that's going to wrap up our coverage for today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, and we will catch you tomorrow.